A majority of the cultivation planets in the Blue Silk Clan had a rainy season where the rain would constantly fall. Sometimes it poured from the sky and moistened the earth. These rainy seasons would often last for half a year, and then different seasons would follow, depending on the cultivation planet. The planet Wanglin was comprehending on turn to winter after 7 months of rain. This winter after the rainy season was very moving. The earth was completely moist and then was instantly frozen by the snow. Walking on top of the frozen earth made you feel the coldness of the earth through your feet. Even your blood seemed to slow down and freeze. For mortals, this kind of season would be terrible, but the mortals of the Blue Silk Clan had gotten used to this. With the help of the Blue Silk Clan cultivators, after many years, it wasn't much of an hardship anymore. Even some food was harvested in this cold. The colder it was, the better the harvest would be. The snowflakes floated down the air and covered thousands of miles of land. It was very beautiful. The peak Wanglin was on was also covered in snow. It was now a snowy mountain. However, the few black rocks that weren't yet covered showed what the mountain originally looked like as it waited for the winter to pass. The snow on the top of the mountain was very dense, and it was completely smooth without a single footprint. Wanglin was still sitting there with his eyes closed and was covered in snow. The ice sword and the vortex sphere were still floating in the air. The snow couldn't get close, so it would move around them. After comprehending the heaven reversal stamp, Wanglin stayed on top of the mountain for 4 more months. The second spell, Light and Shadow Shield, contained the power of light and was ethereal. Wanglin continued to try to deduce it, but couldn't find any clues. The scene of Tao Master Blue Dream using this spell replayed over and over in his mind. On this day, Wanglin opened his tired eyes and stared at the snow that had gathered before him. He muttered, "There is also light in my sundered night and the law of origin. Except that light comes from the rising sun, and Tao Master Blue Dream's light has nothing to do with the law of origin. His light is gathered from all living things. What exactly is that light?" Wanglin spread out his divine sense as he pondered. His divine sense spread out with the mountain as the center. With his powerful divine sense, he seemed to split off into millions of different directions. He saw white mountains, the snow gathered on the earth, the frozen rivers, and the glaciers floating on the sea. He saw mortal capitals and some mortals inside a house. They were around a fire, and he saw their warm life. He saw the beautiful foods of the rich royal families. He saw the cultivators of the Blue Silk Clan and the beautiful music they played. He saw the snow that fell from the sky, the rare fishes under the frozen river, and the rare vegetation that grew on the frozen earth. He saw the endless starry sky through the hazy sky, the cold wind, and the glistening snow. He saw some trembling little beasts and the frozen corpses buried under the snow. He recorded everything as his mind gradually spread across the entire planet. He silently watched, silently observed, and silently became a part of the world until the winter slowly passed and the snow began to melt. After an unknown amount of time, Wanglin saw light. While watching a mortal family of 3, he saw a very warm light. This light was very weak, as if it would extinguish with a mere breath of the wind, but it was real. Slowly he saw more light. He then saw light from 2 lovers, and he saw light from the body of a rich person. He even saw light coming from a dead skeleton. This light was filled with sadness, reluctance, and struggle. He also saw light from the little beasts. All life gave off this light. The mountains, rivers, seas, earth, sky, everything gave off this faint light. He was even able to faintly see this life from space. In his mind, everything on this cultivation planet contained this light. This light gradually spread like a spark in a prairie, filling Wanglin's mind. He opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, all the light his divine sense saw gathered like crazy toward his body. The sky and earth emitted this light. The vegetation, mountains, and rivers shined non-stop. There were even starlight coming from space, and even the mountain Wanglin was sitting on released light. This light came from all directions until Wanglin was like a scorching sun. A giant shadow was formed by this light. This light and shadow were outside and Wanglin was inside. There was enlightenment in his eyes, but they still contained a hint of confusion. Is it vitality? He lifted his hand and silently waved. The light and shadow disappeared and everything returned to normal. He still hadn't completely comprehended what this light was. It was as if there was a barrier preventing him from understanding what it was. If he couldn't break through this barrier, he would never be enlightened as to what it was. Wang Lin didn't know that this barrier was the door to the third step. Very few people could feel this barrier, and even fewer were able to break through it in their lifetime. The 3 spells Dao Master Blue Dream had taught Wang Lin had their own profound meaning. When the light and shadow disappeared, Wang Lin's gaze fell on the ice and vortex ball that hadn't changed since Dao Master Blue Dream had left. Looking at these 2 items, Wang Lin let out a big breath. Of the 3 spells, this Dao spell was the only one left. His right hand reached out and the vortex ball flew into his hand. His eyes lit up and began observing it. This vortex ball was formed by Dao Master Blue Dream with the Dao spell. It combined Call the Wind and Summon the Rain into a more powerful spell that contained its own world. This fusion was the power of the Dao spell Dao Master Blue Dream wished to pass on to Wang Lin. As he carefully observed the small sphere between his fingers, the 5 essences gradually appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The essences started rotating. Then invisible gas came out of the sphere and entered Wang Lin's eyes. The sphere got smaller and smaller, and a few days later the sphere completely dissipated. Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Dao spells were very different from spells. Whether it was normal spells or abilities, they could be clearly explained, be it attack or defense, and their effects could be observed. Like the Heaven Reversal Stamp and Light and Shadow Shield, they could all be seen. Dao spells were invisible and impossible to explain. Wang Lin had been exposed to a Dao spell for the first time in the 7-colored realm when he faced the old man. And he wasn't able to resist it at all. If not for the G realm and the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to resist. The second time he came into contact with a Dao spell was when he entered the Dao realm with the help of the Lord of the Sealed Realm. He had comprehended his own Dao spell, but it was difficult to explain this spell. Even though it was not complete, Wang Lin's Dao spell would cause a strange ripple that hurt the enemy without them knowing it. Outside the demon sect, he was able to injure the demon sect elder without that person realizing it. Right now, this was the 3rd time he had come into contact with a Dao spell. His mind was immersed in a strange state in which he felt like he could change any spell into any shape or form. Compared to the 2 spells from before, this Dao spell didn't take too long for Wang Lin to comprehend. Dao spells were all like this. If you understand it, you understand it. If you don't, then even after 1,000 years you won't understand it. With his eyes closed, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the ice sword flew into his grasp. Although his eyes were closed, he could feel that what he was holding wasn't a sword, but clouds. As he comprehended it, cracking sounds echoed and large amounts of cracks appeared on its surface. A moment later, it shattered into ice crystals. The ice crystals circled around Wang Lin's right hand and then melted into drops of rain. Then the rain formed a vortex and rapidly rotated before turning into fog. The fog was like a small storm inside Wang Lin's right hand, and then it gradually disappeared. In its place there was a white cloud. Wang Lin held the white cloud in his hand and waved. The white cloud slowly ascended into the sky. Wang Lin opened his eyes and looked with a smile at the white cloud that flew into the distance. This spell can fuse spells. The first spell I need to fuse is spatial bending. Although that spell is powerful and enables me to instantly move across the endless space, it has a fatal flaw. Once the origin energy in the world has been disrupted, it can't be used. The woman in white is waiting outside the Blue Silk clan. Only by shaking her off completely can I do as I wish in the ancient star system. Then I'll absorb enough Joss flames to complete my 5 essences. The Fire Sparrow clan's fire and the Scatter Thunder clan's thunder will all be great sources of nutrients for me. The marks between the eyebrows of the people of the ancient star system are strange. They seem to be able to devour each other and constantly evolve toward a certain kind of perfection. What I want to know is what clan the scheming sovereign belongs to. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The origin soul of that white-haired old man from the Moon Clan was in his storage space. All the answers could be found there. Time passed. The spring breeze blew across the land. Everything revived as the grass green and the fragrances filled the air. Even the sky was an everlasting blue. Wang Lin awakened from his cultivation several months after he comprehended the fusion. Using the fusion Dao spell, Wang Lin's spatial bending fused with the world and with himself. He had also taken teleportation and the overlapping of space to push spatial bending from one variation to the next. The moment he opened his eyes, clouds moved through his eyes. His eyes also contained the blue sky and the stars themselves. The flaw of the spatial bending was the instability before merging with the world that would cause a change to the origin energy and interrupt the spell. As Wang Lin continued to fuse it, he slowly made up for that flaw. He was using his body as the world to trigger spatial bending to merge with the world. As long as his body remained unchanging, then even if the origin energy outside was distorted, it wouldn't affect his usage of spatial bending. This change in the spell was something Wang Lin prepared especially for himself. He raised his right hand and waved. The space around the mountain began to distort and ripples spread. Even sunlight collapsed when it reached here. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have been able to use spatial bending in this situation, but now Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he took a step forward. In an instant, his figure seemed to turn transparent and disappeared. A moment later, Wang Lin appeared where he disappeared. His eyes revealed joy and then he sat down once more. He waved his sleeves and the chaotic energy dissipated. Everything returned to normal and the light no longer collapsed. This spell has reached a small completion, but there are still some imperfections. Merging it with my body fixed a few flaws, but now it consumes my own origin energy. I can cast it 12 times or so, but afterward I need to quickly recover my origin energy. Although this is the case, it is still extremely practical. There are very few people who can prevent me from using this spell. Wang Lin muttered to himself as he looked up at the sky. His gaze seemed to penetrate through the sky to outside of the Blue Silk Clan. After some time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze. The stop spell had accompanied him for most of this life, and by Fan's 6 spells had saved him several times. Along with his 2 self-created spells, there were also Dao Master Blue Dream's Heaven Reversal Stamp and Light and Shadow Shield. With the help of Dao Master Blue Dream, Call the Wind and Summon, the Rain have been fused into their own world that can attack and defend, but this is just the fusion of 2 spells. If I can fuse Magic Arsenal into it, its power. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his heart pounded. He raised his right hand and pointed at the sky. Wang Lin's eyes released a strange light, and the vortex formed by the fusion of Call the Wind and Summon the Rain appeared. This vortex sphere wasn't big, but if any cultivator saw this, they would feel like there was a world within it. The vortex sphere was like a mouth that would begin to devour everything after it appeared. Once it was activated, it would become its own world. Dao Master Blue Dream had helped Wang Lin create this. It was perfect without any flaws and contained great power. Magic Arsenal. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out the celestial sealing stamp. A thunderous roar echoed and Wang Lin waved his sleeves. There was a flash of light and countless battle souls appeared. Waves of mournful roars echoed across the sky. The ferocious battle souls all gave off a fierce aura. Many of these souls were people from the ancient star system. Aside from the hundreds of cultivators outside the sealed realm formation, there was a large number of Moon Clan members and everyone else Wang Lin had devoured on the way. The ancient star system cultivators all had a mark flashing between their eyebrows. Now that they all appeared as battle souls, it was a shocking scene for anyone to look at, staring at all the people killed by him over the past 2,000 years. Wang Lin raised his left hand and quickly formed seals that landed on each soul. The celestial sealing stamp began flashing rapidly and began fusing with the vortex sphere. At first, the fusion was fine, but a moment later, a great sense of rejection arose. It was like water and fire and couldn't be fused at all. Wang Lin frowned and spat out a mouthful of origin soul essence. Then his divine sense surrounded the vortex sphere and celestial sealing stamp, forcing them to fuse. With his origin soul essence and divine sense, the rejection between the vortex sphere and celestial sealing stamp was suppressed and the two began to fuse. Wang Lin continued to stare at the change. Time continued to pass and the celestial sealing stamp gradually fused with the vortex sphere. Just as Wang Lin started to relax, his expression changed greatly. He didn't hesitate to retreat and started to wave his hand, forming countless layers of protection. In an instant, the sphere fused with the celestial sealing stamp flashed, giving off a destructive aura. Then it suddenly exploded. The moment it exploded, Wang Lin had already retreated far away. He waved his sleeves and used all his power to suppress the explosion of this vortex. At the same time, he took the collapsing sphere and directly used spatial bending to appear in an area of space near the edge of the Blue Silk Clan. The moment he reappeared, the collapse of the vortex sphere couldn't be stopped anymore. It turned into a storm, and its rumble echoed across the entire star domain. The sound waves and shock waves from the explosion blew on Wang Lin's body and formed an unimaginable destructive force. A sense of life and death flooded Wang Lin's mind. He didn't hesitate to wave his hand, causing endless light to gather from all directions. A giant light shadow appeared around Wang Lin's body. The destructive aura arrived and collided with the light shadow around him. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the impact was heaven-shaking. At this moment, the destructive aura rushed at Wang Lin. However, when it encountered the light shadow around him, the light shadow gave off a powerful glow and unexpectedly reflected the force. The reflection and refraction of light. Due to this reflection force, the destructive force that arrived was redirected into the endless space, out of the Blue Silk Clan. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo, and it took 15 minutes before it finally dissipated. The light shadow disappeared and Wang Lin revealed a wry smile. Before him, the vortex sphere and the celestial sealing stamp had already separated, emitting a ghostly glow. This fusion is a bit too dangerous. Wang Lin smiled even more wry. He didn't expect a forced fusion to create such a shocking impact. If he just give up now, it would be a pity. Wang Lin stared at the vortex sphere with reluctance in his eyes. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he swallowed the celestial sealing stamp. Then his right hand reached out. The vortex sphere flew into his right hand and with a squeeze it disappeared. At the same time, ghostly light flashed around Wang Lin and surrounded his body. With a thought, the light surged and spread out like crazy with him as the center. In the blink of an eye, it had spread out 10,000 feet. Everything within 10,000 feet seemed to be separated from the outside, as if it was another world. This was, in fact, what happened. Call the wind had formed the sky and summon the rain had formed the earth to create its own world. There was no origin energy within this 10,000 feet area. Only Wang Lin's will. Within these 10,000 feet, he was the lord of this world. Since I can't fuse it by force, then I'll try a different method. Inside the 10,000 feet world, Wang Lin opened his mouth and the celestial sealing stamp flew out. The moment the celestial sealing stamp came out, there was a powerful rejection force that was unexpectedly as strong as the resisting force from the Blue Mountain. Under this earth-shattering rejection force, popping sounds echoed as if the celestial sealing stamp couldn't withstand it anymore, and an unexpected crack appeared on it. This caused a hint of hesitation in Wang Lin's eyes. Just as he hesitated, even more cracks appeared, and the countless souls inside let out mournful screams as if they were forcing the end of the world. This celestial sealing stamp was composed of a thunder celestial realm fragment and had been refined by divine retribution, so it was almost indestructible. However, under this rejection force, cracks appeared on it and there were even signs of it collapsing. This shocked Wang Lin greatly. He clearly felt like this rejection force that causing the celestial sealing stamp to collapse wasn't too strong, but there seemed to be some kind of limitation. This limitation prevented the celestial sealing stamp from existing here. Much less fuse. The call the wind and summon the rain world contain my will, and the celestial sealing stamp also contain my will, but the two can't fuse. I don't believe it. Wang Lin's gaze was firm, and he didn't hesitate to cause the world to shrink. Thunderous rumbles quickly echoed. As the world shrank, Even more cracks appeared on the celestial sealing stamp until it collapsed into countless pieces. The countless restrictions inside scattered into this world and unexpectedly became part of the world as the world shrank. What shocked Wang Lin even more was that the countless battle souls of the people he had killed scattered into the countless fragments. The 10,000-foot realm shrank into Wang Lin's body, but Wang Lin remained stunned, staring at space. After a long time, he recovered. He had a strange expression on his face, and there was a faint hint of disbelief mixed in. While pondering, his body flickered and he disappeared. He reappeared on the mountain and sat down. He was dumbfounded for a while and still found what had happened difficult to believe. After 15 minutes, Wang Lin closed his eyes and his mind went into his body. Above his origin soul floated a vortex sphere, and inside it was the rain and wind world. Although the wind and rain world only covered 10,000 feet when it was outside his body, it was boundless inside his body. At this moment, there were many continents floating inside this realm, and they were all formed by the collapsed celestial sealing stamp. There were battle souls on these continents of many sizes. These souls didn't let out mournful cries. They only sat there. Milky white auras came from the tops of their heads and was absorbed by the realm. At the same time, these auras went straight into Wang Lin's mind toward his 5 essences. Wang Lin's 5 essences were like plants in spring as the milky white auras surrounded them, and they give off a strong sense of vitality. This is... Wang Lin was still in shock. It was because he recognized this milky white aura that the shock was even more intense. It was as if a bolt of thunder was echoing in his mind. Wang Lin wasn't unfamiliar with this aura. When the ancient demon statue in the demon spirit land was worshipped by 13 and them, this aura was also present. In the Cloud Sea, in the battle against Taoist water, the last spell Taoist water used also contained this aura. The conversation with the Lord of the Sealed Realm and Tao Master Blue Dream all pointed to the key in becoming a third-step cultivator. Joss Flames. Wang Lin didn't understand what Joss Flames were or how they were created. However, when he fused the wind and rain world with the celestial sealing stamp, this scene unfolded, which just confused him more. These battle souls were all the people he had killed, but now they had become disciples that provided him with Joss Flames. This was Wang Lin's fortune, the Lord of the Sealed Realm's legacy, and an almost non-reproducible mutation. Even Tao Master Blue Dream wouldn't have thought that teaching Wang Lin the Fusion Tao spell would create such a change. The celestial sealing stamp was formed by a fragment of the Thunder Celestial Realm. The Thunder Celestial Realm was created countless years ago by the Lord of the Sealed Realm to prevent the realm's sealing formation from absorbing the inner realm's Joss Flames, so that Joss Flames could appear in the inner realm. Although the 4 celestial realms were destroyed, they were the best materials for producing Joss Flames. However, if this was it, it wouldn't be enough, but this fragment had also experienced divine retribution. It was as if heaven itself had refined this fragment into a treasure for Wang Lin. The thing that allowed Joss Flames to be born was refined once again by the divine retribution. Wang Lin had inadvertently taken this object to use for magic arsenal. Using his life and death domain, he had created 18 layers of hell that absorbed all the souls of the people he had killed so they couldn't enter the reincarnation cycle. As time went on, the power to create Joss Flames from the fragments filled these 18 layers of hell. However, without an opportunity for it to activate, this power would slowly dissipate. Wang Lin would never have found any abnormality, as these battle souls were merely surrounded with the power to create Joss Flames and didn't release any. This opportunity came when Tao Master Blue Dream fused Call the Wind and Summon the Rain into a world. It was like giving root to a rootless plant. Then Wang Lin attempted to fuse Magic Arsenal and the Wind and Rain world. This allowed this change, this opportunity to appear. Although there were many battle souls and the Joss Flames were very weak, far weaker than Taoist Water's 2 billion disciples. But this was real Joss Flame. The key to reaching the 3rd step and a Tao treasure that 3rd step cultivators scrambled for. Wang Lin's expression was very strange. He opened his eyes and silently pondered for a bit before throwing it to the back of his mind. After all, there was still the danger of the woman in white outside the Blue Silk clan. Even though he had inadvertently made this treasure, If it didn't help him resolve the crisis from that woman, it was useless. His eyes lit up and his right hand reached forward. A storage space crack appeared and a huge finger bone flew out. As it floated in the air, it looked like a continent. The ancient god finger bone was like a cultivation planet. Although this was only half of the original finger bone, its aura was extremely dense. Wang Lin clearly felt this aura from below it. The ancient aura inside the finger was very strong, to the point of almost becoming corporeal, but it couldn't be absorbed. There was a sliver of will inside that wouldn't allow anyone to devour it. Staring at the half of the finger bone, Wang Lin's ancient god stars appeared and rotated slowly. He attempted to absorb but still failed in the end. Tuosan used an extremely powerful spell to allow his stars to devour the finger. He can even devour third-step cultivators to strengthen his stars. However, there is a will inside this ancient god aura, so it would certainly be difficult for him to devour it. However, it doesn't mean I have no way of absorbing it. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he raised his right hand and reached for his storage space once more. There was a flash of light and the soul lasher flew out with the Moon Clan white-haired old man's origin soul, arriving before Wang Lin. The white-haired old man's eyes were closed. The crescent moon mark between his eyebrows flashed dimly, resisting the soul lasher. Since the Moon Clan possessed the ancient god finger bone, they must have some method of using it. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the white-haired old man's origin soul. This person's cultivation level was extremely high, almost comparable to that of the Azure Dragon Divine Emperor, almost at the fourth heaven's blight. If Wang Lin had met him long ago, he wouldn't have been his match. However, this person was obviously no match for Tuosen's powerful attacks and was eventually seriously injured by Tuosenator then. When the finger bone was split in half, his body collapsed due to the shockwave of ancient god aura. Even his origin soul was seriously injured, which gave Wang Lin the chance to capture him. However, this old man was extremely powerful, and his origin soul had turned corporeal like a real body. If not for the soul lasher having a fatal effect against origin souls, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to seal him. Staring at the white-haired old man's origin soul, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and pointed. The soul lasher immediately emitted a dark gold glow and shrank. The old man's origin soul trembled and his face revealed pain. He opened his eyes and coldly looked at Wang Lin. "You're merely a 6-star ancient god. My Moon Clan has killed a lot like you. Even though you have captured this old man's origin soul, what can you do? This old man's origin soul has already turned corporeal and can't be die or be destroyed." The old man grinned and closed his eyes. He stopped paying attention to Wang Lin and tried to use his origin energy. However, thanks to the soul lasher, everything was sealed. Wang Lin didn't speak and waved his right hand. There was a flash of blood light and the blood sword appeared. He mercilessly stabbed the old man's origin soul with the blood sword. The blood sword directly penetrated old man's origin soul, and he let out a miserable scream. He suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Wang Lin. As the old man screamed, Wang Lin raised the blood sword and cut open the old man's origin soul. Large amounts of origin soul essence was released, and Wang Lin devoured it. "I can't kill you? A member of the slave clan dares to be so arrogant." Wang Lin's voice was cold, and he waved the blood sword in his hand once more, cutting the old man's origin soul. The old man screamed even more miserably and his body trembled. He stared at the blood sword in Wang Lin's hand and fear filled his eyes. "This? What kind of sword is this?" Wang Lin didn't answer the old man's question. His expression was indifferent as he waved the blood sword in his hand toward the old man's origin soul. The old man's screams gradually became more faint as time went on. He vaguely had a guess of Wang Lin's intentions, and he began to panic. Wang Lin wasn't going to kill him, but continue to weaken him. With the soul slasher, he couldn't even recover. He could only look on in fear as his origin soul essence leaked out. He couldn't even self-destruct. After several hours, the old man was weakened to a limit. All he origin energy in his body had leaked out and wounds covered his origin soul. The blood sword also contained a suction force that took some of his vitality every time it cut. Not only was this painful, but he was now dying. Just at this moment Wang Lin's eyes lit up. As he withdrew the blood sword, his right hand pressed down on the old man's origin soul. His divine sense rushed out and he began to search the old man's soul. The old man's previously weak screams became louder. His body trembled and he began to resist like crazy. However, the moment he started to resist, Wang Lin waved his right hand and the blood sword appeared again. It directly penetrated the old man's origin soul. The old man's body trembled greatly and his resistance collapsed. His eyes became dull and his body became transparent, as if he could collapse at any moment. After a long time, Wang Lin raised his right hand and his expression became extremely serious. The white-haired old man's origin soul was now completely transparent and started to slowly dissipate. However, as he dissipated, there was a flash of blood light as the blood sword pierced through his head and destroyed him completely. The moment he died, the white-haired old man's soul appeared on a continent inside the wind and rain realm. He sat there and gave off a shocking amount of milky white aura. The Moon Clan is extremely large. The group Tuosen and I destroyed was merely a branch. In the ancient star system, the Moon Clan still has 3 more branches. In the main branch, there is an ancestor of the Moon Clan. That person is a third-step cultivator. This old man had never seen the sovereign in his life. He only knew that a long time ago, the sovereign fled from the inner realm seriously injured and has been healing in a mysterious place. Combined with the words of Tao Master Blue Dream, the sovereign being injured by a roar of something in the inner realm and then escaping in panic is credible. The sovereign is in closed-door cultivation due to his injuries. I just don't know how much he has recovered. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold and he looked at the sky. It is time to leave. That woman in white must still be waiting there. The ancient gods' slave clan, the Moon Clan. When the Moon Clan betrayed the ancient gods, they had help from a mysterious group of people. These people's spells were extremely shocking and completely different from that of the people of the ancient star system. They were also very adept at using seals. Only thanks to their help did the Moon Clan gain the confidence and will to betray the ancient gods. However, even today, the Moon Clan hadn't been able to guess the identity of that mysterious group of cultivators. Not even the Moon Clan's third-step ancestor knew much. The rumor was that the mysterious cultivators that suddenly appeared seemed to have made deals with many of the clans but didn't have much relation with the ancient imperial concubines. These people had given the Moon Clan a strange spell that allowed them to absorb the power of the ancient gods. Wang Lin began to ponder. He had searched the old man's memory and obtained this spell, but it wasn't complete. This spell was called Noble Spirit Spell. Not everyone could cultivate this spell, and it needed something called spirit seeds. The mysterious people had left some spirit seeds in the bodies of the Moon Clan's people. They were like parasites that grew inside the members of the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan used this noble spirit spell to devour the ancient gods that died during the war. They used this to develop their clan into one of the ancient star system's great clans. While pondering, Wang Lin's expression became gloomy. The more he learned, the more he felt like it was strange. It was as if a layer of fog had covered the world. If he couldn't lift this fog, he wouldn't be able to see everything. His eyes lit up and he waved his right hand, putting away the giant ancient god finger into his storage space. After sorting his things, he looked at the earth and took a step. He left the planet and appeared in space. The stars were bright as Wang Lin floated in space and recalled the strange scene of the woman in white. However, there had been a speculation in his mind. After a long time, Wang Lin suppressed the speculation. He silently looked at the direction of Mount Blue. He seemed to vaguely see Li Qianmei and Tao Master Blue Dream. He revealed a complicated gaze before letting out a sigh. Then he turned into a ray of light and flew toward the edge of the Blue Silk Clan. Before he left the Blue Silk Clan, ripples appeared under Wang Lin's feet, and he merged with the world, disappearing without a trace. The ripples spread out very far and gradually disappeared from the star domain. Wang Lin left. The moment he left, on Mount Blue, Tao Master Blue Dream was still playing the zither and didn't raise his head. Li Qianmei silently cultivated as if she hadn't noticed anything. Wang Lin used spatial bending to merge with the world, and after a few breaths of time, ripples appeared somewhere in the ancient star system. Distortion came from the ripple as if a figure was about to appear. There was a woman in white floating eerily in the void outside the ripples. It was unknown when the woman had appeared. It was as if she was outside the Blue Silk Clan just the breath before, and on the next breath she was here. She calmly looked at the ripples, waiting for the figure inside. However, just at this moment, the ripples suddenly changed and the figure that was about to come out seemed to take another step. In an instant, the ripples intensified and spread out until they got weaker and weaker, to the point where they disappeared. This was the second time the woman's eyes had revealed a strange light. She silently looked at where the ripples disappeared, and then her body gradually turned to nothing. In another part of the ancient star system, the woman in white appeared. She was like a prophet. The moment she appeared, ripples echoed before her. However, just like before, the moment the ripples appeared, they violently trembled. However, this time she raised her right hand and waved. The ripples were silently chopped down the middle and then shattered. The moment they shattered, the origin energy within this aura surged like a storm and formed a giant vortex tens of thousands of feet wide. All the origin energy was sucked in, and all teleportation spells would be useless before this vortex. The moment the ripples shattered and the vortex appeared, Wang Lin's figure appeared from the void. His 5 essences were hidden in his eyes, allowing him to see the woman in white inside the vortex. Your Excellency prevented me from leaving several times. What is your intention? Wang Lin's voice was flat and calm. The woman didn't speak. She raised her right hand and pointed toward Wang Lin. With this point, the vortex in the void rotated even faster, reaching a limit and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin felt like he was in a quagmire and couldn't break free from the vortex. He waved his right hand and 2 deer phantoms appeared between his fingers. 10 million sword shadows suddenly broke free, creating a powerful force that swept the surrounding vortex. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the vortex paused for a moment under the impact of the sword shadows. Wang Lin quickly retreated and was about to leave the vortex. The woman in white looked calmly at Wang Lin, who was rapidly retreating, and pointed forward once more. With this, a giant phantom hand appeared behind Wang Lin. The hand looked like it was made of jade and mercilessly reached toward Wang Lin. The giant hand appeared too suddenly and was very fast. It grabbed Wang Lin almost the moment after it appeared, and it held on tight. At the same time, the woman closed in and crossed the vortex. In an instant, she arrived before Wang Lin. There was less than 5 feet between before the two of them. All of this happened in a flash, fast beyond belief. It was as if Wang Lin had no power to fight back against her. Wang Lin didn't struggle, allowing the hand to grab him. He stared at the blurry woman in white before him and said, "Who the hell are you?" The woman in white looked at Wang Lin and spoke for the first time. "Blue concubine Lu Lan." Her voice was very pleasant and carried with it a strange charm. One of the 8 ancient imperial concubines. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The woman in white nodded and then walked forward until she was standing less than 7 inches from Wang Lin. There seemed to be a faint fragrance coming from her body that entered Wang Lin's nose. But he didn't smell anything. "I originally didn't want to absorb your divinity, but since you can see me, I can no longer wait." The woman in white opened her mouth no less than 7 inches away from Wang Lin. They were almost face to face and she was no longer a blur, so her appearance clearly appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. The moment Wang Lin clearly saw her appearance, his pupils shrank. Thunder rumbled in his mind and he was dazed for a moment. The woman's face was Li Muin's. The moment Wang Lin entered a daze and his mind was shaken, the woman's lip trembled. She exhaled and then gently inhaled. As she inhaled, the ancient god stars appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows and rotated rapidly. Faint, golden smoke came out of the stars. The woman's originally calm expression suddenly revealed excitement and greed. The golden smoke was about to be inhaled into her mouth. However, just at this moment, The daze in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared and was replaced with clarity. World. A world appeared like the cold wind, and a flash came from Wang Lin's body. A black light spread out from his body. The wind and rain world that contained Wang Lin's joss flames erupted. The woman in white was too close to Wang Lin. As the ghostly light flashed, the wind and rain world suddenly expanded to 10,000 feet. The woman couldn't help but be pushed back by the wind and rain world. Her expression suddenly changed. At the same time, the golden smoke suddenly contracted the moment the wind and rain world expanded. None of it was inhaled by the woman, and it all returned back into his ancient god stars. There was a flash of monstrous blood light as the blood sword flew around Wang Lin. Pierced the jade hand holding Wang Lin. The hand collapsed and Wang Lin broke free. Everything that had just happened was part of Wang Lin's plan. He wanted to know the woman's identity and what her purpose was. Only after knowing all of this could he calmly confront her. More importantly, he had taken this risk to confirm a speculation he had about this woman from the moment he first saw her. Although the woman in white was pushed 10,000 feet away by wind and rain world, there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. She waved her right hand and a giant spatial crack appeared in the void. This giant spatial crack looked like it would devour everything in its path, and it charged at Wang Lin. She also stepped forward. Wang Lin sneered as the world around him shrank until it formed a protective barrier 100 feet around him. At the same time, he raised his right finger and coldly said, "If you had come with your original body, I'd be no match, but this mere avatar can't deceive my eyes." When Wang Lin spoke, the woman's expression changed greatly. She never would have thought that he would be able to see through the fact that she was only an avatar. The woman in white closed in as she said, "It must be Tao Master Blue Dream who told you. Heaven reversal stamp." Wang Lin's right hand immediately slammed down. The world in Wang Lin's pupils turned and the world outside quickly changed with it. Thunderous rumbles echoed and space itself flipped upside down. There was no sky or earth in space, but Wang Lin's mind contained its own world. At this moment, a shadow appeared. This shadow was like a cloud. It churned and rumbled as it spread. Then a portion of the cloud sank and became the earth. The rest of the cloud floated up and formed the sky. Sky and earth appeared. All of this happened in an instant. As the woman closed in with her spell, with a wave of Wang Lin's hand, the earth became the sky. The sky rotated and became the earth. Even the woman in white couldn't help but move with it. "You followed me the whole way and wanted to kill me, so you deserve to be killed." Wang Lin's right hand mercilessly pressed down. The earth that had become the sky came crashing down. As the earth descended, the world trembled and an unimaginable pressure appeared. The expression of the woman in white changed. "Tao Master Blue Dream's Heaven Reversal Stamp. He passed that spell to you." The woman stopped moving forward and her body was reversed. Then her hands formed a seal and she muttered something. White light came from her body to resist this spell. However, the Heaven Reversal Stamp was one of Tao Master Blue Dream's great spells. At this moment, the earth that became the sky smashed down. The spatial crack created by the woman in white immediately collapsed. The white light from her body also disintegrated. At this moment of danger, she opened her mouth and spat out a white jade. The moment the jade appeared, the world trembled and the jade floated before the woman, forming a white barrier. Thunderous rumbles spread across the stars. The earth and sky overlapped at this moment, creating an even more violent pressure. Space itself seemed like it was ready to collapse as large amounts of spatial cracks appeared. A moment later, everything disappeared. The world that had appeared disappeared the moment the sky and earth overlapped. However, the destructive aura created by it still lingered. The woman's face was pale and killing intent filled her eyes. The jade floating around her made it, so she wouldn't be killed by the Heaven Reversal Stamp. "You send mere projection avatar with only third heaven's blight cultivation and dare to try to kill me? If not for you having a strange body that made it hard for me to detect you, I would have killed you a long time ago. Since the first time I noticed you, I have been wondering about something. If you were really a third-step cultivator, How could you have allowed me to leave so easily? If you have a real body, how come I couldn't smell you even when you were that close? If you had a real body, why would you need a treasure to resist the heaven reversal stamp? Wang Lin smiled. His words were like knives that cut into the woman in white. This was the speculation in his mind. In order to confirm this speculation, he didn't escape and instead decided to fight with the woman in white. If this person really was a third-step cultivator, then even if he used spatial bending, it would be difficult to escape. However, if she wasn't, then he, Wang Lin, also wasn't someone who could be easily provoked. You're a mere projection avatar without a body. You wanted to absorb my divinity, and even used an illusion to turn into my loved one. Just for that you must die. Wang Lin took a step forward and waved his hand after he spoke. The wind and rain world suddenly spread out to 10,000 feet. The battle souls on the fragments flew out and charged at the woman in white. The woman's expression was gloomy. She had to admit that she had underestimated Wang Lin's ability. She had only met Wang Lin by accident and thought she had a foolproof plan. However, she didn't think that he would notice her on their first meeting, nor that on the second meeting she would be at a disadvantage in battle. Unfortunately, my original body can't come. Otherwise, there was a flash of coldness in her eyes. However, at this moment, she saw the battle souls inside the wind and rain world, and her expression changed once more. This is... While she was shocked, the countless souls rushed out and surrounded her. There was a milky white aura around them when they began their attack. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the woman in white quickly retreated. Her hands quickly formed a seal and she reached toward the void. Black light appeared in her grasp and flashed rapidly in her hand. Spirit destruction light. There was a flash of killing intent in her eyes and she waved her hand. Just as the black light shot toward the battle souls, the wind and rain worlds suddenly disappeared and turned into countless smaller worlds around each battle soul to resist the black light. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. The battle souls were forced to retreat before the black light, but none of them were damaged. All the attacks were negated by the wind and rain world around them. The woman in white continued to retreat, and in the blink of an eye, she retreated thousands of feet. Wang Lin took a step forward and closed in on the woman in white. She had the jade protecting her, so she wasn't afraid of getting injured. She raised her right hand once more, and even more black light gathered to form a black long sword. The moment this sword appeared, the world changed colors and a thunderous rumble echoed. She looked at Wang Lin and waved her right hand. The black long sword flew directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The moment the black long sword arrived, his hands formed a seal and he softly said, "Light and shadow shield." After he spoke, all the light in space began to gather. All light, including starlight and light invisible to the eye, gathered around Wang Lin like crazy. As the light gathered, a giant light shadow appeared. The black longsword closed in and immediately collided with the light shadow. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed and spread. The light shadow shined brightly when the black longsword collided with it. While a majority of the light shadow collapsed, the reflecting force caused the black longsword to turn around and shoot toward the woman in white. The moment the woman in white saw Wang Lin's light and shadow shield, her pupils shrank. She quickly retreated, but the black longsword was too fast and landed on the barrier around her body. Thunderous rumbles echoed and her face became even more pale. The jade protecting her became even more dim. However, it wasn't over. Right after reflecting the black longsword, Wang Lin charged out. He raised his right hand and monstrous blood light appeared. The blood sword appeared in his hand, and he mercilessly chopped down. "Die for me!" As he roared, a monstrous blood light lit up space and created a monstrous killing intent toward the woman in white. Her expression changed once more as she anxiously formed seals and created countless layers of protection before her body. However, the blood light was too fast and directly pierced through the countless layers of protection before colliding with the jade. A thunderous roar shook the world, and space itself trembled. A cracking sound came from the jade and a crack appeared on it. The woman in white coughed out a mouthful of blood. She retreated and her body became blurry and disappeared. Seeing the woman coughing out blood, Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he was startled for a moment. His speculation was that she was only a projection avatar and was not corporeal. However, looking at it now, she had blood. However, he was battling and therefore didn't have time to think. Killing intent filled his eyes as he charged out with the blood sword. His 5 essences rotated in his eyes and he looked around. He once more found the woman in white. He mercilessly chopped down with the blood sword once more. Original body, save me. The woman in white had a mournful expression as she quickly retreated. She began to chant and wave her hand. The jade with a crack shined brightly. A white, jade-like hand came out of the light and gently pointed at Wang Lin, who was closing in. The appearance of this hand caused the world to stop. Even light dimmed. Everything seemed to become pale before this hand. It was as if the entire world was replaced by this hand. And everything the hand was pointing at collapsed. The moment the finger pressed down, Wang Lin suddenly felt a powerful sense of life and death crisis, far stronger than with Taoist water. Wang Lin suddenly stopped and he didn't hesitate to wave his hand. The thousands of wind and rain worlds instantly fused into one and surrounded his body. At this moment, Wang Lin used the light and shield once more. Large amounts of light gathered and formed a giant light shadow. Just at this moment, the index finger of the jade-like hand collided with the light shadow around Wang Lin. The light shadow trembled and made a noise that sounded like it couldn't withstand it. It began to collapse. As it collapsed, waves of reflecting force shot out and resisted the finger. However, the finger wasn't stopped at all and directly penetrated the light shadow. This caused the light and shadow shield to completely disintegrate. The moment it disintegrated, it landed on the wind and rain world around Wang Lin's body. The world trembled violently and the souls inside howled. Milky white aura came out of the souls to resist this finger. However, the finger was unimaginably powerful. After the light and shadow shield was destroyed, it seemed as if the wind and rain realm could disintegrate at any moment. The finger created a giant concave on the wind and rain world. As it pushed in further, the world trembled even more violently. The milky white aura resisted like crazy as it attempted to offset the force inside the finger. Wang Lin's body quickly retreated as he clearly felt that the wind and rain world couldn't resist much longer. At this moment of danger, his eyes revealed madness, and he waved his right hand to open his storage space. The moment his storage space appeared, the wind and rain world rapidly contracted until it was inside Wang Lin's body. Without anything hindering it, the finger pressed down between Wang Lin's eyebrows. However, the moment it closed in, Wang Lin roared and the giant ancient god finger bone came out of the storage space and blocked before Wang Lin. The jade-like index finger pressed directly on the ancient god finger. A thunderous rumble caused the star field itself to tremble. Wang Lin coughed out a large mouthful of blood and was pushed back with the ancient god finger bone. An invisible light penetrated the ancient god finger bone and went through Wang Lin's chest, pierced out through Wang Lin's back along with blood mist. The finger suddenly trembled when it collided with the ancient god finger, as if it had just withstood a powerful impact. The finger became blurry and was about to dissipate. Intense pain washed over Wang Lin. If it was anyone else, they would definitely want to escape, but not Wang Lin. He ignored the pain and had a fierce expression as he raised his right hand. Blood light gathered into the blood sword, and he mercilessly chopped down on the finger. The blood sword flashed and landed on the finger. The moment the blood sword closed in, the hand reached up to catch it. However, the blood sword directly penetrated through the hand. There was a faint, delicate groan and the hand was split in half and dissipated from the world as if it had never appeared. The jade before the woman in white shattered into dust. The woman in white was completely pale and coughed out blood. She quickly retreated and merged with the world to escape. You can't escape. Wang Lin's chest was a bloody mess and blood was flowing down. Although the finger was blocked by the light and shadow shield, wind and rain world, and the ancient god finger, a trace of it had still pierced through Wang Lin's chest. If it was an ordinary cultivator, If they weren't killed, they would be seriously injured. However, Wang Lin was an ancient god and therefore had a powerful healing factor. In just a moment, Wang Lin's wound showed signs of healing. As the woman in white fled, Wang Lin gathered all his treasure and gave chase. Searching for the ripples created when the woman in white escaped, Wang Lin merged with the world. He pursued her from the traces of the ripples. This was the complete opposite of what happened before. From being hunted to the one hunting. The woman in white was fleeing in panic, while Wang Lin was in hot pursuit. This woman's cultivation is strange. Although it looks like a projection avatar, it has flesh and blood. If this is true, then she really must die. If I don't take advantage of her being seriously injured to kill her, then there will definitely be trouble in the future. Also, she must have some secret on her. The spell she used just now was clearly summoning the power of her original body. If my spells hadn't become stronger while I was at the Blue Silk Clan, I would have died. This woman is also more familiar with the ancient star system than me, so I must kill her as soon as possible. If she flees to some place I can't find, then all of this will be for nothing. Wang Lin continued to merge with the world as he chased and began hunting her. Ripples echoed among the stars in the ancient star system and the woman in white staggered out. Her face revealed a rare sign of panic and she was about to teleport away from this place. However, her expression changed. She clenched her teeth and chose to merge with the world to escape. After she left, ripples appeared and Wang Lin's figure flashed. He didn't choose to appear but disappeared once more. The two of them only continued for a short of time. In less than 15 minutes they had crossed paths several times, and the time between was getting shorter. The woman was extremely anxious as Wang Lin pursued her closely, giving her great pressure. This was something that was impossible before, but now she was becoming more and more anxious. Just 3 more and then I'll be safe. Just 3 more. The woman in white appeared in space, her face pale. Just as she appeared and ripples appeared under her feet for her to leave, thunderous rumbles echoed. Endless thunder came from all directions, forming a vortex and distorting the origin energy here, preventing her from leaving. While her expression changed greatly, Wang Lin stepped out of the void with a cold gaze. He didn't even speak as he waved his right hand. The clouds appeared once more to form the sky and earth. Heaven reversal stamp. As the world reversed, the sky and earth overlapped and a thunderous rumble echoed. The woman in white coughed out blood when the sky and earth overlapped. She quickly retreated, but there was a flash of blood light and the blood sword pierced through her back. She let out a miserable scream and her white clothes were dyed blood red. Large amounts of distortion appeared around her and countless images flashed by. Within images, there was a woman kneeling on the ground, and a jade-like hand reached out from the void. It pressed a white jade between her eyebrows. It only took a moment for those twisted images to collapse, and a rich, milky aura came from her head. This aura was almost solid and revealed a faint golden line. Wang Lin was no stranger to this milky white aura. It was Joss Flame. However, this woman's Joss Flame was extremely rich, which surprised Wang Lin. Just her Joss Flame was enough to match 30% of the Joss Flames in Wang Lin's wind and rain world. When the milky white aura filled her body, blood stopped flowing out of the wound created by the blood sword. Now that the bleeding had stopped, she anxiously retreated. While being surrounded by the milky white aura, she disregarded the distorted origin energy and merged with the world. If this woman can become a soul in my wind and rain world, Wang Lin's heart pounded. The moment the woman left, he also disappeared almost at the same time and began chasing once more. In the northwest domain of the ancient star system, there was a cultivation planet. This was where the demonic Scorpion clan was located. Although it wasn't a big clan, they were famous for their cruelty. Ripples echoed outside of a planet in the demonic Scorpion clan's star domain. The woman in white stepped out and blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. After she appeared, she didn't hesitate to merge with the world once more. Only 2 more. After doing this 2 more times, I'll arrive there, and there won't be any danger. However, just as she was about to merge with the world, a blood light flashed. It penetrated through the void and headed for her forehead. It was filled with killing intent and was too fast. The woman had no time to dodge or merge with the world. At this moment of crisis, the milky white aura spread out and blocked. Collided with the blood sword. The blood sword penetrated the milky white aura, but its trajectory was changed, so it pierced through her right shoulder. She let out a miserable scream and quickly retreated while staring ahead viciously. At this moment, Wang Lin stepped out from the void and his right hand reached toward the woman in white. "Where are you going to run to?" Seeing that she was about to be caught, she bit the top of her tongue out, coughed out blood toward the milky white aura. A shocking roar resounded and a powerful impact spread out. Due to this impact, the woman's body was thrown away and dodged Wang Lin's grip. She then charged toward the cultivation planet below. At the same time, the woman let out a mournful scream. "Where is the demonic scorpion clan? I'm one of the blue concubine's avatars. Quickly, stop this person." The moment her voice spread out, cultivators immediately rushed out. In just an instant, almost 1,000 cultivators flew out of the cultivation planet. The moment these cultivators appeared, they didn't hesitate to charge toward Wang Lin. The woman in white took out some pills and devoured them. She looked at Wang Lin with a venomous gaze and was about to merge with the world to leave once more. How could Wang Lin let her escape? He waved his right hand and his body rapidly expanded into his 10,000-foot ancient god body. He charged forward and his fist swept past everyone as he threw a fierce punch. With one punch, the world rumbled and the entire star field seemed like it was going to collapse. A giant spatial crack suddenly appeared and extended indefinitely, as if the entire star field was going to be split open. The woman in white that had merged with the world was forced out by this spatial crack as soon as it appeared. Her face was deathly pale and she quickly retreated. As Wang Lin charged forward, those 1,000 cultivators' spells and magic treasures arrived. Wang Lin didn't even look at them as he moved forward. Light gathered from all directions and formed a light shadow around him. All spells and treasures were reflected when they fell on the light shadow. Wang Lin was like a 10,000-foot light giant, and as he moved forward, the cultivators screamed as they were hit by their own reflected attacks. Some of them had their bodies destroyed by the impact from Wang Lin's charge. In a flash, Wang Lin closed in and threw a punch at the retreating woman in white. The other cultivation planet within the demonic scorpion clan noticed the commotion, and a large amount of cultivators flew out. However, the woman in white felt that the only thing left was her and the light shadow giant. The giant punch closed in, and no one could block it for her. At this moment of crisis, she released even more milky white aura. When the punch arrived, the milky white aura rushed to the spot between her eyebrows. A mark appeared between her eyebrows. This mark was 3 lines that gave off red, yellow, and blue light. The moment it appeared, a memory she seemed to have forgotten flashed through her mind. In her memory, she knelt on the ground and was chosen as the saintess of the River Clan. On the acceptance day, a jade-like hand appeared before her. The hand was warm, and when it touched her forehead, it erased her clan mark. "From today onward, you will become one of my avatars. You will use your body to nourish my projection avatar to help me heal. You will also become my Joss Flame disciple." This memory flashed across her mind, but time didn't allow her to think too much. The moment the mark appeared, the milky white aura formed a vortex. The vortex confronted Wang Lin's punch. Thunderous rumbles echoed and space itself trembled. The woman in white coughed out blood and was thrown away. As she was being thrown away, the milky white aura surrounded her, allowing her to break all barriers and merge with the world. Wang Lin's right hand felt numb and his eyes revealed a strange light. As the woman in white disappeared, he took a step and also disappeared. After he left, the light disappeared, leaving behind countless corpses and the shocked demonic scorpion clan cultivators that had arrived late. In the eastern part of the ancient star system, ripples dispersed as the woman in white surrounded by the milky white aura walked out. She was almost like an empty oil lamp. After she appeared, she didn't hesitate to take the last step. The last one. "Once I get there, I'll be rescued. However, just as she raised her right foot, the world trembled and space itself shook. Blood light pierced through the void from all directions and charged at the woman in white. The woman in white didn't even look at Wang Lin, who appeared with a venomous and mocking expression. When the blood sword arrived, her body was already transparent. No matter how much the blood sword tried, it couldn't injure her body. As the woman in white was about to disappear, she said these cold words. I'll let you go for now, but you will die for sure next time. Keep your divinity safe. It won't be long before we see each other again. However, what answered her was Wang Lin's right index finger and an even colder voice. Stop! After he spoke, the world stopped moving. Even the woman, who was turning transparent, stopped as well. Her eyes still retained the coldness and ridicule. Everything in the world stopped. While everything was stopped, Wang Lin took a step and his right hand reached toward the woman in white. The 5 essences in his eyes rotated rapidly and a portion of it broke off into his right hand. This allowed his reach to break through everything. He pierced through the ripples and caught her transparent body. He then pulled her out from the void. I told you, you can't escape. Holding the woman in white, the stop spell dissipated. The woman's body quickly turned from transparent to corporeal. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and panic. Wang Lin had already turned to normal, and his right hand held the woman in white. He lifted his left hand to search her soul, but milky white aura rushed out. It wasn't to attack Wang Lin, but to destroy the woman in white. Without any time to search her soul, Wang Lin was more reluctant to give up her soul. As the milky white aura was about to destroy her, there was a flash of blood light and the blood sword pierced the woman. He destroyed her origin soul before the milky white aura could. This was stealing the soul from the reincarnation cycle and stealing Joss flames from the blue concubine. The moment the woman in white trembled for the last time and completely died, the soul of a woman appeared in his wind and rain world. A powerful Joss flame came from her soul and was absorbed by Wang Lin. After the woman in white died, her flesh melted into a pool of blood water. However, a golden thread flew out of it and charged for the void. This golden thread was formed by the projection avatar the blue concubine had been nourishing. Now that the woman in white had died, the golden thread was about to break through the void and return to the recovering blue concubine. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and swung the blood sword at the golden thread. However, the indestructible blood sword went through the thread and didn't damage it at all. The golden thread didn't seem to belong to this world. It had no solid form and couldn't be injured by treasures at all. The golden thread flew further and was about to disappear. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's mind trembled and his storage space opened without his will. Then a woman walked out. This woman was wearing silver. It was the silver corpse. She walked out from the storage space and looked at the golden thread with confusion in her eyes. Looking at the golden thread that had broken through the void and disappeared, she raised her hand and gently reached out. Space rumbled and time seemed to reverse. The gold thread that had disappeared reappeared once more. It continued to struggle without any effect and was caught by the woman in silver. The moment the golden thread landed in the woman in silver's hand, it trembled violently as if it didn't dare to struggle. The woman in silver looked at the golden thread for a long time. There was still confusion in her eyes, and she gently squeezed it. With a pinch, the golden thread collapsed into golden mist and entered her orifices as if it were being devoured by her. Wang Lin squinted his eyes as he looked at everything before him. He had long wondered about her identity, but there were too few clues to guess who she was. However, from Taoist Water's shock and fear from seeing her, Wang Lin knew that the silver corpus identity wasn't simple. How could this kind of person become a refined corpse by the Cultivation Alliance? How did the Cultivation Alliance get her body? Wang Lin looked at the familiar silver corpse. Her eyes were still filled with confusion as she looked into the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, Wang Lin calmly asked, "Do you remember who you are?" The woman in silver silently pondered as she looked back at Wang Lin. The confusion in her eyes became even stronger and she gently shook her head. I only felt like the aura inside that golden thread was very familiar. Wang Lin's eyes shined as he carefully examined the woman and suddenly said, "Could it be you're one of the 8 ancient imperial concubines?" As he spoke, his eyes were like lightning as he stared at her eyes. After hearing those words, the confusion in her eyes became even stronger and she softly said, "No memory. Ever since I awakened, I can't remember." There was pain in her expression. She shook her head and turned toward the storage space. It was as if that was the only place where she could silently cultivate and not think about herself. However, the moment she was about to enter the spatial crack, she stopped. There was a trace of clarity in her confused eyes. She hesitated for a bit and turned toward Wang Lin. "Although I can't remember a lot of things, I vaguely know something. I can see that you have some Joss flames in your body. I vaguely remember that Joss flame is a poison. It was a heavenly scam. I seem to have lost everything due to it." The storage space crack shrank and disappeared after the woman in silver entered. However, her words set off a huge wave inside Wang Lin's mind, and his eyes shined brightly. From the Lord of the Sealed Realm, Taoist Water, and Tao Master Blue Dream, he had learned that Joss Flames was the key to reaching the 3rd step and the key to nourishing his essences. He had gradually come to this conclusion himself, but right now the woman in silver's words were the complete opposite. For some unknown reason, Wang Lin felt a chill. He looked up at the sky and began to ponder. Poison. Scam. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin merged with the world. The woman in white has died and become a soul in my wind and rain world. There should be no one paying attention to me for now. This way, I have a chance of completing my essences. Wang Lin merged with the world and his divine sense spread out. According to the memories of the Outer Realm cultivators I devoured, the Scatter Thunder clan doesn't have a 3rd step cultivator. There is a bolt of lightning that has existed since the beginning of time, and it is the clan's holy object. It is also the source that allows the clan to control thunder. If I devour this thunder, it will allow my thunder essence to grow. As for Joss Flames, in the end, which of them is telling the truth? Wang Lin used spatial bending to appear in a foreign star domain. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Whether it is true or false, I should be extremely vigilant. I have never relied on any Joss Flames in my cultivation. I have comprehended my own Tao, and even my essences were created without relying on the so-called Joss Flames. Wang Lin's body merged with the world again as he moved toward where the Scatter Thunder clan was. Among the vastness of space within the ancient star system, there was a star domain filled with thunder. This was where the famous Scatter Thunder clan was located. From afar, the Scatter Thunder clan's star domain was like a giant thunder lake. Even from far away, one could hear the thunderous rumbles of the eternal thunder. These rumbles were fierce, and all fierce beasts avoided the area. If someone got close without the Scatter Thunder clan token, they would immediately be attacked. Millions of bolts of thunder descending at once had shocking power. This was one of the reasons why the Scatter Thunder clan could be one of the big clans in the ancient star system without a 3rd step cultivator. Similarly, the Scatter Thunder clan had a glorious past. Countless years ago, they were one of the clans that placed a treasure in the Sealed Realm formation. There was an eternal thunderbolt within the Scatter Thunder clan. It had existed since the beginning of time and had appeared from the void. It rumbled endlessly, and the Scatter Thunder clan built a temple there to worship the thunderbolt. The location of the temple was the holy land of the Scatter Thunder clan, and it was extremely well guarded, making it very difficult for ordinary people to get close. There were always elders there, and although they had no 3rd step cultivator, there was one person at the 5th heaven's blight, the strongest person under 3rd step cultivators. For Wang Lin, the Scatter Thunder clan was like a steel wall. There were many powerful cultivators, and like the Tattoo clan in the past, just one clan was enough to set off a chaotic war in the inner realm. Every Scatter Thunder clan member cultivated the Tao of Thunder. They believed that there were 6 types of thunder. If they could cultivate them all, they could split the world and inherit the true meaning of ancient thunder. They would then obtain the origin of thunder and climb into the third step. However, since ancient times, very few people had entered the third step. Over the countless years of the Scatter Thunder clan's existence, only one person had reached the third step during their glorious past. Even without a third step cultivator, breaking into the Scatter Thunder clan was more difficult than climbing the heavens. Wang Lin calmly stood before the Scatter Thunder clan's star domain. Before him was the flashing and roaring thunder. It was like a thunder lake with bolts of thunder moving like silver snakes dancing. At a glance, it could shake the hearts of most cultivators and make them not dare to take a single step forward. This place was several times stronger than the thunder lake Wang Lin had encountered in all heaven. Before he got close, he could clearly feel all the hair on his body being pulled by a magnetic force. Even the space outside this thunder lake was filled with the power of thunder and could occasionally explode into bursts of thunder. If it was back when Wang Lin was in all heaven, even after he devoured half an ancient thunder dragon and obtained the ancient thunder dragon origin soul, it would have been extremely difficult to enter. He would likely have to retreat, or else the thunder would kill him before the Scatter Thunder clan had to do anything. However, after absorbing the power of thunder from the Scatter Thunder clan statue, the Tao fruit, and then giving birth to his thunder essence, Wang Lin's control of thunder had reached a terrifying degree. He silently looked ahead, and after a long time, he entered the Scatter Thunder clan's star domain. The Scatter Thunder clan didn't have anyone guarding the perimeter. As the eternal thunder was the best protection, Wang Lin slowly moved forward. His arrival didn't attract any attention from the Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin slowly crossed 50 kilometers in about 7 minutes. Every step he took, the hair on his body trembled and traces of thunder entered his body through every single pore. His mind was calm, without any joy or sorrow. It was as if he had entered a realm of emptiness. There was no Scatter Thunder clan before him, only that boundless thunder lake. At the center of this thunder lake was the eternal thunder. After crossing 50 kilometers, he stepped into the thunder lake. The thunder lake roared and thunder filled Wang Lin's eyes, replacing everything. This unexpectedly lit up the surrounding space, like the dawn on a cultivation planet. The bolts of thunder swam through the thunder lake and surrounded Wang Lin, creating a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin's left foot was inside the thunder lake, and half his body was in as well. Endless numbers of silver snakes rushed over toward his left foot. As they surrounded him, they filled his body. If it was anyone else, their body would immediately explode and their origin soul would be extinguished due to not being able to withstand this indescribable thunder. Even their storage space would be shattered this thunder, and all the treasures inside would lose their effects. Wang Lin closed his eyes and his body became covered in thunder. The thunder lake was like a big mouth devouring Wang Lin. This caused him to be covered in endless thunder. Thunderous rumbles continued to echo while Wang Lin's body remained motionless with half a foot inside the thunder lake. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes went by. Just at this moment, a huge wave was set off in this massive thunder lake and a roar echoed. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened and there was a thunder mark flashing rapidly within one of them. In just the blink of an eye, it flashed thousands of times. Every time it flashed, the roar of the thunder would become stronger, and soon, everything was replaced by the roar of thunder. Wang Lin took a step forward and entered the Scatter Thunder clan. The moment he entered, the thunder lake inside the Scatter Thunder clan roared violently, and large amounts of thunder swam like crazy. Wang Lin slowly walked forward. As he moved forward, all the thunder under his feet seemed to cheer and then enter his body. Wang Lin was like a thunder celestial as the thunder gathered in his right eye, causing the thunder mark to become more and more clear. He moved forward for an unknown amount of time and entered the inner part of the Scatter Thunder clan. The thunder here roared even more intensely, and it covered everything. Here, not even divine sense could penetrate, and vision was torn apart. Wang Lin sat down and began to cultivate as more and more thunder gathered in his body. Thunder gathered from all directions, and the violent rumbles stirred up the entire thunder lake. Wang Lin's aura slowly faded until it completely disappeared. Although he was just sitting there, If someone closed their eyes before him, they wouldn't be able to detect him at all. At this moment, Wang Lin had become a bolt of thunder and fused with the Thunder Lake, so there was no way to tell that he wasn't part of it. After a long time, a thunder mark flew out from Wang Lin's closed right eye. It was too fast and instantly entered the Thunder Lake. Quickly swam away. This thunder mark looked like a normal bolt of thunder, but as it moved, all the thunder in the Thunder Lake had to make way and guide it. This allowed this bolt of thunder to move faster and faster. The boundless Thunder Lake was like a huge ring. At the deepest part, there was no thunder, but 16 cultivation planets. From afar, these cultivation planets were filled with thunder, as if they were condensed from bolts of thunder. They were arranged in a circle, and at the center was a broken continent. This broken continent looked as if someone had broken it off from a complete continent. The edges were jagged, and there was still gravel floating around the edges. This broken continent was completely black without any life. However, every Scatter Thunder clan member knew that that broken continent had been there for as far as they could remember, and it was their holy land. There was a heaven-piercing temple on that continent. A bolt of thunder was sticking out of the void and touching the top of the temple. It had never disappeared over the countless years. That thunderbolt was completely black. If you looked closely, you would see that there were countless colors within. These colors fused together too from this thunder. One of the 16 cultivation planets had an earth-yellow color. On this cultivation planet, there were countless caves. There were tens of thousands of caves, big and small. This was where the adults of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivated. In the Scatter Thunder clan, once one becomes an adult and reaches a certain cultivation level, they leave the 3 mother planets, go to the 13 remaining cultivation planets. They could search for their own cave, be gifted one, open their own, or even steal one. The members of the clan could fight with each other, but no killing was allowed. If someone were to kill, they would be severely punished. But as long as no one died, everything was fine. This way of cruel infighting cultivated generations of clan members. The weak will be eliminated. At this moment, on this earth-yellow planet, there was a young in black with a bloody wound on his chest walking through the plains with his head lowered. There was no edge to the earth before him. His current mood was cowardly with a hint of sorrow. I hate myself for not having good talent. I hate myself for being a cultivator. I hate myself for being a member of the Scatter Thunder clan, the youth muttered, his expression twisted. His excited mood shook his injuries, causing him to cough out blood. He fell to the ground and looked at the flashing thunder in the sky. The sorrow in his eyes became even stronger. I don't want to become a cultivator. I want to live the life of a mortal. The young man's eyes became lax, but he struggled to lift his right hand and look at his fingers. A moment later, madness filled his eyes, and with the last of his strength, he reached toward the thunder mark between his eyebrows and mercilessly pulled. Blood and flesh splattered. He actually ripped off the Scatter Thunder clan mark between his eyebrows. He gradually closed his eyes with a miserable smile. He couldn't see that the moment his eyes closed, a bolt of thunder broke through the void and appeared in the sky as if it had perceived his existence. After a slight pause, it charged toward the wound between his eyebrows. The thunder suddenly descended and entered the young man, causing his body to tremble. His dissipating soul and vitality suddenly stopped and rapidly contracted as if they were being imprisoned. The wound he had torn open between his eyebrows quickly healed, and even the wound on his chest recovered in a short period of time. The thunder mark between his eyebrows had reappeared and was giving off a ghostly glow. After a long time, the youth slowly opened his eyes. There was no cowardice and sorrow anymore. They were replaced with coldness and age. It was as if these eyes had seen everything in the world, discovered the true meaning of life, and had survived for countless years. A cold aura came out of his body the moment the youth stood up. The youth had collapsed in a meadow, and right now all of the grass was bent over as if it didn't dare to stand straight. This body isn't bad. The youth sat up, moved his head and stood up. A powerful cultivation moved within his body and origin energy gathered from all directions. However, the body stayed at the core formation stage. There was no cultivation level increase or transformation done to the body. He was Wang Lin. To be more precise, it was a portion of Wang Lin's divine sense possessing this body. His original body was still fusing with the boundless Thunder Lake. Wang Lin wasn't so arrogant to think he could fight the entire Scatter Thunder clan himself. The Scatter Thunder clan was one of the powerful families of the ancient star system, so they had to have a lot of powerful cultivators. If Wang Lin directly rushed in to absorb the eternal thunder, the only thing awaiting him would be death. Therefore, Wang Lin had already made a plan. He was going to possess the body of a Scatter Thunder clan member to absorb the eternal thunder. If he pretended to be a Scatter Thunder clan member, there would be no issue because he was someone who controlled thunder. In particular, he had possessed the body of someone who hadn't died. So it was foolproof. Wang Lin had even indirectly saved this person's life. After Wang Lin absorbed the eternal thunder and left, this person would regain control of his body. Depending on how long Wang Lin possessed this body, this person would receive a great fortune. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, he didn't need to worry about the initial period of adjustment after possessing, and he didn't intend to truly possess this body. After searching the memory of this body, Wang Lin learned that this person was named Yufei. He was a very ordinary Scatter Thunder clan member. His parents had died early in his life and he was left alone. After many difficulties, he had reached the core formation stage and inherited a cave his parents had left him. This cave was beside a spirit vein and was considered very good. However, with his cultivation level, there was no way he could keep it for long. 3 days after he inherited it, it was stolen and he was forced out. In the 200 years following that incident, his cultivation had been stagnant. If not for the Scatter Thunder clan's physique, which gave him a little more lifespan, he would have died long ago. However, these 200 years were painful for him. He had been bullied by his clan, and his life was worse than death. He had recently become under a nascent soul cultivator, and this was the same cultivation level as the cultivator that had taken his cave away all those years ago. Inside the cave was a thunder fruit tree, left by Yufei's parents for him. The nascent soul cultivator had allowed Yufei to grow this thunder fruit. The thunder fruit could allow their clan mark to become even more powerful, and even their lifespan would increase. However, in order to make the fruit mature, a cultivator at least at the core formation stage would have to nourish it with the power of thunder. Yufei knew that his cultivation was stagnant and his lifespan was near its end. After hesitating, he devoured one of the 9 thunder fruits. But this brought a calamity upon himself. If not for the rule that fellow clan members couldn't kill each other, he would have already been dead. However, he was greatly humiliated, and on top of suffering his serious injuries, his cultivation had been sucked away. He was then kicked out by the nascent soul cultivator. Yufei didn't have many memories, and most of them were extremely negative. There was a monstrous hatred. He hated himself, he hated the Scatter Thunder clan, he hated all his clan members, and his personality was twisted. Wang Lin's divine sense left Yufei's memory and his eyes lit up. Thunder fruit empowers the clan mark. After Wang Lin came to the ancient star system, he had devoured a lot of cultivators here and gained an understanding of the cultivation methods here. The ancient star system was completely different from the inner realm. They didn't cultivate domains. Instead, one's cultivation was gathered in the mark between their eyebrows. This mark was a heritage. The stronger it became, the higher their cultivation level would be. Wang Lin touched the thunder mark between his eyebrows. This mark was made by Wang Lin himself. Although it looked the same as the Scatter Thunder clan mark, the meaning was very different. The Scatter Thunder clan's mark came from the eternal thunder. If the eternal thunder was a creature, then all the mark's extensions of that creature. However, Wang Lin's mark was made by himself, and it was of much higher in status than the Scatter Thunder clan's mark. It was on the same level as the eternal thunder. I need to study the thunder fruit. As for the matter with the Scatter Thunder clan, this Yufei's cultivation level is too low, so he doesn't know much. Perhaps that nascent soul cultivator will know more. Wang Lin pondered as he charged toward the location of the cave in his memory. This cultivation was very large. Wang Lin didn't teleport, but flew over the earth. His divine sense faintly spread out and he began to observe. Not long after, 3 rays of light appeared before Wang Lin. There was a man and 2 women. The man was wearing white and was very handsome. The 2 women behind him were very beautiful. As the 3 of them flew on flying swords, they seemed to be chatting. The man's cultivation level was decent late-stage core formation. The 2 women were at the early stage of core formation. While the man was chatting, his gaze swept by Wang Lin. When he saw Wang Lin flying by without even looking at him, he frowned. "You Fei, come here." Wang Lin turned a deaf ear and his divine sense swept across the earth. He seemed to have found some secret about this planet as he moved forward. When the man in white saw that Wang Lin was still ignoring him, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. He let out a cold snort and turned around toward Wang Lin. He waved his right hand and a thunder sword appeared from his bag of holding. It gave off bursts of thunder and shot toward Wang Lin. "You Fei, you got guts to not pay respects after seeing this lord." The thunder long sword rumbled loudly, but when it got near Wang Lin, it trembled and stopped in mid-air. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and coldly looked at the man in white. "Are you talking to me?" A simple sentence that anyone could say. Even though he looked like Yu Fei, the coldness in his gaze was like a boundless storm that swept the world. The man in white was rushing forward, but when he saw Wang Lin, he felt his core rumble. It was as if he had been hit by lightning and was caught in an endless world of ice. He felt like he had been completely seen through and no longer had any secrets. This terrified him to the point that his core stopped moving. Cracks appeared on it as if it couldn't withstand this gaze, and it was about to explode. The 2 women behind the man in white were originally looking at Wang Lin with taunting and teasing gazes. However, when Wang Lin turned around and said those words, they felt the world tremble. The clouds scattered and the sky collapsed. It was as if the cowardly Yu Fei had turned into a ferocious ancient beast that gave off a monstrous aura. Only one thought from him would be needed for them to die. The 3 of them felt a roar in their hearts, but the outside world was completely quiet. This quiet was extremely bizarre. The youth in white was pale and his eyes turned lax. He then revealed indescribable horror. Wang Lin frowned. With his cultivation level, he really wasn't willing to bully these Outer Realm juniors. He withdrew his gaze and walked away. It wasn't until after he had been gone for a long time that the youth in white coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The 2 women behind him also coughed out blood. There were countless cracks on their cores, and they began to melt. The 2 women's faces were deathly pale, and their cultivation levels immediately fell from early-stage core formation to foundation establishment. As for the young man in white, his core also shattered. He looked at where Wang Lin disappeared with terror and shock. You! The 3 of them all looked at each other and remained speechless for a long time. They couldn't even have thoughts of resentment due to the fear that lingered in their hearts. The cave from Yu Fei's memory soon appeared before Wang Lin's eye. This cave was indeed good, and it was next to a spirit vein. Wang Lin could also see that there was a small river inside. This river flowed through the spirit vein and was very clear. There was faint spiritual energy coming from the river. There were some restrictions protecting the cave, but in Wang Lin's eyes, these restrictions were simply too weak. His expression was calm as he walked with his hands behind his back. With one step, he arrived outside the restrictions. He didn't even do anything, but the gate opened on its own. Wang Lin walked into the cave without any hesitation. Thunderous rumbles echoed and colorful lights flashed as all the restrictions activated. When Wang Lin walked into the cave, Wang Lin didn't even look as he walked through the rumbling. There was an old man in green sitting 100 feet away from him. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the incoming Wang Lin, completely dumbfounded. His pupils revealed monstrous terror. The old man stared directly at Wang Lin. He couldn't hide the terror and disbelief in his eyes. He was just cultivating when door to the cave just opened without him noticing anything. He had never encountered such a bizarre thing in his hundreds of years of cultivation. What made his skin crawl was the extremely familiar figure that had walked into the cave. There was a large amount of restriction in the cave, some from before and many placed by this old man over the years. Once all of them activated, a core formation cultivator would die for sure. As for nascent soul old monsters, if they were a bit careless, they would be seriously injured or even perish. But he watched the familiar figure slowly walk over under the flashes of restrictions and rumbling of spells. At this moment, the old man's scalp was numb. The other person's cold gaze made his nascent soul feel pain. That gaze seemed to turn solid and pierced countless holes in his body. Not even his nascent soul could escape. A powerful pressure came from that person, and each of his steps seemed to stomp on his nascent soul. The old man's face instantly paled and he trembled. Then he coughed out blood. He was terrified as he crawled back a few steps. He didn't even have time to get up. You Fei. Wang Lin made his way through the layers of restrictions and walked into the cave. His gaze swept past the nascent soul junior before examining the cave. This cave was not small. It had 6 stone rooms and went through the valley. There was also a small path that led into the valley. The sound of water flowing could be heard. It was the river that flowed in the valley. There was also a fragrance filling the cave. There were clearly a lot of spirit herbs planted here. This cave was very clean without any clutter. The stone walls were very smooth and could almost act as mirrors. There was a large formation slowly rotating on the ceiling of the cave. Once it was activated, the stone wall above would become transparent and allow one to see outside while in the cave. The nascent soul old man's heart pounded and he didn't dare to move. The disbelief in his eyes was still strong. In his eyes, Wang Lin was like the owner of the cave leisurely looking around, while he became the outsider, restless and at a loss. Wang Lin looked up at the formation. Although it was rough in his eyes, there were still some intricacies to it. Just as he raised his head, there was a flash of killing intent in the old man's eyes and he rushed out. He used the teleport spell that only nascent soul cultivators could use. Teleport was the most obvious difference between nascent soul and core formation cultivators. A nascent soul old monster with teleportation was powerful beyond belief to core formation cultivators. He appeared behind Wang Lin in a flash. He then opened his mouth and a ray of green light shot out. This green light contained a bolt of thunder. There were many ghostly wails coming from this thunder, and it shot directly at Wang Lin. The old man didn't even look at the result. After using his life treasure, he teleported again to escape the cave. However, just as he was about to escape, his eyes widened. His body froze in the air, and cold sweat rolled down his face. Wang Lin, who should have been behind him, suddenly appeared before him and coldly looked at him. "Did I let you go?" Wang Lin's 2 fingers were holding the green thunderbolt, and he waved his sleeve. The old man's body was knocked back and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He slammed into the wall. Eyes filled with panic, he exclaimed, How did you become so powerful?" Wang Lin gently squeezed with his 2 fingers and the green thunderbolt immediately dissipated without a trace. This scene struck the old man's mind like a hammer. He was in shock, and his face became even more pale. His nascent soul weakened, and black blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. "You can't kill me. No killing is allowed within the clan. If you kill me, the elder of the family will." The old man was filled with fear. Wang Lin's strength was beyond his imagination. He didn't think a core formation cultivator he could bully at will and expel could become so powerful in just a few days. However, before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, forming an invisible giant hand that pressed down on the old man's head to search his soul. With Wang Lin's power, the old man wasn't even qualified to resist. The old man's body trembled violently, and a moment later, he fell on the ground, unconscious. After looking through this nascent soul old man's memory, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he began to ponder. He hadn't killed many people of the Scatter Thunder clan, but with all the memories he had just obtained, he had a fairly detailed understanding of the Scatter Thunder clan. They use this method of scattering them so they can learn to fight, learn the law of the jungle, and for a generation of leaders to be born. Aside from the 3 mother planets, where a large number of clan members simply live, The remaining 13 of the 16 planets are all trial grounds for the clan members. Every 100 years, there will be one spot to enter the Holy Land, and everyone on these 13 planets needs to fight for it. Once they enter that Holy Land and personally come into contact with that eternal thunderbolt, their mark will be empowered even more. It will cause the cultivation level of whoever enters to increase greatly. There are still 7 years until the next competition. However, the method the Scatter Thunder Clan made for their clan members to compete is interesting. It isn't dependent on cultivation level or fighting skill, but on thunder crystals. In 7 years, the person with the most thunder crystals will be allowed to enter the Holy Land. This is an opportunity one can't let pass. I will be allowed to just enter the Holy Land to absorb the eternal thunderbolt. Wang Lin's lit up and his right hand reached at the void. The thunder mark between the old man's eyebrows flashed and a jade flew out. The people of the ancient star system rarely used bags of holding. The marks between their eyebrows contained a storage space, and everything could be placed inside. With the jade in hand, Wang Lin easily saw its contents without damaging the divine sense mark on it. This jade contained a formation that was always active and vaguely merged with the world. The contents inside were constantly changing. It was a ranking list. This ranking list had a total of 800 names and a number behind each name. These numbers represented thunder crystals. There were obviously more than 800 people in the Scatter Thunder Clan, but only the top 800 could enter this ranking list. Wang Lin looked at the top name on the list and frowned. 1-900-007-000. The person at the top was named Master Spruce. 1-300-009-000. The rank 2 person was named Lotus. After quickly looking at the list, even rank 800 had more than 400,000 thunder crystals. As for the old man in the cave, he only had 70,000 thunder crystals, which was insignificant. Thunder crystals were not objects or just a name. There were many ways of obtaining them. The fastest way was to give tribute to the Scatter Thunder Clan. Whether it was spells, pills, alchemy materials, and even Joss Flames, they could all be exchanged for thunder crystals. Joss Flames gave the most, and the rest would depend on the rank. This wasn't the first time he had encountered something like this. The Demon Spirit Land was similar, only they used war merit, and here they used thunder crystals. This way, the Scatter Thunder Clan had mobilized the entire clan to gather. Not only would this improve the cultivation of clan members, but also allow them to accumulate resources. This is interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his right hand. The mark between the old man's eyebrows was completely activated and everything inside was taken by Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't kill this old man. He naturally knew the Scatter Thunder Clan was very strict on killing between clan members. Once there was a murder, someone would come to investigate. Wang Lin no longer paid any heed to the old man. He walked into the depths of the cave toward the valley. The sound of water flowing became even more clear. There was a small river flowing not far from him. There was a large amount of spirit herbs growing on both sides of the river. What attracted Wang Lin's attention the most was the faint trace of thunder coming from the plant growing on the wall of the valley. It grew 7 feet out from the wall and had 6 green fruits. Just as Wang Lin was observing the fruit, 4 rays of light were heading toward the cave. There were 4 old men, each standing on top of a flying sword each. None of them were weak, and one of them was at the mid-stage of nascent soul. There was a look of disdain on his face and his eyes were cold. One of the 3 men behind him pointed forward and said, "Uncle, Qiji's cave is just ahead. He is the only early nascent soul old monster within 5,000 kilometers, and he has stolen a lot of treasures over the years." The mid-stage nascent soul old man nodded and didn't seem to care as he slowly said, "Very good. Afterward, the 3 of you can go to the Heavenly Thunder Sect to collect your benefits. In exchange for helping my Heavenly Thunder Sect, you will naturally not be treated badly." The 3 core formation cultivators' eyes were filled with joy. The person who spoke quickly said his thanks and laughed. "Uncle will surely be able to trade for a lot of thunder crystals with these treasures. then your status at the Heavenly Thunder Sect will be a lot higher. The mid-stage nascent soul cultivator looked at the core formation cultivator and softly said, I won't be using those thunder crystals for myself. I'll give them to the sect master. My Heavenly Thunder Sect master is very close to the Scatter Thunder ranking. Soon, he will enter the rankings. After he spoke, the 3 core formation cultivators were shocked and they became even more respectful. There were tiny lightning bolts swarming around each of the thunder fruits inside the valley. This is the thunder fruit. Wang Lin reached out and one of the fruits flew into his hand. He carefully looked at the green fruit, and it did contain some thunder power. It could improve the body inside and out, making it more suitable for using thunder spells. In Qi Ji and Yufei's memory, this thunder fruit can be exchanged for 1 thunder crystal. Wang Lin looked at the fruit but didn't swallow it. Instead, he crushed the fruit and a small flash of thunder appeared and was absorbed by his right hand into his origin soul. Wang Lin closed his eyes and silently observed the power of thunder from the fruit. A moment later he opened his eyes. They were filled with thunder. His gaze penetrated the valley to outside the cave and he muttered, I was going to go steal, but I didn't expect someone to deliver themselves to me. At this moment, the 4 rays of light arrived near the cave. Without the need for the nascent soul old man to speak, one of the core formation cultivators walked out and shouted, Qi Ji, the Heavenly Thunder Sect is here. Come out and greet us. This voice echoed for a long time inside the cave. The nascent soul old man looked down at the restrictions outside the cave and frowned. When Wang Lin walked through, he didn't activate any and found them insignificant. However, to this old man they were very intricate. He faintly felt a sense of crisis. Since this Qi Ji was able to become a nascent soul old monster, he can't be underestimated. Just the restrictions outside the cave are not simple. He stopped the core formation cultivator from speaking and gloomily said, Fellow cultivator Qi, I'm Qiu Dihai, one of the 4 grand elders of the Heavenly Thunder Sect. Today I became because my sect master will soon reach the Scatter Thunder rankings. I ask fellow cultivator Qi to donate some magical treasures and pills. His voice was gloomy, and he had spread out his entire mid-stage nascent soul cultivation into his voice, letting it drift into the cave. Just as his voice echoed, the door to the cave rumbled and opened. Something was thrown out. It was Qi Ji who was in a coma. This sudden scene startled the 3 core formation cultivators and caused Qiu Dihai's pupils to shrink. Are you looking for him? A cold voice came from inside the cave, and following the voice was Wang Lin in white. As he calmly and slowly walked outside, a faint pressure spread out. You're Yufei. One of the core formation cultivators apparently recognized Yufei at a glance. However, under this pressure, his core trembled and his voice was filled with disbelief. The nascent soul old man stared at Wang Lin. His nascent soul trembled and he had a bad feeling. Wang Lin was standing right there, but when his divine sense swept by, he found nothing. It was as if this person didn't exist. He had only felt this feeling from his sect master. However, he had a feeling that even if his sect master was here, his sect master wouldn't be able to detect this person at all. What made his scalp numb even more was the pressure coming from this person. This pressure was extremely strong, and under this pressure, he felt the spiritual energy inside his body stop. Those cold words seemed to contain a tearing force that was going to rip him from the inside out. Cold sweat covered his forehead, and Qiu Dihai swallowed hard. He slowly backed away and clasped his hands. This old man doesn't know this Qi Ji, and this is my first time meeting him. Since fellow cultivator was here first, then this old man will leave. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. He suppressed the trembling of his nascent soul and slowly retreated. He felt that this person was too powerful for him to resist. It was best to let him go and return back to the sect. The 3 core formation cultivators also felt like something was wrong. They retreated in terror and were about to leave this place. You're just going to leave like this? Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile and looked at the 4 of them. This gaze made Qiu Dihai's heart skip a beat, and he didn't hesitate to wave his hand to push the 3 core formation cultivators toward Wang Lin as a shield. He quickly retreated and was covered in cold sweat when he was about to teleport away. The Scatter Thunder clan didn't allow clan members to kill each other, but you could waste their cultivation or kill indirectly. This old man knew all of this very well, and he had done it many times. At this moment he was terrified, and his first thought was to escape. Wang Lin ignored that teleporting nascent soul cultivators and waved his right hand. Those 3 core formation cultivators all screamed miserably as the marks between their eyebrows collapsed and large amounts of treasures flew out. Wang Lin put them all away before stepping into the sky. The 3 core formation cultivators coughed out blood and fell to the ground one by one. Their cores all collapsed. Although they weren't dead, their cultivation had been wasted. Qiu Dihai had heard those mournful cries after he teleported. The chill in his head had increased, and he didn't hesitate to teleport away. When he reappeared, he was already far away. The moment he reappeared, he teleported once more. After doing this several times, he had used almost all the spiritual energy in his body. But he didn't dare to stop. He took some pills and teleported once more. Wang Lin's figure and voice became a dark cloud that weighted heavily on his nascent soul. He feared that he was too slow and would get caught. He teleported more than 10 times and rushed out more than 50,000 kilometers. During this time, he had devoured a large amount of pills and could be said to be running for his life. He had even crushed the jade from his sect to summon help from surrounding sect members. There were many small sects like the Heavenly Thunder sect. The clan would naturally not interfere and would actually encourage people to form and join sects. Qiu Dihai was covered in cold sweat, short of breath, and had teleported many times. After a teleport, there was a flash of light before him and a middle-aged man in green walked out. He frowned and looked at Qiu Dihai. Elder Qiu, what did you encounter to make you so scared that you even called for help? After Qiu Dihai saw the middle-aged man, he felt relieved, but he didn't answer the question. He immediately looked back and his divine sense spread out behind him. Only after he found no trace of Wang Lin did he let out wry smile. He looked at the middle-aged man and was about to speak. However, just at this instant, a voice that made Qiu Dihai lose his wits appeared like the cold wind. Not going to run? Qiu Dihai felt his scalp go numb and his eyes filled with monstrous panic. He no longer dared to talk with the middle-aged man and immediately began to teleport away. The middle-aged man was also startled. When Wang Lin's voice echoed, he felt like his nascent soul was hit by a hammer and coughed out blood. After seeing Qiu Dihai's behavior, endless terror arose inside him, and he didn't hesitate to teleport away like Qiu Dihai. If the 2 of you split apart, I'll destroy both your cultivations. The 2 of them ran like crazy and teleported non-stop, using all the pills they had. They didn't dare to stop or separate from each other. However, after teleporting a few times, the consumption of spiritual energy was too great for the 2 of them to bear. Qiu Dihai, you provoked such a person and then dragged me into it. The middle-aged man gnashed his teeth as he escaped and stared with Qiu Dihai with anger. Qiu Dihai's face was pale and filled with fear. He wanted to speak, but the voice that made the 2 of them panic echoed once more. Keep asking for help and call all the nascent soul cultivators of your Heavenly Thunder sect. Take me to your Heavenly Thunder sect. Otherwise, I'll waste your cultivation. The middle-aged man took out a jade and crushed it to request for help before Qiu Dihai. He hated Qiu Dihai to the bones, and if he couldn't drag more people down with him, he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. After 1 hour, an extremely strange scene unfolded on this planet. For nascent soul cultivators were escaping in panic. 3 of them revealed intense hatred along with the panic. Wang Lin calmly walked behind the 4 of them. Along the way, as Qiu Dihai and company had called for help, the other 2 elders arrived. The 4 of them escaped together and had to listen to Wang Lin's request to escape toward the Heavenly Thunder sect. A mountain appeared in the distance. This mountain wasn't big, but there were clouds around it. There were also stone steps winding from the peak. There were some building on top of the mountain. It had the look of a sect. When the 4 terrified cultivators brought Wang Lin here, Qiu Dihai quickly said with a trembling voice, Senior, this is the Heavenly Thunder Sect. Along the way, the four of them had been forced to rush as fast as they could. Adding the panic and terror they felt, their minds were tormented the entire way. Wang Lin looked at the mountain and waved his right hand. A gust of wind appeared and wrapped around the four nascent soul cultivators. The four of them let out screams and their thunder marks were broken open. Large amounts of treasures flew out of them. Wang Lin put them away, and at the same time, the gust of wind smashed through the clouds and the four of them landed at the square of the Heavenly Thunder Sect. The entire Heavenly Thunder Sect was completely silent. Some of the weaker cultivators were originally cultivating in the square. After seeing the four head elders being tossed into the square, they were speechless. Senior, you finally came. In this silence, a person suddenly charged out. He was thin and looked ordinary, but he was at the early stage of soul formation. His eyes were crystal clear as he looked at Wang Lin with excitement in his eyes. When I saw Senior, my heart couldn't settle down for a long time. Senior's cultivation is heaven-piercing and your style is unmatched. In that short moment, I felt as if I had seen Senior many reincarnation cycles ago. I couldn't calm myself and only wanted to see Senior a bit more before my lifespan ended. Every time I looked, the spiritual energy in my body would move on its own and even my cultivation would increase, as if I had devoured countless thunder fruits. Only someone like Senior would have such an ability. Not even the elders of the Scatter Thunder clan, not even the clan head could compare to Senior when they were at your age. Senior, Junior asks for nothing and is willing to hand over everything I have collected to Senior. I only hope that Senior would let me stay with Senior so I can see Senior often and witness Senior's rise. Let me be Senior's lackey. Let me clear the path. Let me slaughter all of Senior's enemies. Let me dedicate my life to Senior until my death. Even with Wang Lin's cultivation, he couldn't help but be startled by these words from the skinny man, and he couldn't help but think of Su Ligua. In truth, it was not only him. If any other cultivator were to see this, they would be stunned on the spot. The skinny cultivator had spewed out a lot of words, and they were all filled with sincerity. Below him, the members of the sect were all gobsmacked. They had been in the Heavenly Thunder Sect for a while, but they had never seen their always majestic and domineering sect master speak words like this. Wang Lin's always calm expression turned into a strange smile when he heard the words of the skinny cultivator. The skinny cultivator didn't reveal any hint of falsehood, as if everything he had said was natural and true. His expression really made it difficult for Wang Lin to attack and waste his cultivation. With Wang Lin's wisdom, he had naturally seen through that this was all the skinny cultivator's plan. The skinny cultivator knew that he couldn't resist, and this was the only way to keep his cultivation. What is your name? Wang Lin landed on the ground like a willow leaf fluttering in the wind. He stood at the center of the Heavenly Thunder Sect square. Answer. My name is Zhong Big Red. Zhong like Little Zhong and Red like Little Red. Junior has only ever respected one person. Let me clear the path. Let me. The skinny cultivator was going to continue when he was interrupted by Wang Lin. Enough. Hand over everything you have gathered that can be used to exchange for thunder crystals. Although Big Red looked calm, he was scared out of his wits. Earlier, he was cultivating in the main hall when he heard for heavy objects smash into the square. His divine sense spread out to find his four head elders thrown to the ground with their cultivations wasted. He was startled and became furious. However, that anger completely disappeared when he saw Wang Lin, and he trembled. He was at the early stage of soul formation, and although he didn't cultivate domains like inner realm cultivators, his mark was 30% active. Also, due to his cultivation level, he had come into contact with other cultivators, and the highest level one he had met was at the ascendant stage. When he sensed Wang Lin, he was terrified to the point that it felt like the world was going to fall apart. This feeling was several times more powerful than when he met the ascendant cultivator. Luckily, he was extremely clever and didn't hesitate to change that terror into excitement, followed by his rapid flattery. He had only used this trick 3 times in his life. The first time was when he was at the Foundation establishment stage and had to revolve a crisis. The second time was when he was at the nascent soul stage. He escaped from the Ascendant Cultivator with mere a scare and had even obtained some benefits. This was the third time he had used this invincible art. In Big Red's point of view, out of all his spells, this invincible art was his true ace, and it could save him at critical moments. So he had practiced it in secret until he was extremely proficient at it. It was his ace, so he only ever used it as a last resort. When he heard Wang Lin's order, he quickly formed a seal and hit the mark between his eyebrows. There was a flash, and things that could be exchanged for thunder crystals flew out until they formed a small mountain. Senior, this is everything Junior has gathered over the years. Although there isn't anything extremely valuable, there are a lot of things. Junior estimates that these should be worth around 50,000 thunder crystals. After he spoke, he carefully observed Wang Lin's expression. When he saw Wang Lin frown, he immediately became terrified. Then he clenched his teeth and quickly spoke. Senior. Junior also has some treasures to give Senior. As he spoke, his right hand hit his mark once more and 3 more items flew out. The first was a branch as thick as an arm, but it was flashing with thunder. The second was a pill that gave off a green glow. The third was an ancient mirror. These 3 items are things Junior had specially prepared for Senior. Just these 3 can be exchanged for 10,000 thunder crystals. Wang Lin looked at Big Red with a smile that wasn't a smile. His gaze made Big Red's scalp numb, and just as he was about to speak, Wang Lin waved his sleeves, causing everything that could be exchanged for thunder crystals to disappear. No one had noticed him open a spatial crack, and a divine sense filled with ecstasy rushed out of it. Master, you finally remembered me. Ah! Little Su has been teaching that Lu Jinbiao a lesson all these years and hasn't been lazy at all. Although Su Ligua's cry had come from the storage space crack, to everyone else it seemed to have come from the void. At the same time, Su Ligua appeared in the Heavenly Thunder sect. After Big Red heard Su Ligua's voice, his eyes narrowed as if he had met the most powerful enemy in his life. Master, I have been following your order and have been tormenting Lu Jinbiao. That old boy is actually quite pitiful. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend my mighty, handsome, and powerful master. The moment Su Ligua appeared, he didn't even look at his surroundings. His face was filled with flattery as he rubbed his hands and stared at Wang Lin with a pitiful expression. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but Big Red felt his heart skip a bit. His pupils shrank as he shot Su Ligua a stare filled with hostility. He had only faintly felt that Su Ligua was a powerful enemy, but now it was clear. This person had the same invincible art as him. Seeing how the other was able to embody the invincible arts in just a few words, it was a level above his long speech. Arch-rival. This person must be my arch-rival. Big Red took a deep breath and began to observe. Master, please don't send me back too quickly, considering how loyal and hard-working little Su has been. Su Ligua revealed a mournful expression. Big Red looked at Su Ligua, and his expression became even more serious. Even his expression contains the true meaning of the invincible art. Wang Lin revealed a smile that wasn't a smile as his gaze moved between Su Ligua and Big Red. The reason he had summoned Su Ligua was somewhat related to Big Red. Perhaps it would be better for Su Ligua to gather thunder crystals in the Scatter Thunder clan for me. Wang Lin made up his mind. Then he nodded slightly and slowly said, If you do this well, we can talk about it. With that, Wang Lin sent out a message to Su Ligua, giving his order, and as Su Ligua listened, his body began to tremble. He was trembling due to excitement, and after Wang Lin finished, he looked up with excitement and laughed. No one is better than your granda, little Su. Master, rest assured. A mere 1 billion thunder crystals? Leave it to me. The bad feeling inside Big Red became even stronger. He quickly took a few steps forward, looked at Wang Lin with a respectful gaze, and said, Senior, Junior hasn't finished speaking. Junior still has a treasure that can be exchanged for 10,000 thunder crystals. Only someone like Senior can possess such a treasure. After he spoke, he hit his mark again, and there was a flash of light. A flying sword flew out and gave off a chilling aura. Wang Lin revealed a smile as he nodded slightly and put the flying sword away. Su Ligua looked around and then looked at Big Red. He hadn't paid attention to the surrounding people earlier, but now he immediately felt that something was wrong. This person is giving off a faint scent of shamelessness. However, it is far from a match for your Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su has been flattering this fiend since before you were even born. Su Ligua revealed a kind smile as he looked at Big Red and smiled. Fellow cultivator is? Big Red looked at Su Ligua with the same smile and clasped his hands. I'm Zhong Big Red. Zhong as in Big Zhong and Red as in Big Red. Their gazes collided at this instant. The smile on Su Ligua remained unchanged as he withdrew his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Big Red was a step ahead and said with a look of flattery, Senior, Junior's Heavenly Thunder sect has a lot of people. Let me get the things they have to exchange for thunder crystals to give to Senior. After he spoke, he turned around and roared at the Heavenly Thunder sect members who were gobsmacked at the scene before them. Under his pressure, everything that could be exchanged for thunder crystals was gathered by Big Red and handed to Wang Lin. Wang Lin put it all away, then his eyes flashed an indiscernible amount. He waved his right hand and took out a pill. He casually took out pill he didn't know the value of. It was a pill he had refined from the soul of a rank 4 beast in the Cloud Sea. However, when Big Red saw this, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, Soul pill! This pill can be exchanged for at least 20,000 thunder crystals and is extremely rare. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he waved his hand. The pill landed in Big Red's hand. I give this pill to you. From now on, you will help me collect things to exchange for thunder crystals. Wang Lin said gently. He wasn't going to trade for thunder crystals with his own pills because he would be making the Scatter Thunder clan more powerful. Instead, he was going to use Big Red to collect treasures from the Scatter Thunder clan members and use their own possessions to trade for thunder crystals. Big Red took a deep breath. He held the pill and immediately said, Senior, rest assured, Junior will do his best. Su Ligua stared at Big Red with hostility in his gaze. Although he didn't care for the pill, this Big Red was uncomfortable to look at, and his gaze became vicious. Damn it! You dare to fight with your Grandpa Su for favor before this fiend? Little brat, you've got guts. Just you wait, your Grandpa Su will remember you. In almost 2,000 years, none that have tried to fight with your Grandpa Su for this fiend's favor has had a good fate. Your Grandpa Su has plenty of time to kill you. I'm going to torment you to death like I tormented Lu Jinbiao. Su Ligua's eyes lit up and he revealed a dark smile. Time slowly passed on this Scatter Thunder clan planet. In the blink of an eye, Wang Lin had been here for a month now. During this month, he didn't return to the cave, but chose to cultivate in the Heavenly Thunder clan. Over the past month, Su Ligua and Big Red had begun gathering a large amount of items that could be traded for thunder crystals, with the Heavenly Thunder sect as the center. With everything that had been gathered, Wang Lin could trade for 100,000 thunder crystals. Su Ligua rarely got to leave the storage space, so he was extremely excited and began a campaign outside the Heavenly Thunder sect. He didn't like to act alone, so he always took more than 10 Foundation Establishment Heavenly Thunder sect disciples, and they moved like locusts. He had used an unknown method to take any core formation cultivator he found under his command. In just 1 month, there were almost 100 Scatter Thunder clan members under him. Su Ligua seemed to have learned this from somewhere, but he had made them make him a giant bamboo throne. It was 1,000 feet wide and shined brightly with Su Ligua sitting on top. He also had 4 Scatter Thunder clan female cultivators accompany him. He was extremely arrogant. The dozens of cultivators carried this throne forward. There were also dozens of cultivators on all sides. While moving forward, Su Ligua specially chose 2 very loud core formation cultivators to roar nonstop. Grandpa Su is here. He is imposing, magnificent, unrivaled, handsome, and incomparable. This voice was like thunder. Su Ligua laughed loudly and felt extremely proud. He was leaning on one female cultivator while eating a fruit from another female cultivator and drinking wine. There were two more female cultivators gently massaging his faintly corporeal body. This enjoyment made Su Ligua very excited. Aside from the four female cultivators, there were also four very handsome men. They were half kneeling there, also serving Su Ligua. This is the life. This is the life I, Su Ligua, should enjoy. That fiend has been going left and right for 2,000 years. But it is Grandpa Su who is truly happy. Haha, it's your Grandpa Su who is smart. Life should be enjoyed. As Su Ligua listened to the roars filled with flattery for himself and enjoyed being served by the female and male cultivators, his entire body felt good. His eyes squinted and he couldn't help but feel melancholy. How long has it been since I felt this happy? Damn it. If not for that fiend catching me, I could have enjoyed this happy life for years now. Well, maybe my lifespan would have ended by now. Forget it, what's the use of thinking so much? I must make up for all the life I missed in these 2,000 years. There are too few women. If there can be 100, 1,000, it should be perfect. Add 1,000 handsome men and 10,000 people carrying the throne to roar together for me. That would be perfect. To reach this goal, Grandpa Su will have to work hard. Su Ligua was in high spirits. Just at this moment, there was a ray of light flying toward him, and there was a core formation cultivator inside. This person got within 100 feet of the throne and loudly said, "Great Immortal is imposing, magnificent, unrivaled, handsome, and incomparable." With that, he took a breath and quickly said, 50 kilometers ahead is the cave of the late-stage nascent soul old monster Chen Dongfeng. He seems to have noticed something and has already activated the restrictions. Su Ligua pinched the face of a female cultivator beside him and proudly said, "Continue moving forward. I'll let you all see how Grandpa Su deals with a mere nascent soul cultivator." The 50-kilometer distance was crossed quickly. The giant throne covered the sun, creating a huge shadow over the mountain, and gave off a powerful pressure. There was a cave in the middle of the mountain. There was a large amount of restrictions at the entrance, sealing the cave. There were also 8 small flags around the mountain, spinning rapidly and creating black fog. After the throne closed in, Su Ligua had a self-satisfied look as he slowly raised his right hand. Only after attracting the gazes of all the surrounding cultivators did he wave his hand. With a wave of his hand, the world rumbled and countless sword shadows appeared in the air. The moment they appeared, they let out endless sword hymns, and sword energy scattered everywhere, pushing the clouds apart. Even the world dimmed. Su Ligua was the sword spirit who had obtained the inheritance of the ancient sword intent. Although he was lazy, when he was sealed in the Four Divine sect by Wang Lin, he was forced to cultivate. Not to mention a mere nascent soul cultivator, ascendant yin and yang, and even nirvana scryer cultivators were no match for Su Ligua. With a wave of his hand, as the world rumbled, endless sword energy appeared. The sword energy was extremely dense and made all the surrounding cultivators tremble, as if they were surrounded in never-melting ice. Endless sword energy fell on the mountain. The black fog around the mountain immediately collapsed, and when the 8 small flags were going to explode, Su Ligua grabbed them. That fiend said that no treasure can be damaged. These can be traded for thunder crystals. The sword energy broke through the fog and landed on the mountain. With Su Ligua's careful control, the sword energy penetrated the mountain, and layers of it fell off until the whole mountain disappeared, leaving only the cave without any walls. It was like a mortal house with its roof taken off. Sitting inside was a middle-aged man who was shocked into a trance by what had happened. Grandpa Su is here. He is imposing, magnificent, unrivaled, handsome, and incomparable. Loud roars came from the cultivators beside Su Ligua, and this really exuded an imposing aura. This awakened the middle-aged man who had been frightened into a trance. Obey Grandpa Su and offer up everything that could be traded for thunder crystals. Disobey and Grandpa Su will waste your cultivation and imprison you for life. The 2 core formation cultivators with particularly loud voices immediately roared. The middle-aged man stared dumbfoundedly at the throne. The throne was far too big and gave him a powerful pressure. He swallowed hard and didn't hesitate to respectfully clasp his hands. Junior will hand over everything. Su Ligua laughed. He looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. Good. From now on, follow your Grandpa Su. I want to ask you, where can I find female cultivators? The middle-aged man felt his scalp go numb under Su Ligua's gaze, and he had a bad feeling, but he didn't know what to do. When he heard the question, he quickly said, if it's female cultivators, there is a place 5,000 kilometers away with a sect called the Thunder Celestial Sect. It's a sect filled with female cultivators, and its sect master is extremely beautiful. However, her cultivation level is quite high. It is said she has some relationship with an inner member of the clan. The moment Su Ligua heard beauty, his eyes lit up and he ignored the part about her cultivation level. He waved his hand and roared, lead the way! Come with Grandpa Su to steal people. Steal treasures. The group of people flew off into the distance. The giant throne was extremely eye-catching in the sun, and Su Ligua's proud laughter could be heard. There was also the faint roars of almost 100 people. On the other side, Big Red had also begun to collect like crazy. Big Red was only at the soul formation stage, so for him to complete the task, Wang Lin had given him a flying sword. This sword was ordinary, but it was extremely powerful for first-step cultivators. It allowed him to beat mid-stage soul formation cultivators and even hold out for a while against late-stage soul formation cultivators. However, compared to Su Ligua's arrogance, Big Red was much more cautious. Although he had taken some cultivators with him, he wasn't having a good time. However, he was more familiar with the Scatter Thunder clan and knew what could trade for more thunder crystals. He knew where many caves were located, and adding the pill and the sword Wang Lin had given him, he felt confident. He felt like his chance had come. As long as he could satisfy Wang Lin, perhaps he could get another pill. Thinking about this, Big Red became confident and excited, but he was also secretly on guard against Su Ligua. He felt that this Su Ligua was his arch-rival. Damn it, if Senior only had me beside him, it would be godsend for me. I didn't expect to meet this Su Ligua, who also practices the invincible art. His cultivation level is higher than mine and he is extremely shameless. He must have practiced the invincible art to reach his current cultivation level. However, I, Big Red, won't concede defeat. Although my cultivation level isn't high enough, I have secretly researched the invincible art for hundreds of years and wasn't able to display all of it before. Now, with Su Ligua here, I have to use 120% of my ability to battle him. The winner is still undecided. Big Red sneered as he brought the people with him and destroyed several caves. He was secretly preparing what to say to Wang Lin in his heart, so he could use the invincible art at any moment. I, Big Red, have very high talent in the invincible art. I don't believe I can't beat Su Ligua. While Su Ligua and Big Red were gathering, Wang Lin was sitting in the Heavenly Thunder sect with a jade before him. This jade contained a set of cultivation methods used by the Scatter Thunder clan. This cultivation method was called the Great Thunder Stamp. It allowed you to compress all the thunder in your body in exchange for a powerful explosive attack. However, this only worked with the help of the clan mark, and it could help one slowly awaken the clan mark when cultivated for a long time. Wang Lin was studying this cultivation method, so he could understand the Scatter Thunder clan's mark. He vaguely felt like learning this would be extremely important in order for him to absorb the eternal thunderbolt. With Wang Lin's powerful divine sense, it didn't take him too long to completely figure it out. Only thunder cultivators could learn this, and its power changed depending on the amount of thunder in one's body. The more thunder there was to compress, the more powerful it became. For example, Big Red could compress the thunder in his body 10 times and get a burst of power. This was common in the Scatter Thunder clan, but if this was in the inner realm on planet Suzaku, he would be one of the most powerful cultivators. However, this was only secondary. To really use the Great Thunder Stamp, one had to reach the second step. Then they could gather thunder from the void and cause the thunder in their body to compress 1,000 or even 10,000-fold. As a result, its power would be heaven-shaking. This was only one of the methods of controlling thunder. It was due to them studying ways of controlling thunder for tens of thousands of years and finding many methods that even though they didn't have a third-step cultivator, they were still one of the great clans in the ancient star system. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from the jade. His expression was calm and he began to ponder. The strongest person in the Scatter Thunder clan is the ancestor who is at the 5th heaven's blight and only one step from the 3rd step. Although this step is like the gap between heaven and earth, his strength is unquestionable. If he uses this spell, I wonder how many tens of thousands of times he could compress it. He might even be able to hold off 3rd step cultivators for a moment. While Wang Lin pondered, he memorized the Great Thunder Stamp. As his hands formed a seal, thunderous rumbles echoed and countless bolts of thunder appeared. They were like silver snakes, and they charged for his hand, forming a fist-sized ball of thunder. There were popping sounds coming from the ball of thunder, and it was being constantly compressed. 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. In the blink of an eye, the ball of thunder had been compressed almost 30,000-fold. The ball of thunder had disappeared and become invisible to the naked eye. Only with your divine sense could you see the ball of thunder that had been compressed 30,000-fold in Wang Lin's hand. Although this body has been modified by me, at most it can only display up to soul formation strength. However, my origin soul is powerful, so it isn't limited by this body, and outsiders can't perceive my origin soul. This is because my origin soul has merged with the thunder here and is on the same level of existence as the eternal thunderbolt. Even if the Scatter Thunder clan ancestor came, as long as he cultivates the Scatter Thunder clan mark and the eternal thunderbolt, even with a higher cultivation level, his control over thunder can't match mine. Wang Lin looked at the dust particle-sized ball of thunder and pondered. 30,000-fold of compression is the limit of this body. If I try to intensify it more, this body will immediately collapse. Wang Lin waved his right hand and the dust particle formed by compressing the ball of thunder 30,000-fold silently disappeared. Big Red is a member of the Scatter Thunder clan, so there is no harm in him acting. As for Su Ligua, he is not a cultivator, but a sword spirit, so I'll let him be happy. The Scatter Thunder clan exists within the Thunder Lake, where non-clan members can't enter at all, so they aren't on guard against outsiders. I don't have to be too low-key. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stopped thinking about this. He closed his eyes and began studying the Scatter Thunder clan's mark. The Scatter Thunder clan's marks were all extensions of the Eternal Thunderbolt and had evolved from that power. To study the mark was like indirectly studying the Eternal Thunderbolt. The thunder mark Wang Lin was studying was Yufei's. Although Yufei had ripped out his mark, it was imprinted in his soul, so it was not something that could be destroyed by just ripping off the flesh. As Wang Lin studied it, he could feel how ancient and powerful the Eternal Thunderbolt was. Just this extension of the Eternal Thunderbolt already contained a large variety of thunder. And just this small mark contained a trace of thunder essence. However, he couldn't absorb this thunder essence. This essence contained a will and seemed to be sleeping, but it was constantly absorbing from the members of the Scatter Thunder clan. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin had already been in the hall for more than a month. As he continued to research, he vaguely noticed something strange. His eyes slowly opened and revealed exhaustion, but there was a strange light within them. All members of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivate their mark for countless years, and as the mark awakens more, they obtain endless power and the power to control thunder. While the mark improves their cultivation at the same time, they are constantly giving their life force and thunder as offering to the Eternal Thunderbolt. This is very similar to Joss Flames. Wang Lin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. If the Eternal Thunderbolt is a 3rd step cultivator, then entire Scatter Thunder clan are like disciples for the Eternal Thunderbolt. These disciples all have the marks, and they are constantly cultivating and offering everything. But depending on how much they offer, they get varying cultivation levels in return. All of this is also very similar to the Scatter Thunder ranking in this clan. Wang Lin felt like he had found a heaven-shaking secret. He took a deep breath and muttered, "All the clans in the ancient star system have a mark. This mark isn't always between the eyebrows. The Blue Silk clan has blue hair, but it is also a mark. If all the other ancient star system clans are like the Scatter Thunder clan, then this ancient star system, could it be? Wang Lin's pupils shrank and he suddenly looked up. His gaze pierced through the hall and looked at the world. His gaze was extremely gloomy. Could it be that the ancient star system is a mysterious existence with unimaginable cultivation and a captive place created by it? For example, when Taoist Water and I battled, there was a world that he had created containing 2 billion disciples. There were also cultivation planets there, and to those disciples, Taoist Water was God. The more he guessed, the more his heart felt cold. But his gaze wasn't able to pierce the heavens and the fog surrounding the truth. This is all my speculation. Perhaps it is not as I thought. However, this means that the sealed realm formation is not as the Lord of the sealed realm had said. It wasn't placed there to simply trap the people of the inner realm. Also, the woman in silver said that Joss flames are poisonous and a scam, coupled with what Tao Master Blue Dream said about the sovereign being seriously injured by someone in the inner realm with a roar and fleeing in panic. Are all of these connected? What kind of secret shrouds the inner and outer realms? Also, what role did the ancient celestial realm play in all of this? The more Wang Lin thought about this, the more terrified he felt. A rare trembling arose in his mind. He took a deep breath and calmed down. He buried his speculation deep within his heart. No matter if it is true or false, I won't casually cultivate Joss flames. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and became filled with determination. Several days later, Big Red returned before Su Ligua. Just as he returned to the sect, he immediately changed his expression to one full of excitement and respect. After hearing that Wang Lin was in closed-door cultivation, he immediately arrived before the hall and told everyone to leave. He stood outside the hall by himself and looked extremely vigilant, like he was a royal follower guarding his master. It was as if even if an ascendant cultivator came, they would have to step over his body to enter the hall. Not long after he made his pose, Wang Lin's summon echoed in his mind. He immediately became spirited and turned around. He first patted his clothes to dust his clean outfit and then walked into the hall with a flattering expression. The moment he entered, before he even saw Wang Lin, Big Red excitedly said, "Junior Big Red has gathered a large amount of items that can traded for thunder crystals for Senior." As he spoke, he entered the main hall and touched his mark. The things he had collected over the past month flew out and formed a small mountain. He was spirited as he took a deep breath and excitedly said, "This little one hasn't seen Senior for several weeks. Now that I have seen Senior, I immediately feel refreshed. Just breathing the air that Senior has cultivated in has made me feel like my cultivation level has increased. I only hate that I can't follow Senior at all times. However, doing Senior's bidding is a great honor for Big Red. I wish I could turn into many avatars so I could gather faster." Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he looked at Big Red. He waved his hand and put away everything that could be used to trade for thunder crystals. "Not bad. This is a reward for you." Wang Lin flicked his finger and a pill landed in Big Red's hand. Big Red lowered his head and was shaken. He couldn't cover the excitement as he quickly said, "It is this little one's honor to do things for Senior. Senior is as bright as the sun and moon. Even without the reward, this little one would still be pleased to help Senior. Senior, there are only few more days until the day to trade for thunder crystals. The Thunder Crystal Temple will open soon. Should we leave now to trade for some?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and then looked at Big Red with a smile that wasn't a smile before nodding. When Big Red saw Wang Lin agree, he became excited. He had deliberately chosen to come back before Su Ligua in order to have some time alone with Wang Lin to use his invincible art. He had also decided to take Wang Lin to the Thunder Crystal Temple, so that Su Ligua wouldn't find Wang Lin when he returned. Humph, I, Big Red, am about to begin my war with you. I don't believe I can't beat you. As long as Senior accepts me, what are mere things to trade for thunder crystals? If I stick with Senior, I'll seriously gain a lot of benefits. From the looks of it, Senior is intending to get into the Scatter Thunder rankings. Once Senior rises, it will also be the day I make a name for myself. Perhaps there will be a place for I, Big Red, in the Scatter Thunder clan." Big Red had ambition. This was his biggest difference from Su Ligua. One couldn't always trade for thunder crystals in the Scatter Thunder clan. There were only 3 days on each of the 13 planets where the Thunder Crystal Temple was open. One could only trade for Thunder Crystal during these 3 days. During these 3 days, most of the cultivators on the Cultivation planet would rush over to trade for Thunder Crystals from the Elder in charge. Similarly, they could also trade for treasures from the Scatter Thunder clan using the Thunder Crystals. However, in the Scatter Thunder clan, Thunder Crystals couldn't be privately traded and couldn't be transferred. They can only be traded with the Thunder Crystal Temple. Although this was the case, the Scatter Thunder clan had a large amount of people, so they naturally had a way around it. They just traded items of equal worth in Thunder Crystals to replace Thunder Crystals. However, this method was very dangerous, so only powerful old monsters dared to deal in private. Not being able to transfer or trade Thunder Crystals in private was very inconvenient for the members of the Scatter Thunder clan. However, over the countless years, it was never changed. Wang Lin headed toward the Thunder Crystal Temple with Big Red as company. The two turned into 2 rays of light and quickly flew across the sky. The Thunder Crystal Temple was located at the center of the planet on top of the peak of a mountain. This mountain peak was the highest point on the Cultivation planet, and it was surrounded by a green fog year-round. One couldn't carelessly enter this place. Once inside the green fog, one would be injured by the thunder inside. A light consequence would be a serious injury, and a serious consequence would be death. This was a forbidden place. Only during the 3 days it was open would the green fog dissipate a bit, revealing a path for the Scatter Thunder clan members to enter. The Heavenly Thunder sect was a bit far from the Thunder Crystal Temple. In fact, the Heavenly Thunder sect was in a remote region of the Cultivation planet, just like the country of Zhao on planet Suzaku. No one took it seriously or ever searched it. Even if some powerful cultivator settled there, unless there was a shocking change, the region was truly insignificant to this huge cultivation planet. For example, Yufei had never traveled more than 50,000 kilometers away. Even though people within 50,000 kilometers knew him, the moment he left the area, no one would know him. Even Big Red was the same. It was because of this that Wang Lin wasn't too concerned about his sudden change in cultivation level. It took them almost a month to reach the center with Wang Lin using no spells. While flying, Big Red had exerted his full strength and constantly used his invincible art to flatter Wang Lin. However, he wasn't just flattering with his words, he also worked hard. Often, Wang Lin would only need a look and he would already know what to do. Along the way, Red Big had served Wang Lin well. This was one point that Su Ligua was lacking in compared to Big Red. Even Wang Lin couldn't help but give him a few extra pills and point out some of Big Red's cultivation flaws. As a result, Big Red had become even more spirited. Without Wang Lin's command, whenever they encountered someone they could steal from, he would viciously charge in and return with a large amount of items to trade. He would then hand them over to Wang Lin without keeping any for himself. Master, further ahead is the range of the Thunder Crystal Temple, so we can't continue to steal here. During the 3 days of trade, conflict is banned within the area of the Thunder Crystal Temple. This is a method of protection. Earlier, we didn't take a straight line and went around to avoid some powerful cultivators. I know Master's cultivation is heaven-shaking, but the Thunder Crystal Temple is only open for 3 days, so it is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. They can all be dealt with on the way back. During these days, Big Red had slowly gone from calling Wang Lin Sr. to Master. These 2 words had completely different meanings behind them. Big Red thought that Senior always made him sound like an outsider. If he could call Wang Lin Master like Su Ligua did, they would be like a family. Wang Lin didn't refuse and allowed Big Red to change the way he addressed him. After entering the range of the Thunder Crystal Temple, the amount of cultivators increased and rays of light flew across the sky. Big Red was extremely vigilant. Although this place prevented battling, facing all these powerful cultivators made him nervous. Some cultivators had come in groups. More than 10 people flew across the sky arrogantly, and many people quickly avoided them. The people of the Scatter Thunder clan are much better than the cultivators of the inner realm. It is easy to find soul formation cultivators, and there are also a lot at the soul transformation stage. As Wang Lin moved forward, He withdrew his gaze from the rays of light passing by. Just at this moment, an extremely powerful aura came from behind Wang Lin and Big Red. This aura was like a wave, and it rumbled loudly. There was also thunder surrounding the area. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators all changed slightly. They all looked over with respectful expressions. It was a middle-aged man wearing a Dao crown, with his hands behind his back. He walked past Wang Lin and created a powerful gust of wind. Ascendant old monster! It's Mount Wui's Black Devil King. Rumor has it that this person is at the peak of the early stage of Ascendant and could enter the mid-stage at any moment. This old monster is said to not casually leave Mount Wui. He must be up to something big. Of course, Black Devil King is rank 766 on the Scatter Thunder rankings. After exchanging for Thunder Crystals this time, he might move up a few spots. The surrounding cultivators all respectfully clasped their hands and all began to talk after the middle-aged man left. Master, that person is Mount Wui's Black Devil King. Mount Wui has 4 kings, and all of them are ascendant old monsters. Big Red quickly explained to Wang Lin in a low voice. Although Wang Lin had searched Big Red's memory, he had only looked for important matters. He had browsed through memories like this but didn't look at them closely. His gaze fell on the Black Devil King. Then he nodded slightly but didn't speak. The Black Devil King was already used to the discussions and ignored it all. However, the moment Wang Lin's gaze swept by him, his mind trembled. He felt naked and became covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, this feeling dissipated in an instant. The Black Devil King didn't dare to turn around and quickly flew away. Wang Lin remained calm as he got closer to the Thunder Crystal Temple with Big Red. The temple got closer and closer, and he could see the green fog around the mountain. There was a gap in the fog that looked as if someone had split it open, forming a passage 100 feet wide. There were 2 indifferent cultivators in red standing there. They looked like they were in their 40s, but they were old monsters that had cultivated for thousands of years. They had surpassed the first step and were at the illusory end stage. The 2 of them coldly swept the incoming cultivators with their gazes. Any cultivators caught in their gazes would tremble and reveal fear and respect. Even the Black Devil King was like a mortal meeting cultivators and became extremely respectful. Without the need for Big Red to give an introduction, Wang Lin knew that these 2 were in charge of guarding the passage. At this moment, many cultivators were flying through the passage and into the depths. There were a lot of cultivators around, no less than 1,000. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of confusion or uproar. They just quietly entered the passage. It didn't take long for Wang Lin's expression to change slightly, and he looked to the side. A moment later, the clouds churned and thunderous rumbles came from within. The endless thunder seemed to connect the heavens and earth. The thunderous rumbles instantly arrived and immediately shook the minds of the surrounding cultivators. Even the 2 cultivators in red beside the passage revealed solemn expressions. Laughter came from the void, and the clouds shrank until they were only a mantle that wrapped around an old man that walked out. This old man had white hair, but his eyes contained a powerful force. He took a step and seemed to cross space and time, causing the world to distort. Nirvana Scryer Cultivator. Wang Lin remained calm and revealed an indiscernible smile. The moment the old man appeared, the cultivators outside the passage were all horrified. They didn't even talk before they all clasped their hands and respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Senior Zhou Tian. Even the 2 cultivators in red became respectful. They quickly clasped their hands and respectfully said, Junior greets Senior Zhou Tian. Senior must have come to aim for a top 10 spot on the Scatter Thunder ranking. The old man clasped his hands and laughed. I can't enter the top 10, but I would be happy to enter the top 30. After he spoke, he flicked 2 pills into the hands of the 2 cultivators in red. Then he walked into the passage. As he walked forward, all the cultivators moved out of the way. The 2 cultivators in red looked at the pills in their hands and revealed looks of joy. They clasped their hands at the old man's back. Without showing a bit of what he was thinking, Wang Lin looked at where the old man went. After the old man left, the surrounding cultivators began to talk. Second-step cultivators often come on the last day. I didn't expect Senior Zhoutian to come on the first day. Alas, I wonder when I can awaken my clan mark so I can have power like Senior Zhoutian's. Perhaps it's impossible for me. It isn't impossible. Rumors say that Senior Zhoutian had a lucky encounter in his youth. There are many highs and lows in life. Perhaps one day we will have our own luck. As they murmured, Wang Lin and Big Red walked into the passage. The two people in red looked at Wang Lin, naturally noticed nothing, and let them pass. In their eyes, Wang Lin and Big Red were insignificant people. As he entered the green fog, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had entered an important area of the Scatter Thunder clan. After entering the green mist, he looked around, and his eyes revealed a strange light. This fog. The green fog would churn and flashes of thunder would come from within. This caused almost all the cultivators who entered to feel a sense of awe and respect. They didn't dare to get close to the green fog at all and chose to fly at the center of the passage. It was as if they were worried that a giant hand would reach out and grab them from the fog. Although it wasn't the first time Big Red had come to the Thunder Crystal Temple, after he entered the passage, he was still terrified and cautiously flew forward. Wang Lin was calm as he looked at the surrounding green fog. This fog was terrifying to others, but to Wang Lin, there was nothing to fear. This fog is very interesting. Wang Lin could see that this fog was not really fog, but thunder. Someone had used a powerful spell to bring thunder here and then crushed it into fog. Then they added their own unique spell to make it act as a protective formation. So thunder can be turned into fog. The Scatter Thunder clan has already studied thunder to this degree. They turned thunder into fog and in turn changed it into something flexible. In terms of protection, it has a similar effect to my wind and rain world. With a thought, this thunder fog can shrink into a cage. There are endless possibilities. It is wonderful indeed. As he walked through the passage, he began observing the fog even more carefully. The Scatter Thunder clan didn't expect any outsider to come here, and right now the thunder fog is active, which is equal to displaying its core for all to see. Since they are so kind, I won't be polite. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his divine sense spread into the fog and he began to study it. His divine sense was so powerful that it completely suppressed the thunder fog, so it couldn't resist as Wang Lin studied it. If the fog had not been opened up like this, Wang Lin would have had to be much more cautious, and it would have taken some time for him to see the core of this spell. However, right now it was extremely convenient for Wang Lin. As his divine sense studied the fog, he quickly deduced the spell used. This spell that turned thunder into fog was extremely intricate, so much so that even Wang Lin was marveled by it. Something like this had never happened in the Scatter Thunder clan. They would have never thought that someone could simply enter the fog and see through the origin of the spell used to create the thunder fog. Throughout the ages, Wang Lin was the first one. The Scatter Thunder clan would have never thought that someone could break through the Thunder Lake and mix into the clan. It was something unthinkable. Only third-step cultivators could enter without being injured. No one else could enter at all. Only Wang Lin could do this. His origin soul was a bolt of thunder on the same level of existence as that eternal thunderbolt. This was why he could accomplish this almost impossible feat. Now he had arrived at an important place in the Scatter Thunder clan and saw the thunder fog. It was as if the veil was open for him to clearly see everything, and he learned one of the Scatter Thunder clan's secret spells, Fog Transformation Thunder Spell. If the Scatter Thunder clan knew of this, they would be shocked and terrified. This was beyond their imagination. The passage in the fog wasn't long. It only took 15 minutes to pass through. Even though Wang Lin's divine sense was suppressing the fog, no one noticed anything. After all, Wang Lin's origin soul was also thunder, so using thunder to comprehend thunder left no openings. The moment he walked out of the fog, Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. His eyes lit up and a rune appeared faintly in his eyes. This rune was the Tao essence of the Fog Transformation Thunder spell. After walking out from the passage, a towering mountain appeared before Wang Lin. At the top of the mountain there was an extremely luxurious temple that was covered in thunder. The temple had 3 large words at the entrance. Thunder Crystal Temple. Rays of light filled the area. The cultivators that exited the passage all flew toward the temple. Wang Lin and Big Red also flew up and soon arrived outside the temple. Master, there are 3 gates in this temple. East, West, and South. The East Gate is for exchanging for thunder crystals, and the South Gate is to use thunder crystals to exchange for treasures and pills from the clan. As for the last West Gate, only powerful cultivators can go there. That is where the clan gives out tasks. Once you complete a task, you can earn a lot of thunder crystals. Big Red knew Wang Lin had never come to the Thunder Crystal Temple before and had his own doubts. However, given the benefits Wang Lin had given him, he pretended like he didn't know. Wang Lin already knew this from Big Red's memory. He nodded and said, "I'll go alone. When I leave, I'll find you." Big Red quickly nodded. Wang Lin no longer paid any attention to Big Red and withdrew his gaze from the lavish temple. He could tell at a glance that the power of space was at work here. It looked like one, but in reality there were 4 layers of space. The East, South, and West gates all led to 3 different spaces. But there was also a 4th space without an entrance. Wang Lin's divine sense swept by and clearly found 9 auras cultivating inside. There are a lot of powerful cultivators in the Scatter Thunder clan. Out of the 9 auras, 5 are at the Nirvana Scryer stage, 3 are at the Nirvana Cleanser stage, and 1 is actually at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Wang Lin quietly walked toward the East Gate of the temple. There were a lot of Scatter Thunder clan members here. They were either alone or in groups, and it was extremely lively. In particular, there was a large amount of cultivators at the East Gate. They were obviously hiding their excitement as they quickly left. There were also those that had been alive for far too long and remained calm, not revealing any of their thoughts. This kind of mental strength was related to personality and age. Wang Lin had cultivated for 2,000 years and had seen a lot. He was very cunning, and his ability to scheme was no weaker than that of those old monsters that had lived for tens of thousands of years, sometimes even more. After all, aside from cultivation level, your cunning was also a key point to your survival. Wang Lin wasn't in a rush to enter the East Gate, so he observed it for a while. Wang Lin then put up an indifferent expression and walked toward the East Gate. He didn't know anyone here and no one here knew him. Adding his indifferent expression, no one came to talk with him. The moment he entered the East Gate, Wang Lin clearly felt like he had entered a space someone had created. Before him was a black pool that seemed to be filled with mud-like substance, and it was bubbling. There were 3 old men sitting on the side of the pool, and their cultivation levels weren't low. One of them was at the corporeal yang stage and the other 2 were both at the illusory yin stage. Thunder moved within their bodies. Wang Lin had learned how to trade for thunder crystals from Big Red's memory. Not wasting any time, he touched the mark on his forehead to pretend to open up his storage space. Large amounts of items that could be used to exchange for thunder crystals flew out into the pool and were devoured by the mud. After a while, Wang Lin still didn't finish, and the 3 old men sitting there opened their eyes and carefully looked at Wang Lin. Their eyes revealed a strange light. The 3 of them had been in charge of this place for a while, and they rarely ever saw anyone who could take out so many things at once to exchange for thunder crystals. This caught their attention. Wang Lin's cultivation level could change at will, and at this moment he was an ascendant cultivator before their 3 old men. After everything had been exchanged and swallowed by the black pool, Wang Lin calmly took out a jade. This wasn't something to trade, it was the Scatter Thunder ranking. He casually threw the jade into the black pool. Muffled roars came from the pool, and not long after, the jade flew out from the pool and into Wang Lin's hands. At the same time, the Scatter Thunder ranking jade every single clan member had gave off a ripple. This meant that there was a change to the rankings recorded within. Every year during the 3 days the Thunder Crystal Temple was open, there would be drastic changes to the rankings. However, the first 800 names rarely changed, and at most they would be placed in different order. However, at this moment the Scatter Thunder ranking jade gave off a violent ripple. This only meant one thing. A new person had entered the rankings. Almost every cultivator in the Scatter Thunder clan took out their ranking jade and looked into it. First place was still Master Spruce, but the amount had changed from 1,900,007,000 to 2,400,009,000. As the cultivators of the Scatter ThunderClan looked through the list, the smart ones looked from the bottom and immediately saw the newcomer that had caused the ripple. At rank 799, Yufei with 464,000 thunder crystals. Only 3,000 higher than rank 800. Yufei? I wonder what trial planet he is from. He instantly entered the Scatter Thunder rankings. This person isn't famous, but the clan has a lot of people, so it is impossible to know them all. Since this person could enter the rankings, he can't be looked down upon. Although he is at the bottom of the rankings, to be able to enter the list means he must have skills. This name is easy to remember. Yufei. However, these are the 3 days when the rankings change the most. I don't know if this person would still be on the rankings in 3 days. At this instant, there were people talking about this across all 13 trial planets. After all, there were only 800 people on the rankings, so the moment you entered, you would become famous. The name Yufei was remembered by a lot of the Scatter Thunder clan members. Wang Lin put away the jade from the pool and was about to leave. At this moment, one of 3 old men beside the pool slowly opened his mouth. So you're Yufei? Wang Lin's expression remained calm and he nodded. The old man examined Wang Lin and slowly said, "Not bad. To be able to remain calm under my pressure means your heart is strong. Accumulating resources for several years before exchanging it all today shows that you're very wise. Very good. You're qualified to enter the West Gate to see if you can find a suitable task. Only low-rank cultivators exchange resources for thunder crystals. Since you're now in the Scatter Thunder rankings, you can complete missions given by the family and earn much more thunder crystals." The old man looked at Wang Lin with admiration. He was satisfied with how calm Wang Lin was. Wang Lin faintly smiled. Then he nodded slightly but didn't speak. "I didn't think that you would enter the Scatter Thunder ranking before us. As tradition, the people responsible for the East Gate have to give gift to someone who has entered the Scatter Thunder ranking for the first time. This is a great thunder pill. It was personally made by me and had been compressed 8,900 times. Take it to protect yourself." The old man waved his right hand and a thumb-sized ball of thunder appeared and floated before Wang Lin. The other 2 old men smiled at each other. One of them waved his hand and a jade appeared. He threw it at Wang Lin and said, "This jade contains a cultivation method of the Scatter Thunder clan. It is useless to me, but if you cultivate it, it can awaken your clan mark even more. Consider it a greeting gift from this old man." The final old man, who was a corporeal young cultivator, looked at Wang Lin carefully and smiled. "I won't gift you a treasure, but a sentence. Go to the West Gate and choose the spiritual thunder task. It will be the quickest way for you to gather thunder crystals. You can smoothly accept this task with my jade." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and a jade slowly flew toward Wang Lin. Spiritual thunder? Among the memories of the Scatter Thunder clan members he had devoured, there was no spiritual thunder. Since you can enter the rankings, you can know a few things. Our ancestors have been studying thunder for countless years. They found that there are 6 types of thunder in this world. If you can absorb and refine all 6, you will obtain an indescribable thunder. The 6 types of thunder are heavenly thunder, earth thunder, origin thunder, magnetic thunder, Tao thunder, and the last is spiritual thunder. Taking this task isn't just to get thunder crystals, but for you to come in contact with the 6 types of thunder. "Okay, you can leave," the old man explained. Wang Lin nodded before clasping his hands and leaving. After leaving the East Gate, he heard a lot of talking, and the name Yufei was being talked about constantly. Wang Lin walked past them as usual and began to ponder. 6 types of thunder. Although the Scatter Thunder clan's control of thunder is weaker than mine, their study of thunder has reached a peak. That corporeal Yang Jr. wants me to choose the spiritual thunder mission. Spiritual thunder. Spiritual thunder. What kind of thunder is this? As Wang Lin pondered, his eyes lit up. He had always been bold, so he simply changed his direction from heading to the South Gate to the West Gate. There were very few cultivators in the West Gate of the Thunder Crystal Temple. Only occasionally would someone walk out, and although their expressions were normal, Wang Lin could see frustration. It seemed they either weren't allowed to accept a task or hadn't found a satisfactory task. After standing outside the west gate for a while, Wang Lin calmly walked inside. He appeared in a new space. This place was very big and was like a void surrounded by thunder. However, this place was obviously isolated, as the sound of thunder felt like it was coming from far away. There were 6 old men at the yin and yang stage sitting there. They had indifferent gazes, and no one knew what they were thinking about. There were hundreds of jades floating in the air, and they each gave off a different strength of light. The weak lights were soft, while the bright lights were harsh. Aside from Wang Lin and the 6 old men who were in charge of this place, there were about a dozen more cultivators scattered here. Their divine senses were spread across the jades in the air. The Black Devil King was among them. Even Master Zhou Tian, who was extremely respected outside, was also standing here. He was calmly staring at the brightest jade, pondering. Wang Lin's entrance didn't attract anyone's attention. His divine sense spread out without anyone detecting and swept past each of the jades. A moment later, Wang Lin had the general idea. These jades held various tasks given out by the Scatter Thunder clan. These included leaving the clan to hunt for someone or finding extremely rare materials. The brighter the light, the more difficult it was, and similarly, the more thunder crystals you would get as a reward. Wang Lin's gaze swept through them and in the end landed on a bright jade. This was also the jade Master Zhou Tian was looking at. Head to the 7 million worlds, become the heavenly Tao, and descend divine retribution. At first Wang Lin didn't care, but after looking at it more closely, he trembled and looked even more closely. Descend divine retribution and punish the people of the 7 million worlds. Kill those who reached the peak of the soul formation stage and are about to ascend to the celestial realm. Collect their spiritual thunder. There was a lot of information inside the jade. After Wang Lin finished reading it, a huge wave was set off in his mind, and he didn't dare to believe it. In this world, everything, including vegetation, beasts, cultivators, and so on, all had spirits. Once they reached the peak of the soul formation stage, they would ascend to the celestial realm. Wang Lin understood this. He had learned this back on planet Suzaku. If the celestial realm hadn't collapsed, once a cultivator reached the late stage of soul formation, they would face divine retribution and ascend to the celestial realm. The soul transformation stage, in fact, belonged to celestial cultivation, which was why soul transformation cultivators needed celestial jades to cultivate. There was a place that was created by the first Scatter Thunder clan ancestor. He was considered the strongest Scatter Thunder clan member, as well as the third step cultivator who had led the clan to its peak and placed a clan treasure in the sealed realm formation. The ancestor didn't create this world by himself, but had gotten help from some mysterious cultivators. This place was called the 7 million worlds by future descendants. The name implied that there were 7 million worlds inside. There were countless creatures living there, and they were all cultivating. They believed that there was a celestial realm, or someone had made them believe that there was a celestial realm for countless years. Only their celestial realm was the Scatter Thunder clan. Every life inside the 7 million worlds was an ant to the Scatter Thunder clan. For some unknown reason, they wouldn't allow high-level cultivators to sprout there. Once a cultivator reached the peak of the soul formation stage, divine retribution would appear and destroy them. However, some of the cultivators in the 7 million worlds would give birth to a strange force due to their talent or something special about their body. This force would change when the divine retribution hit them, forming one of the 6 types of thunder the Scatter Thunder clan had categorized: spiritual thunder. Any person who could form the spiritual thunder in the 7 million worlds would pass the divine retribution and enter the celestial realm. Countless legends of them would spread across the 7 million worlds, and praise and admiration of their success would be passed on for generations. However, the truth was that those cultivators were destroyed and had become the Scatter Thunder clan's spiritual thunder. The Celestials that delivered the divine retribution were members of the Scatter Thunder clan. The divine retribution the 7 million worlds faced was merely a task the Scatter Thunder clan had placed in the Thunder Crystal Temple. Took a long time for Wang Lin to awaken from the shock. He looked at the shining jade and silently pondered. Since entering the ancient star system, Wang Lin had felt the strength of the ancient star system, and Tao Master Blue Dream had even pointed it out. But it wasn't until now that he finally realized the strength of the ancient star system. I still remember the battle against the Moongazer serpent in the void and the first time I saw someone from the ancient star system. He called himself Heavenly Tao, who knew that the negligible Scatter Thunder clan in the ancient star system would have such a big secret. Unbelievable. Wang Lin had a complicated expression. He had to admit that he had underestimated the strength of the Scattered Thunder clan. However, even if this is the case, I still have to devour the Eternal Thunderbolt and destroy the Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin had fought many adversities in his life, but he was never held down. Zhu Kezi couldn't, the All-Seer couldn't, the Alliance couldn't, All Heaven couldn't, and even Taoist Water couldn't. He was slowly getting close to the secret of the Scatter Thunder clan and the secrets of the ancient star system. But this ignited his indomitable will. I want to see what this spiritual thunder is. Without hesitation, Wang Lin raised his right hand toward the jade. However, at this moment, Master Zhou Tian had also made up his mind and had reached for the jade just before Wang Lin. Master Zhou Tian was closer to the jade and was faster than Wang Lin. Wang Lin frowned as he loosened his hand and the jade flew into Master Zhou Tian's hands. He grabbed the jade and coldly at Wang Lin. Then he only said one word. Scram! His expression was indifferent, and pressure spread out without showing disdain. This was his proud as a Nirvana Scryer cultivator, a stage that put him above millions of people. Wang Lin was like an ant that he could kill hundreds of times with a wave of his finger. A junior daring to compete with him for a mission was the same as asking for death. Wang Lin's expression was cold, and there was a faint flash of coldness in his eyes. This was a sign that he was going to kill. Wang Lin had cultivated for 2,000 years, and the entire path he had walked on had been extremely dangerous. Using his wisdom and his indomitable will, he had struggled through many life and death situations. This had given him the courage to fight against the heavens. He even dared to fight a third-step cultivator like Taoist Water. If not for the fact he was chased by Tuosan, and then meeting Tao Master Blue Dream made Wang Lin feel that the ancient star system was unfathomable, then he won't had chose such a subtle method of dealing with the Scatter Thunder clan. However, all of this had a bottom line. If someone had stepped over this line, Wang Lin's reckless nature would have broken loose. Even if he intended to move more cautiously, he would still kill. Xianxia's battle intent had taken root in Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, this Master Zhou Tian, who was a mere Nirvana Scryer cultivator, dared to bare his fangs. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he looked at Master Zhou Tian, and he revealed a sneer on the corner of his mouth. When Master Zhou Tian saw Wang Lin's expression, his heart skipped a beat and he felt a vague sense of danger. However, when he looked at Wang Lin, he only saw an ascendant cultivator. For a little cultivator like this to reveal this expression, Master Zhou Tian frowned, and killing intent appeared in his heart. He could never have imagined that someone could enter this place, impersonate a member of the Scatter Thunder clan, and enter the Thunder Crystal Temple. He didn't know that this person before him was like an extremely fierce primal beast. Just at this moment, the 6 Scattered Thunder clan cultivators in charge of this place suddenly opened their eyes. One of them stood up and looked at Wang Lin. Your name is Yu Fei? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With his wisdom, he immediately judged that the reason this person knew him had to do with the corporeal Yang Jr. that had given him the jade. Without a word, he waved his right hand and that jade appeared. It flew toward the person that spoke. The cultivator's eyes narrowed when he caught the jade. After looking inside, he examined Wang Lin before clasping his hands at Master Zhou Tian. Senior Zhou Tian, please give us some face. This person was entrusted by an old friend to head to the 7 million worlds to take the trial. The task doesn't just ask for one person. How about letting him go as well? Master Zhou Tian had an indifferent expression as he looked at the cultivator who had spoken. These cultivators that guarded the west gate were also like ants to him. But in the end, They had higher positions in the family and had an elder behind them. Even though he was arrogant, even he had to carefully consider this. Killing someone here would make it difficult for the elder. Let this little brat go into the 7 million worlds where no one can detect his death. After all, with the restriction around the 7 million worlds, not even the ancestors' divine sense can enter. This is why that place is where the clan deals with personal grudges. It is also where everyone trades in secret. Master Zhou Tian made a decision and no longer paid attention to Wang Lin. He nodded slightly before he disappeared into the jade toward the 7 million worlds. The moment after he disappeared, the jade gave off a bright glow and Wang Lin caught it. His divine sense went in and he disappeared into the 7 million worlds. The Scatter Thunder Clan cultivators in charge of the place frowned and revealed displeased expressions. That person is too ungrateful. We helped him and he didn't even say thanks. Forget it. I was originally going to persuade him to not enter the 7 million worlds. There was killing intent in that Master Zhou Tian's eyes. That child couldn't see, but we could clearly see it. Once that child enters, I fear he will face a life and death crisis. It is a pity about fellow cultivator how Rance request. From what he said, he had his eye on this person. This matter is not related us. Whether he lives or dies will be decided by fate. The 6 of them passed messages between each other before they dropped the matter and closed their eyes to cultivate once more. As for Wang Lin, after he disappeared, his vision immediately blurred, but his origin soul was too strong, so he immediately recovered. When he recovered his vision, he could clearly see the narrow passage. This passage gave off a crystal light. When this light touched your body, it made you transparent. Even your insides became invisible. Under Wang Lin's careful observation, he clearly felt there was a thick wall preventing divine sense from extending out. There were also raging, chaotic turbulence surrounding the passage. This place is extremely strange. Looking at the thickness of the wall, there is no way for divine sense from outside to extend in here. It would be impossible for someone to detect a person being killed here. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He rushed forward, moving at a shocking speed. The spatial turbulence began to surge with Wang Lin's speed, and large spatial cracks appeared. However, they couldn't stop Wang Lin at all. The spatial cracks would often shatter and dissipate due to Wang Lin's speed. How could Wang Lin not have seen the killing intent in Master Zhou Tian's eyes? Wang Lin's personality had always been like this. If other don't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If the other party decided to kill him, then he would kill them. Wang Lin and Master Zhou Tian had entered the tunnel to the 7 million worlds almost at the same time. Master Zhou Tian was also moving faster, but he had to avoid the turbulence, so he naturally had to slow down. He had a thunder cloak wrapped around him, making him look like a thundercloud as he charged ahead. His indifference from back in the Thunder Crystal Temple had disappeared and he was now gloomy, giving off a domineering aura. As a Nirvana Scryer cultivator, he had his own pride. The 7 million worlds was a lawless land, and it was a place the powerful cultivators liked to go. Whether it was trading in secret or solving a personal grudge, the elders of the clan wouldn't see it. This was where only the strong were respected. This tunnel wasn't very long, so it didn't take long for Master Zhou Tian to get close to the exit. Arrogance filled his face as he thought, I have to be on guard in the transaction with Master Hao Kuan. His cultivation level is slightly higher than mine, so if I go with the intent to battle, I won't be his match. However, I have asked a few close friends to go with me so Master Hao Kuan would be more scrupulous. As he pondered, he moved faster and faster. All he thought about was the exchange, and as for Wang Lin, in his view, Wang Lin was only an ant that wasn't worth thinking about. He would only need to wait at the square in the 7 million worlds for a moment and immediately kill this Yufei the moment he appeared. However, just as Master Zhou Tian got close to the exit and was thinking about the exchange, his hair immediately stood up. The most intense sense of crisis he had ever felt in his life erupted from within his body. The moment the sense of crisis spread out, an extremely cold voice resounded behind Master Zhou Tian. You want to kill me? This voice was like the cold air from the depths of hell. The moment this voice entered his ears, Master Zhou Tian's expression changed, and he turned around to see Wang Lin slowly walking over. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he revealed a look of disbelief. This was the first time he had seen someone who could walk so calmly through this chaotic space that led to millions of different worlds. The chaotic turbulence collapsed before this person, and there were broken fragments behind him. At a glance, it looked like this person made the world collapse when he moved. Adding the extremely cold voice, it made Master Zhou Tian think that this person had broken through the void to kill him. You hid your cultivation. Master Zhou Tian's face was pale, but there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. He had cultivated for a long time and had naturally faced many life and death crises. Although he was shocked, he quickly recovered, and without hesitation he hit the mark between his eyebrows. When the mark flew out, thunderous rumble echoed and endless thunder appeared in the void. The thunder he gave off was monstrous in this narrow tunnel, and it was as if he had turned into a thunder dragon. The thunder dragon opened its mouth and charged at Wang Lin. I originally planned to kill you in the 7 million worlds, but since you came looking for death yourself, I'll take your life now. Master Zhou Tian's sinister voice echoed as the thunder dragon roared. The roar echoed as if there were countless people roaring at the same time. This sound wave fused with the thunder and produced the strongest attack of a Nirvana Scryer cultivator. He was using his full strength at the start. This showed his fear and suspicion of Wang Lin appearing here. Wang Lin remained calm, and there was a look of mockery in his eyes. He raised his right hand and gently waved. What nonsense! All thunder in the world, listen to my command. Collapse! Thunderous rumbles suddenly echoed violently. The thunder dragon let out a miserable scream and its head began to collapse. This collapse quickly spread across its body, and the thunder dragon shattered after only a few breaths of time. All of this happened in a flash. After the thunder dragon collapsed, Master Zhou Tian appeared. He was coughing out blood, his face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. His eyes widened and became filled with endless panic. Nirvana Shatterer. This is Nirvana Shatterer Cultivator. No, this is beyond Nirvana Shatterer. This is... His scalp was numb, and he was scared out of his wits as he frantically retreated. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and it was escape. 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 Aren't you going to kill me? A cold voice echoed in the passage. The exit to the 7 million worlds was less than 5 kilometers away. Although a Nirvana Scryer cultivator couldn't teleport here, it was a distance he could cross in the blink of an eye. However, Master Zhou Tian didn't even have that much time. Just as he was fleeing, Wang Lin's mocking voice entered his mind. He couldn't even think before his pupils shrank and Wang Lin somehow appeared before him. That pair of cold eyes was filled with thunder and pierced into Master Zhou Tian's soul. Rumble, 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 rumble. It was as if millions of bolts of thunder had rushed into Master Zhou Tian's eyes and exploded inside his body. This created an unimaginable storm inside him, tearing his body apart. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His eyes became blurry and then widened from terror. All the danger he had faced in his life couldn't compare to what was coming at him today. He was inside this passage where no matter who he called for help, they wouldn't respond. At this moment he felt endless regret. If he hadn't provoked that person in the Thunder Crystal Temple, this wouldn't have happened. However, this regret came too late. Wang Lin's spell entered his eyes and landed on Master Zhou Tian. His gaze was like a trigger that caused all the thunder Master Zhou Tian had cultivated over the countless years to collapse. As the thunderous rumbles echoed, all the thunder inside Master Zhou Tian exploded outside of his control. He didn't even get to scream before his body exploded into pieces. Those pieces of flesh also exploded and continued to spread. As the heaven-shaking collapse occurred, Master Zhou Tian's origin soul rushed out while surrounded by his clan mark. His origin soul was seriously damaged and almost transparent. After rushing out, he quickly escaped. However, forget him, even cultivators at the Nirvana Shatter stage weren't qualified to escape without Wang Lin allowing it. Wang Lin's right hand reached at the void and a suction force surrounded Master Zhou Tian, causing him to scream. He instantly fell in Wang Lin's hand. The large difference in cultivation levels made it so he couldn't even blow himself up. After being caught by Wang Lin, Master Zhou Tian began begging for his life. Elder, forgive me. Junior didn't intend to offend you. Elder, forgive. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened and flooded with disbelief. At such a close distance, and due to the light from the passage, which made Wang Lin's body transparent, he could clearly see a soul sealed inside Wang Lin. You're not. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin coldly squeezed his right hand and Master Zhou Tian was destroyed. A thunder force came from his origin soul and was absorbed by Wang Lin. His clan mark was put away by Wang Lin. A very short period of time had passed from when he attacked and crushed Master Zhou Tian's origin soul. After killing Master Zhou Tian like killing an ant, he rushed forward, breaking all barriers before him. He rushed into the exit and entered an important place for the Scatter Thunder clan. The 7 million worlds. Ever since the 7 million worlds had been created, aside from the mysterious cultivators that had helped the Scatter Thunder clan's third-step ancestor create it, no outsider had ever entered. Wang Lin would be the first after those mysterious cultivators. This was a vast star system that contained 7 million cultivation planets. These cultivation planets were not densely packed, but they were mostly far from each other. This star system was extremely large, almost boundless. But in Wang Lin's eyes, it looked a bit fake. Its brightness was only a decoration, and its size had been carved out by someone. The distance between each cultivation planet was exactly the same. At the center of this endless star system was a large continent. There were countless towering pavilions and a statue on this continent. The statue was that of a man covered in thunder. From afar, it looked like a giant looking at the distance. This was the central square of the 7 million worlds, and also where everyone appeared after accepting the task. There was a large amount of cultivators outside those towering pavilions, no less than 10,000 of them. Most of them were at the soul transformation stage, and many were at the ascendant stage. There were only a few at yin and yang stage. There were many above the nirvana scryer stage. Most of them were in a hurry. There was a large transfer array outside each of the large pavilions. Wang Lin immediately looked around after he came out of the formation. Although he was prepared, he was still shocked. His expression didn't attract the attention of the guard at the transfer array. Every clan member would be like during their first time here. Enough, don't look inside the transfer array. Wait until after you leave and you'll have time to look all you want. It must be your first time here. Give me your jade and let me see. An impatient voice interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts. It was an corporeal yang cultivator sitting beside the formation. Wang Lin took out Yufei's clan jade and threw it. The cultivator examined it for a bit before returning it. Then the guard waved his right hand and a ghostly light flew toward Wang Lin. Take these and go study them yourself on the side. There were 3 things inside this ghostly light. There was a jade, a token, and a bolt of thunder. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he took the ghostly light and walked out of the transfer array. This place was very busy, so no one paid attention to him. He walked to the side and took out the jade. This jade told him a few things to pay attention to in the 7 million worlds, but it also introduced the other 2 things. The key to enter the 7 million world was this token. Only with it in hand could he enter. As for the bolt of thunder, it caught Wang Lin's attention. Although this thunder looked like it was there, he couldn't touch it with his hand. Tejas thunder seemed to form a formation. With a sweep of his divine sense, Wang Lin found that it unexpectedly contained the power of a thunder lake 100,000 feet wide. What shocked Wang Lin even more was the indescribable will coming from the thunderbolt. This will contained a faint obsession toward life. It was as if what he was holding wasn't thunder, but real life. This made Wang Lin take a deep breath. This is a trace of spiritual thunder. The Jade said that every time a new cultivator enters, the Scattered Thunder Clan gives one to them. It was only a trace of spiritual thunder, and it wasn't complete. It would take 1,000 slivers to make the complete one. This was to prevent people from abusing the rule of sealing. The people of the clan only had one chance in their life to obtain this thunder. Once it was gone, they couldn't obtain more from the clan. They could only rely on stealing from others or trading in private. Even so, there were still people who had the idea of stealing that sliver of spiritual thunder from newcomers. At this moment, 3 cultivators locked their gazes on that sliver of thunder. As Wang Lin observed the thunder, a middle-aged man came from not far away. This person was smiling, and he seemed to be at the mid-stage of ascendant. Fellow cultivator, I'm Zhang Jingyun. This must be fellow cultivator's first time in the 7 million worlds. Wang Lin looked up. With a flip of his hand, the spiritual thunder disappeared. He looked at the cultivator before him and nodded. Everyone belongs to the same clan. This is my second time at the 7 million worlds, so I am somewhat familiar with it. How about we form a group and you allow me to introduce you to some people? This would make it convenient for everyone, and it's more convenient to move as a group. What does fellow cultivator think? The middle-aged man looked sincere and his expression was gentle. However, his expression was filled with flaws in Wang Lin's eyes. After all, Wang Lin was an old monster who had lived for 2,000 years, and this middle-aged man naturally just wasn't as good. Wang Lin revealed a smile and looked profoundly at the middle-aged man. He clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll be thanking fellow cultivator." The middle-aged man suddenly became cautious when Wang Lin looked at him. He vaguely felt like his secrets had been seen through. However, after carefully looking at Wang Lin, he noticed nothing and smiled. "No problem. We are in the same clan, so we should support each other. What is fellow cultivator called?" Wang Lin smiled. "Yu Fei." "Yu Fei? That name is a bit familiar." The middle-aged man pondered a bit, and then his eyes revealed a strange light. He clasped his hands and laughed. "So it is fellow cultivator Yu Fei, the one who just entered the Scatter Thunder rankings." The middle-aged man spoke a few more words, and when he thought he had seen through Wang Lin, he said, "Fellow cultivator Yu, this is not a place to talk, and the formation leading toward the 7 million worlds is about to open. How about we go over there?" After Wang Lin agreed, the middle-aged man led Wang Lin through the crowd. When another cultivator saw this, he secretly shook his head. Another person is about to have bad luck. Anyone who is led away by that Zhang Jingyun will not only lose their spiritual thunder, not even their life is guaranteed. This Zhang Jingyun was obviously very familiar with the central square, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at a large formation. There were hundreds of cultivators here, all in their own groups. There was a group with more than 10 cultivators. 6 of them were new like Wang Lin, while the remaining 4 had higher cultivation levels at the illusory stage. Zhang Jingyun walked up and smiled. "Everyone, I've brought back one more. I believe everyone has heard the name Yu Fei already." Zhang Jingyun's laughter was hearty as he brought Wang Lin over and introduced him to the crowd. The cultivators that were obviously new to the 7 million worlds all greeted Wang Lin and spoke a few words. As for their inner thoughts, Wang Lin felt like he was facing a group of children. He could easily see through them. As for the others 4 cultivators, like Zhang Jingyun, they looked at Wang Lin as if they were looking at a little lamb. They faked a smile and said a few words. The rest of the cultivators outside the formation were all indifferent. They naturally saw what was going on, but they ignored it. This kind of thing happened all the time at the central square of the 7 million worlds. Zhang Jingyun and company stood in a siege formation to prevent any accidents. Wang Lin looked around and closed his eyes. He didn't bother paying attention to the messages they were passing to each other. Brother Zhang is indeed mighty to actually get Yu Fei, who has just entered the Scatter Thunder rankings here. I admire you. However, we have to be careful. There must be something remarkable about him to be able to enter the Scatter Thunder rankings. It is best we don't get caught off guard. Brother Zhou is being a bit too careful. This person is only at the early stage of Ascendant. Forget the 4 of us attacking together. Just one of us can kill him at will. In addition, with Senior Zhao here, this person can't do anything. That's right, Senior Zhao is at the illusory Yin stage and only 1 step away from the corporeal Yang stage. He is one who stands above many, and with Senior here we will naturally listen to Senior. After gathering the traces of spiritual thunder from these people, we can finally form a complete spiritual thunder. Then we can go the Thunder Crystal Temple to exchange it for those 4 celestial-ranked flying swords. It didn't take long for the formation. The hundreds of cultivators were around to flash and show signs of activating. Some of the cultivators became spirited and some were excited. They obviously enjoyed becoming the heavenly Tao. Even that illusory cultivator in Zhang Jingyun's group was the same. His lips curled into a smile. A moment later, the formation rumbled and Wang Lin opened his eyes. Zhang Jingyun looked excited and smiled. Everyone, the formation is about to open. Quickly, take out your tokens. The 5 of us will work together so we don't disperse, and once we enter the 7 million worlds, we can become the heavenly Tao together. What joy! I fear you all only need to experience the feeling of becoming the heavenly Tao once to get hooked. I'm not going to waste more time. Let's go in. Seeing Wang Lin and the others take out their tokens, Zhang Jingyun and company immediately flew in while surrounding Wang Lin's group. The moment they entered the formation, it shined brightly and formed a storm that could tear the world apart. Everyone disappeared within this formation. The world rumbled. On one of the worlds in the 7 million worlds, there was an endless storm. Thunder rumbled and rain fell from the sky. There was a mortal city on the ground. It was night and rain was falling. There weren't many people walking outside. However, on the top of a mountain in the distance stood a person. This person had a head of white hair and his eyes were like lightning. He was like the sun in this windy and rainy night. He stood upright and his body gave off peak soul formation cultivation. His white hair flowed in the wind while his clothes flapped noisily. I, Liu Bei, began cultivating at the age of 7. I was enlightened in the changes of the world and observed the wind and clouds. I reached the soul formation stage at age 372, and now, after more than 500 years, I have the peak of the soul formation stage. Today, I'm going to break this world to welcome divine retribution and enter the celestial realm. The old man's voice was gentle, as if he was talking to himself, but his head was facing the sky as if he was roaring at the heavens. If I fail this divine retribution, then I'll reincarnate and cultivate again. If I succeed, I'll wait for you at the celestial realm. The old man's eyes lit up as he waved his sleeve and a thunderous rumble echoed. The thunder suddenly lit up the dark world, revealing thousands of cultivators around the mountain. They all looked excitedly, with feverish gazes, at the old man on top of the mountain. They were all disciples and descendants of this old man. Become a celestial. Become a celestial. I, Liu Bei, will become a celestial. If the heavens try to stop me, then I'll destroy the heavens. If celestials try to stop me, I'll slay the celestials. The old man roared as he charged at the sky. At the same time, the world rumbled and the clouds scattered. Divine retribution clouds began to gather, and as the wind howled, large amounts of divine retribution clouds formed. There were more than 10 silhouettes inside the divine retribution clouds. These silhouettes shined brightly, releasing waves of celestial spiritual energy. At first glance, they looked like real celestials. The space behind the 10 silhouettes seemed to distort and then revealed a magnificent continent behind it. It was filled with celestial spiritual energy with countless celestial cranes flying, and palaces filled the land. Celestial realm. That's the celestial realm. Ancestors' divine retribution made more than 10 celestials appear. This is auspicious. Auspicious. The thousands of cultivators around the mountain widened their eyes and became excited. This was the first time they had seen something like this. When they saw this, their desire to become celestials increased greatly. The moment the divine retribution appeared, a powerful pressure appeared and caused the mountain to tremble. The thousands of cultivators were immediately pushed more than 5 kilometers away. Wang Lin was one of the shadows. Staring at the ground, he felt extremely strong. Others might even have felt excited. After all, becoming the heavens and becoming divine retribution was something most cultivators would be immersed in. It was a feeling they didn't want to lose. However, Wang Lin had personally experienced divine retribution, and not just once but many times. This was something most cultivators couldn't comprehend. What he had experienced was exactly the same as what the old man was facing, but it was even wider ranged and more powerful. A terrifying feeling appeared in Wang Lin's heart, causing him to be unable to be immersed in his excitement. In accordance with convention, as long as the formation is active, we will encounter people experiencing divine retribution. This time, don't fight with me. Just let me do this. Zhang Jingyun revealed excitement and immediately clasped his hands at the people around him. Okay, we'll let Brother Zhang go. The rest all laughed and nodded. Zhang Jingyun became even more excited as he stepped forward and became covered in a crystal light. He stepped out of the clouds and appeared below the divine retribution clouds. At this moment, he was surrounded in celestial spiritual energy. Anyone who saw him would feel like worshipping him. He raised his right hand and pointed at the old man below. His words were like thunder. Lower realm cultivator. Survive divine retribution to ascend to a celestial. As Zhang Jingyun's words echoed, a bolt of thunder shot out from the clouds. The old man named Liu Bei stared dumbfoundedly at the more than 10 silhouettes in the divine retribution clouds and felt his scalp go numb. He didn't expect his divine retribution to attract so many celestials. However, similarly, a sense of pride filled his heart. He let out a roar as he displayed his full cultivation and shot toward the divine retribution. The thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking, causing the world to tremble and the rain to scatter. After the thunder disappeared, the old man had a pale face. Several treasures before him all shattered. However, he didn't despair. His eyes revealed an indomitable gaze. His hands formed a seal as he roared and placed down a large amount of protection to prepare for the second divine retribution. As Wang Lin stared at all of this, his mind trembled. He couldn't calm down for a long time. At this moment, a young man in black, who was one of the newcomers, asked, "Fellow cultivator, why not kill him directly with just one divine retribution instead of gradually increasing its power?" The moment this question was asked, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. The divine retribution he had experienced was also like this. The first hit often wasn't strong, and they gradually grew stronger. Before Wang Lin entered the 7 million worlds, this question didn't appear in Wang Lin's mind. He thought it was just how it should be. However, now this doubt rushed into Wang Lin's mind like a ray of lightning. The heavens are virtuous. Even though they're in danger, it gives them a glimmer of hope. Divine retribution lightning is only to hone the lower realm cultivators. So launching the bolts one by one can make them truly feel the might of heavens before they're destroyed. Of course, this is all nonsense, the clan says. But the true reason for making the divine retribution grow stronger gradually is to force the struggle and indominate will out from the lower realm cultivators. Only by doing this can mysterious spiritual thunder be born in their body. The cultivator named Zhou slowly said. These words had a different meaning in Wang Lin's ears. He closed his eyes, and a huge wave was set off in his mind. He vaguely understood something. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the second, third, fourth, and fifth divine retributions lashed out under Zhang Jingyun's control. At this moment, he had a twisted expression and was filled with endless excitement. The feeling he was currently experiencing was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more comfortable than dual cultivation. I'm the heavenly Tao, and I command thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Before the divine retribution, the old man coughed out blood and his body was a bloody mess. Despair gradually appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the sixth divine retribution descended. The sixth divine retribution was dozens of feet wide, and it even caused the earth to tremble violently, as if it was going to collapse. It suddenly descended as the old man struggled to let out the last roar in his life. I want to become a celestial. His voice was heaven-shaking, and it entered Wang Lin's ears, causing him to open his eyes. Thunderous rumbles echoed when the sixth bolt of heavenly thunder fell. The old man's body collapsed and his soul was destroyed. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the thousands of cultivators that were pushed away let out mournful cries. They looked at the sky with stunned expressions and were speechless for a very long time. The divine retribution clouds gradually disappeared. Zhang Jingyun looked like he hadn't had enough. Sorry. I haven't become divine retribution for a long time and went a bit too far. It's a pity he cultivated all the way to the peak of the soul formation stage, but he is simply too trash for not giving birth to any spiritual thunder. Zhang Jingyun shook his head and was still savoring the feeling. No harm. There are many opportunities in the 7 million worlds, and the birth of spiritual thunder is not easy. There will be opportunities later. Let's first deal with these newcomers. The cultivator named Zhou indifferently waved his right hand so the divine retribution clouds blocked them from view. Then he coldly looked at Wang Lin and company. It was not only him. Aside from the illusory cultivator who was sitting on the side with his eyes closed, the 4 other people, including Zhang Jingyun, surrounded Wang Lin's group. You all? The expressions of some of the newcomers changed, and some of them immediately roared in anger. We have no grudges with you all. What is the meaning of this? We are all from the same clan. What are you going to do? Do it! The cultivator named Zhao sneered and moved forward. His hand moved, forming 2 thunder whips. He didn't attack Wang Lin, but 2 others. The other 3 also attacked at the same time. They were all mid-stage ascendant cultivators who had worked together many times. They immediately began a slaughter. Miserable screams echoed. The cultivator named Zhou was extremely vicious. He had chosen 2 people who had just reached the soul transformation stage. These 2 people weren't able to resist at all and immediately died. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a foul smell spread. The person who attacked Wang Lin was the previously gentle-looking Zhang Jingyun. He seemed to not have recovered from being divine retribution, and there was contempt in his eyes. He haughtily formed a seal and created thunder similar to divine retribution. Lower realm ant, hand over your spiritual thunder and die for me. There was a sense of pleasure in his twisted expression as he charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained calm, and he reached out with his right hand. The twisted expression Zhang Jingyun had immediately collapsed and his face turned pale. Disbelief filled his eyes and his body froze in the air, as if there was a big hand holding him. You? His voice was trembling as he looked at Wang Lin with terror. Before he could speak, an impact that made him lose his wits rushed into his body. His body trembled and he let out a miserable scream that entered the ears of the surrounding cultivators. Pretending to be the heavenly Tao and delivering divine retribution upon others. But right now, I'm your heavenly Tao. I'm your divine retribution. Wang Lin's voice was cold and contained an inexplicable feeling as he mercilessly squeezed. With a bang, Zhang Jingyun's flesh collapsed into a pile of flesh and blood. Just like the old man, his body collapsed and his soul was destroyed. This sudden change shook the minds of the surrounding cultivators. This was especially true for the 3 people who accompanied Zhang Jingyun. They had just killed all the newcomers and had taken the stuff from their marks. Zhang Jingyun's miserable scream and Wang Lin's indifferent words caused their eyes to overflow monstrous fear. Zhang Jingyun thought that he had invited a lamb, but the price of death told him that Wang Lin wasn't a lamb, but a fierce wolf from the inner realm. That illusory cultivator suddenly opened his eyes. He was filled with disbelief, and his body trembled. When Wang Lin killed, he clearly felt Wang Lin's suffocating power. He couldn't even raise any will to resist this powerful aura. His scalp was numb and a huge wave was set off in his mind. He didn't hesitate to try to escape. However, his footsteps trembled when Wang Lin's indifferent gaze swept past him. His mind trembled as if thunder had exploded in his brain, and he coughed out blood. Who gave you permission to escape? Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, but this sentence caused the illusory cultivator's origin soul to tremble, and he coughed out blood once more. He no longer dared to escape. At the same time, the 3 ascendant cultivators, along with the cultivator named Zhou, trembled and retreated like crazy. They were going to leave this place that terrified them. However, what awaited them were Wang Lin's red eyes. A bolt of red lightning shot out from his eyes. G Realm. Most of the G Realm was in Wang Lin's original body, and only a very small amount had come with his divine sense. However, he still used it because the G Realm was divine retribution. Since I'm divine retribution, I'll naturally use divine retribution to destroy you all. The red lightning shot out directly toward a cultivator. His eyes became filled with red light and he let out a miserable cry. In a flash, it broke through his body and destroyed everything. His body collapsed just like the old man who died to the divine retribution. To think of yourself as the heavenly Tao, what nonsense. If you're heavenly Tao, then I'm the divine retribution that will exterminate the heavens. As Wang Lin spoke, the red lightning pierced through the first cultivator and charged toward the second cultivator. This cultivator's eyes were filled with terror as he hit the mark between his eyebrows and took out all his treasures. There was madness in his eyes as he chose to self-destruct. However, not even Master Zhou Tian could self-destruct before Wang Lin, much less this little ascendant cultivator. The moment he took out his treasures, they all shattered before the G Realm lightning. Even his body that was going to explode was like a flame that was extinguished by water when the red lightning hit him. His body trembled, blood flowed out from his orifices, his body was destroyed, and his origin soul shattered. All of this happened in a flash. Killing these people didn't take Wang Lin any effort. Mere ascendant cultivators dare to compare themselves to heavenly Tao. This will be the root of the Scatter Thunder Clan's end. Wang Lin turned around to look at the illusory cultivator after he spoke. He didn't even look at the last ascendant cultivator named Zhou while he was destroyed by the G Realm. It's your turn next. As Wang Lin spoke, the G Realm that had killed 3 cultivators suddenly turned around and instantly entered the body of the illusory cultivator. His eyes became dim and his origin soul died. However, his body wasn't destroyed and fell to the ground. However, the clan mark was taken away by Wang Lin when the body fell on the ground. The thousands of cultivators in sorrow immediately saw a scene that they could never forget. A body that gave off celestial spiritual energy, the body of a celestial. A celestial that was just standing within the divine retribution clouds fell from the sky. It was as if veils were lifted and the celestial spiritual energy surrounding the body disappeared. This corpse was just like them. This wasn't a celestial. It was a cultivator. There was a bloody mark between the eyebrows of the corpse that fell on the earth. There was still thick fear in the corpse's eyes. Wang Lin walked out from the divine retribution clouds and coldly looked at those below him as he said, "That is your celestial." Then he took a step and disappeared from the world. However, his figure was forever imprinted in the hearts of those cultivators. Even after Wang Lin had been gone for a long time, these cultivators still hadn't recovered from the shock. Today, they had not only seen their ancestor get destroyed by divine retribution, but also watched the corpse of a celestial fall. They also saw the one who was powerful enough to kill a celestial and heard his words filled with mockery. But even more so, those words were filled with self-deprecation. These cultivators arrived next to the corpse and stared at it. Is this a celestial? Why do I feel like this person is the same as us, a cultivator, just stronger than us? After a long time, the thousands of cultivators awakened from their shock, when a soft voice echoed across the world and entered their ears. Can I take this body away? As the voice echoed, a young man appeared. He had no hair and his face was filled with kindness. He stepped out from the void and arrived next to the body. An old man at the late stage of nascent soul was shocked, and he hesitantly said, "You're Taoist scattered spirit. If you want, I can be anyone in the 7 million worlds. If you want it, I am." The bald youth smiled and ignored them. His hand reached out at the corpse and took it with him as he walked into the void. His eyes landed in the direction Wang Lin went to and revealed a strange light. He is different from those people who call themselves divine retribution. Perhaps he is not a thunder slave. The youth pondered and disappeared from the world. He was beyond the soul formation stage, beyond ascendant. He was at the nirvana cleanser stage. This kind of thing should be impossible in the 7 million worlds. It should never happen. If the Scatter Thunder clan knew of this, it would set off a huge wave inside the Scatter Thunder clan. Even the ancestor would leave his closed-door cultivation to check out the situation. At the same time, on the planet Wang Lin was on, Su Ligua was happily gathering resources with thousands of people. His throne was now nearly 10,000 feet wide, and it was filled with beautiful female cultivators. There was one woman who was extremely stunning. She was coldly sitting there and staring at Su Ligua with hatred in her eyes. "You're a mere treasure spirit, yet dare to capture me. You have caused a calamity to fall upon you. Not only you, but even your master will be killed. No matter who your master is, no matter what your master's identity is in the clan, you will both die." There were 7 million worlds here, making this place seem boundless. But the Scatter Thunder clan members didn't need to blindly search. Whenever someone was about to go through their divine retribution, the charm the Scatter Thunder clan members were holding would detect it. Then the nearest Scatter Thunder clan cultivator would be teleported over and be transformed into the heavens. As Wang Lin moved through the 7 million worlds and looked at the planets, a complicated feeling arose in his heart. His expression gloomy as he looked at this world that couldn't be distinguished from the real world. After a long time, he let out a sigh. Then he flipped his right hand and more than 10 Scatter Thunder clan marks appeared in his grasp. After crushing all of them, a large amount of items that could be used to exchange for thunder crystals erupted forth. After putting them all away, Wang Lin looked at the thunder remaining from the marks. There were all incomplete traces of spiritual thunder. They had all been gathered by Zhang Jingyun and the others over the countless years by murdering newcomers to the 7 million worlds. There were nearly 1,000 of them, and once combined, they would form a complete bolt of spiritual thunder. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the nearly 1,000 strands of spiritual thunder began to fuse, and eventually there was only one remaining. From afar it no looked longer thunder, but ball of smoke. There were countless faces inside it, and it was rapidly changing. Although it looked like it had nothing to do with thunder, there was a strange thunder force within. It was completely different from the thunder Wang Lin cultivated. But the moment it appeared, the thunder in Wang Lin's right eye flashed rapidly. The smoke ball trembled and charged toward Wang Lin's right eye. It immediately entered his right eye and went into his origin soul. It merged with the thunder inside Wang Lin's origin soul. Thunder rumbled like crazy inside Wang Lin's body, and his hair moved without any wind. His body gave off endless thunder and he was as bright as the sun, but with thunder scattering in all directions. The moment the two thunders fused, thunderous rumbles echoed inside his origin soul. The memory fragments that seemed to come from ancient times erupted from the thunder inside his origin soul. This large amount of memory was like a storm sweeping across Wang Lin's origin soul. This caused his body to rumble, and the world before him seemed to be split open by thunder. A clear image of the world appeared clearly before Wang Lin. This was the inheritance of the thunder essences that had been there since the birth of thunder. The memory was contained inside the thunder essences and was rarely ever opened. Today, when Wang Lin absorbed a complete spiritual thunderbolt, a gap opened and some of the memories leaked out. There was a bolt of endless thunder appearing from the void in the image. This thunder contained a powerful aura of essence, and surrounding it were 9 different kinds of thunder. Together, they formed a strange pattern. The thunder essence was at the center and the 9 other thunders were accompanying it. When they rotated, they seemed to form their own world and gave off a sense of perfection. This was the real thunder essence. An ancient voice broke through time and echoed inside Wang Lin's ears. This voice felt very ancient, as if it was the sound of heaven itself. 9 thunders is the limit. They were formed with the birth of thunder essence. Above 9 is 10, and 10 is perfection. Thunder essence, reach completion. The moment he heard the voice, Wang Lin's origin soul rumbled. Then everything before him collapsed and he recovered. He was still in the 7 million worlds, and everything was still dark with bursts of light. However, he was now covered in sweat and his eyes were filled with shock. There was originally only one thunder mark in his right eye, but now there was hint of a second one. Only it was a bit smaller. That smaller bolt of thunder orbited the original thunderbolt inside Wang Lin's right eye. Every time it rotated once, it would cause Wang Lin's thunder origin to grow slightly. A deeper understanding of thunder filled Wang Lin's mind. After a long time, the shock Wang Lin was feeling died down and his eyes lit up. Everything became more clear. The Scatter Thunder clan said that thunder is split into 6 types, but even they don't know that it's not 6, but 9. These 9 thunders all accompanied the thunder essence. In a way, a complete thunder had 10 different types. My thunder origin has already appeared and is on the same level of existence as the eternal thunderbolt in the Scatter Thunder clan, and it is also a thunder essence. I can strengthen my thunder essence by absorbing it, and if I can find the other accompanying thunders, my thunder origin will be complete. I can even break through the second step cultivation and become a third step cultivator with this thunder essence. Right now I have already absorbed the spiritual thunder. There are 8 more. Wang Lin had never been as clear about the future of his cultivation as now. The sliver of memory from his thunder essence had opened the door for him. Could be said that if not for the Scatter Thunder clan, Wang Lin could have never come to the 7 million worlds and most likely would not have discovered the truth about thunder. The Scatter Thunder clan indirectly gave Wang Lin a great fortune. The thunder in Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a thought the thunder in his right eye flew out and started floating before him. The thunder essence was filled with life, and there was a smaller bolt thunder around it. This was very familiar to what he saw. The only difference was that it lacked the other 8 accompanying thunders. It was a pity that the only accompanying thunder was too weak. Although it was there was only a trace of it. His right eye flashed and the incomplete thunder essence immediately returned to his right eye. He muttered, "I'm not willing to kill people going through their divine retribution, but I can kill the Scatter Thunder clan members and obtain it from them." As he sneered, Wang Lin disappeared. His divine sense spread out as a ripple and a nightmare begin in the 7 million worlds. There were a few Scatter Thunder clan members moving through space. The one with the lowest cultivation was at the ascendant stage and the highest at corporeal yang. They were paying attention to their tokens and would immediately head over if they detected anything. This spiritual thunder is extremely difficult to collect. We have already killed 4 lower realm cultivators, but none of them gave birth to spiritual thunder. No rush, this relies on luck. If no spiritual thunder appears, then we can just steal from others. The corporeal yang cultivator was filled with arrogance as he spoke. The surrounding cultivators immediately began to flatter him. Just at this moment, an ascendant cultivator became puzzled and pointed ahead, saying, "Everyone, do you all see this? I have never seen it in the 7 million worlds before." Before he could finish speaking, a thunderous rumble came from where he pointed. It got closer and attracted the attention of everyone else. The corporeal yang cultivator's eyes widened and became filled with terror. A thunderstorm more than 100,000 feet wide was raging before them. Before it even got close, they could already see the endless lightning bolts that were like little silver snakes moving along the edge. The sound of the thunder was earth-shattering. "What is this? Escape!" These cultivators immediately became pale. They felt their scalps go numb and were going to retreat. A few smart ones were going to teleport away. The corporeal yang cultivator was one of them. However, they were too slow. In an instant, the thunderstorm suddenly sped up and surrounded them. Even the corporeal yang cultivator was forced out from teleportation and was sucked into the thunderstorm. The screams seemed insignificant compared to the sound of the thunder. The cultivators all died. The storm swept across the stars and a huge face vaguely revealed itself within the storm. It was Wang Lin. His face was hidden inside the storm as it swept forward. None of the Scatter Thunder clan members were able to escape death before this thunderstorm. A Nirvana Scryer old man of the Scatter Thunder clan was moving along across space. However, at this instant his body trembled and he suddenly turned. His pupils shrank and disbelief filled his eyes. Before he could escape, the thunderstorm swept by and swallowed him as it continued moving forward. As Wang Lin began a slaughter, Neither yin and yang or nirvana scryer cultivators were able to resist the thunderstorm at all, and were all devoured. In just a few days, almost 1,000 cultivators had been killed by Wang Lin, and everything within their marks belonged to Wang Lin. He had also obtained for complete spiritual thunderbolts from them. These spiritual thunderbolts were all absorbed by his right eye and continued to grow. On the 4th day after Wang Lin's thunderstorm engulfed 3 nirvana scryer cultivators, his token that indicated that there was someone going through divine retribution began to tremble, just as he was about to move. However, the trembling stopped in a flash as someone else had already gone before Wang Lin. The thunderstorm shrunk like crazy and formed a powerful vortex, and Wang Lin walked out of the vortex. His eyes lit up as he walked forward with the token in hand and disappeared. The snow fell like goose feathers and covered the earth, layer by layer. The entire world was white. There was even a dense layer of snow covering the vegetation, and layers of ice reflected the sunlight. The snow pressing down on the tree branches gave off a shocking feeling, as if the branches could break at any moment. It was currently morning, and smoke gradually arose from the mortal village. The smoke drifted into the air in an attempt to color the snow gray but was shattered by the falling snow and the cold wind. Sounds of dogs barking came from the city or village. A new day had arrived. The rising sun in the distance was a lot less warm in this cold winter. It lazily released sunlight, but there was no heat. There was a plain to the east of this world. This plain was covered in grass in the summer, so mortals liked to graze their animals here. Lying down on the grass and looking at the blue sky was very pleasant. However, there was no grass in sight, only white. Due to the sunlight reflecting off the white snow, if you looked at it for too long, your eyes would hurt from the endless white snow. In the winter, no mortals would come here, so there were no footprints. However, today there was a person sitting alone in the snow. This person was a handsome middle-aged man who looked very upright. He calmly looked at the sky with a hint of complication in his eyes. My cultivation. I can't suppress it anymore. The man sighed and looked nostalgically around at the white snow around him, while he silently waited for divine retribution to arrive. Not long after, the world rumbled and the snowflakes suddenly collapsed. A wild wind appeared in the sky and swept all the snow away. This wind also blew away the thick snow that had gathered on the plain around the middle-aged man. The snow was pushed apart like the ocean waves, revealing the bare earth below. The bare earth was even more eye-catching than the surrounding snow. At the same time, divine retribution clouds appeared and quickly gathered. There seemed to be a person standing inside. This person gave off dense celestial spiritual energy and released a majestic aura. Lower realm cultivator, withstand divine retribution and become a celestial. The mighty voice roared like thunder from the clouds. However, when it fell in the ears of the middle-aged man below, it didn't cause his expression to change at all. The middle-aged man patted his clothes and stood up, looking at the clouds. He looked at the clouds with a complicated and extremely mocking gaze. Become a celestial? The mockery in his voice became even stronger. As he mocked, the thunder in the sky rumbled. The celestial in the clouds raised his hand and the clouds rumbled. A bolt of thunder that could split the world descended on the man. This middle-aged man remained motionless, and the moment it fell, he raised his right hand. The thunder fell on him, and after a thunderous rumble, the thunder dissipated. The middle-aged man's face was pale, but his head was still high. He saw the celestial in the clouds raise his right hand once more, and thunderous rumbles echoed. The second divine retribution was brewing, and it appeared a moment later. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. The sky was originally covered in endless divine retribution clouds, but at this moment, a force suddenly appeared. It formed a pair of giant hands that penetrated the clouds and tore them apart. The resulting thunderous rumble was even louder, and the divine retribution clouds were ripped open, revealing a gap. A young man in white walked out of the gap. The moment this young man appeared, the expression of the celestial changed greatly and he roared, "Who are you?" This old man was here first. I'm your divine retribution. I'm here to destroy the heavenly Tao and collect the spiritual thunder. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed at the divine retribution clouds in the sky. Thunderous rumble echoed, and the old man in the clouds trembled. The thunder inside his body rumbled outside of his control, and his expression changed. However, he didn't escape but unexpectedly charged out of the cloud with a ferocious expression. His hands formed a seal, and he spat out a thunder bead that shot toward Wang Lin. Arrogant to the extreme, the old man was very fast and rapidly closed in. He gave off the aura of a late-stage Nirvana scryer cultivator. It seemed like he was about to break into the Nirvana cleanser stage. The thunder bead contained endless thunder. It was a treasure composed of 5 spiritual thunderbolts. The bead was charging at Wang Lin with earth-shattering power. I'll take this bead. Wang Lin calmly walked forward. With one step, he disappeared instantly and then suddenly appeared behind the old man. Without even turning around, he casually pointed behind him, his point landing on the back of the old man's head. The old man's face immediately turned pale and monstrous fear filled his eyes. He coughed out blood and his body trembled as red bloodlines appeared on his head and spread across his body. His body collapsed, high origin soul was destroyed, and his mark was taken. Wang Lin's left hand held the bead containing 5 spiritual thunderbolts. Killing this old man had taken him no effort. His left hand crushed the bead and the 5 spiritual thunderbolts were quickly absorbed by his right eye. They then started rotating within his right pupil. This gave Wang Lin a demonic look. All of this happened too fast. It only took an instant. The middle-aged man was still in shock and hadn't recovered. Wang Lin's right eye had absorbed all 5 spiritual thunderbolts. He floated in the air as he slowly said, "You, spread out all your cultivation and continue your divine retribution." The middle-aged man took a deep breath as he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and looked profoundly at Wang Lin. He spread out his full cultivation and his peak soul formation cultivation filled the world. After 10 breaths of time, more thunder came from the divine retribution clouds in the sky. Another gap was opened in the sky and a person walked out. "Haha! I finally met someone going through divine retribution." The man that came out of the gap immediately laughed wildly. However, before his laughter was over, Wang Lin waved his right hand. The person who had just arrived didn't even see everything clearly before his body exploded. The middle-aged man who was going through divine retribution felt his scalp tingle. No matter how dumbfounded he was at this moment, he realized that he had become bait for this young man in white. He can instantly kill celestials. Time passed. Soon, another person walked out of the gap. This person was very cautious and quickly placed large amounts of protection around himself after he appeared. However, with a wave of Wang Lin's hand, all of that protection collapsed along with his body. The cultivator let out a miserable scream and was killed. In just 15 short minutes, more than a dozen Scatter Thunder clan member had appeared with the middle-aged man as bait. However, without exception, they were all killed the moment they appeared. The middle-aged man going through divine retribution was already numb, and the terror in his heart became stronger and stronger. He let out a wry smile and simply decided to stop looking and close his eyes. This method was much faster than hunting them. After another half hour, almost 100 people had been killed by Wang Lin. A Nirvana Shatterer cultivator finally came. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he smiled as he looked at the old man walking out of the gap in the divine retribution clouds covered in thunder. This old man was wearing black and gave off a powerful sense of majesty. As soon as he appeared, his expression changed and he looked down. He immediately saw Wang Lin and smelled the scent of blood that filled the world. The old man's expression became serious and he revealed killing intent. He unexpectedly didn't retreat but charged at Wang Lin. His hands formed seals and he pointed at the void. "To use this method to kill your own clan, you deserve to die." The old man roared as he turned into a bolt of thunder and charged at Wang Lin. At the same time, a shadow appeared, and that shadow was also the old man. At this moment, his body split into two. One charged at Wang Lin and the other retreated like crazy. It used teleportation and was about to escape. Wang Lin's expression was calm. This Scatter Thunder Clan Nirvana Shatterer cultivator was a decisive person. He had thought of destroying an avatar as the cost of escaping in such a short period of time. Wang Lin was, after all, not in his original body. If not for his G realm, it would have been difficult to keep this old man from escaping with just his Nirvana Shatterer cultivation. His eyes flashed red and his G realm flew out. It turned into red lightning and immediately penetrated the old man's avatar that was blocking him. The avatar trembled and its eyes dimmed before it collapsed. The red lightning charged out from the avatar and charged into the old man's body right before he could teleport away. The old man coughed out blood and monstrous fear filled his eyes. However, a moment later his origin soul was destroyed and he died. His body fell from the air and his mark was taken. How much longer are you going to hide? Wang Lin's expression was calm. After killing the Nirvana Shatterer cultivator, he looked into the distance. The G-realm red lightning pointed at that direction and crackled, ready to shot out at any moment. Ripples appeared in the sky. The bald young man that had taken the body and was called Master Scattered Spirited by the people of the 7 million worlds appeared. Wang Lin calmly looked at the bold youth and slowly said, "You have been following me until today. I'll only give you one sentence to explain. If your explanation doesn't satisfy me, you will die." The bald youth revealed a smile, but hidden deep within his eyes was a solemn gaze. There was a faint hint of horror in his gaze when he looked at Wang Lin. He had followed Wang Lin and personally witnessed everything Wang Lin had done. He had also watched Wang Lin use that cultivator as bait and kill almost 100 people in just half an hour. What shocked him the most was that powerful Nirvana Shatterer cultivator couldn't even endure one blow. What is his cultivation level? The shock from all of this set off a huge wave in the bald youth. But compared to all of this, the fact Wang Lin had pointed him out was even more shocking. From Wang Lin's words, Wang Lin had long known that he had been following him. This was beyond his expectations. Although his cultivation level wasn't at the peak, his hiding technique, which he had inherited from countless years ago, was at the peak. None of the previous Celestials could detect him as he moved through the 7 million worlds, not even ones with higher cultivation levels. Even when a fourth Heaven's Blight cultivator came, the bald youth was able to comfortably follow that person without being detected at all. At this moment his mouth was dry. The red lightning bolt before him gave him the strongest crisis in his life. Every time the lightning flickered, he felt his skin crawl. He knew he couldn't dodge the lightning. As long as the lightning moved, he would without a doubt die. Wang Lin's cold and calm words were like an invisible sword that penetrated his mind and brought him endless chills. The surroundings were completely silent aside from the thunderous rumbles from the divine retribution clouds and the sweat dripping from the bald youth's face. Wang Lin looked at the bald youth, and after a few moments of silence, he frowned. Seeing Wang Lin frown, the bald youth's mind trembled. He quickly clasped his hands and said, "Celestial, please don't be angry. This lower realm resident is called Scattered Spirit. I meant no harm. Please." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin waved his right hand and the red lightning bolt shot out at the bald youth at an unimaginable speed. The bald youth only saw a blinding, red light, and the red lightning bolt penetrated the spot between his eyebrows. The bald youth's body trembled and he coughed out blood. But he didn't die. A powerful aura suddenly charged out from between his eyebrows, forming an aura around him. His cultivation suddenly spread out and an earth-shattering ancient aura appeared. It was as if there was a heaven-shaking soul sleeping inside this person. This person was so extremely strong that not even the G-realm could instantly kill him. Sure enough, as I expected. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he stepped forward and reached toward the youth. The eyes of the bald youth surrounded by the aura suddenly became clearer and older. The moment Wang Lin closed in, he softly said, "If fellow cultivators still want spiritual thunder, please listen to me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he stopped in the air, coldly looking at the youth. Before, this person's eyes showed immaturity, but now it seemed as if this person's eyes contained countless years of experience. The bald youth slowly said, "This old man's name is Scattered Spirit. I have lived for tens of thousands of years. I have reached the fourth heaven's blight. This old man has 971 avatar like this one before fellow cultivator, and each of them contains my will. With these avatars, I can move through space like the Scatter ThunderClan cultivators and not be noticed by anyone. I secretly followed fellow cultivator without malice. But I wanted to ask for help and make a deal. If fellow cultivator is interested, it would benefit both of us. The bald young man slowly said as he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin remained calm and slowly said, "You know of the Scatter ThunderClan?" The bald young man revealed a complicated expression and nodded. "Can fellow cultivator follow me somewhere? I'll tell you everything on the way." Wang Lin revealed no emotion and calmly asked, "What place?" "The end of the world." The bald youth let out a sigh and waved his right hand. The divine retribution clouds immediately dissipated, and at the same time, a rune flashed inside his hand. It flew toward the man in a daze down below and landed between his eyebrows. This caused his cultivation to immediately be hidden, preventing him from causing divine retribution anymore. After doing all of this, the aura around the bald youth withdrew into his body, and he clasped his hands at Wang Lin. He then turned around and stepped into the void. He unexpectedly broke through the void and left this world. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he also stepped forward. He broke through the void along with the bald youth. This old man reached the soul formation stage and comprehended the heavens at 100 years of age. After viewing several divine retributions, I realized that the so-called celestials were not like what the ancestor told us. Because of this doubt, I had suppressed my cultivation to not reach the peak of the soul formation stage. Instead, I secretly looked for the answer. The bald youth walked in front, and with every step, he broke through a world as he walked into the distance in the 7 million worlds. Wang Lin had a calm expression as he moved with him through the 7 million worlds. At this moment, mortal capitals, parts of space, and even the spring rain and autumn wind flashed around them constantly. Unfortunately, although my talent is quite good, I could no longer suppress my cultivation. When I was 200 years old, I could no longer suppress it, so I triggered the divine retribution. The celestial that came was the Scatter ThunderClan's current head elder. His cultivation level at that time was only Nirvana Scryer. I was seriously injured and was on the verge of death, so I simply couldn't resist. However, instead of killing me, he wasted my cultivation and left. I originally thought that the heavens were merciful, and it wasn't until many years later that realized that he had allowed me to live, so there was a chance I keep cultivating. Thus, there would be another chance to give birth to spiritual thunder. The bald young man's voice was bitter. However, he didn't expect that not only would I rebuild my cultivation, but during that divine retribution, I had comprehended the changes of the world. I borrowed the existence of the 7 million worlds to suppress my cultivation, and also came up with a method of allowing my cultivation to become stronger without causing divine retribution. As the bald young man spoke, his eyes were filled with reminiscence. Wang Lin looked at him and calmly said, "Scattering yourself amidst all the avatars." The bald young man nodded. I used the scattered spirit technique to pass into others my cultivation beyond the soul formation stage, and after 1,000 years I reached the ascendant stage. I had 971 avatars. 971 was the limit of scattered spirit technique, and it couldn't be surpassed, so I found a way around it. Each of the avatars act as a main body and once more use the scattered spirit technique. Each of my 971 avatars have 971 avatars of their own. With this constant cycle, my cultivation level slowly grew until I reached the Nirvana Scryer stage. When the bald young man got here, he let out a sigh. He and Wang Lin were both powerful cultivators. They had broken through the worlds as they walked and moved further and further away. After I reached the Nirvana Cleanser stage, I began to pursue the doubt I had years ago. I wanted to know if this heaven was really the heavens, if this earth was really the earth, if this celestial realm was really the celestial realm. I wanted to pursue the legend that had been passed down since ancient times from our ancestors, their depiction and craving for the celestial realm. However, although I had reached the Nirvana Cleanser and had powerful cultivation, I could not leave the 7 million worlds. I could only travel within it. And there was an invisible barrier I couldn't break with my cultivation. Thus, I came up with the method of controlling my countless avatars to all break through the soul formation stage and trigger divine retribution. At that moment, a small portion of divine retribution was triggered by me. Every time divine retribution appeared, I would observe it from the side, and as time passed, I gradually understood something. At the same time, I was shocked by what I understood. I couldn't believe that the world I existed in was created by someone else. I couldn't believe that I was viewed as an ant by others and only existed for them to collect its spiritual thunder. Wang Lin silently pondered as he listened to the bald youth. There was a complicated expression in his eyes. I'm lost and helpless. I told some people about it, but none of them believed me. Even I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to believe it was all true. It would have been better if I had found nothing, and it was all just my own speculation. I spent thousands of years in confusion, until one day, I saw two celestials fighting, and one of them died and his body fell from the sky. I stood in front of the body for a very long time until the corpse rotted and until it disappeared completely. After a long time, I laughed until tears flowed out. That corpse wasn't a celestial at all, it was the same as me. A mortal cultivator. From that day onward, I was no longer confused. I told myself that I wanted to break this world. I wanted to go outside and see what was out there. To verify if my speculation was true. The bald youth was filled with excitement. This was the first time he had said this to someone else. I began to cultivate. Every one of my avatars began cultivating scattered spirit as well. Time continued to pass, but the indignation in my heart became stronger and stronger, until I reached the Nirvana Shatterer stage. Even my avatars had reached the Nirvana Scryer and Nirvana Cleanser stages. I finally broke through the cage and stepped into the starry sky. Wang Lin's mind was in shock. As he listened, he couldn't help but feel admiration. This person's talent had surpassed that of any cultivator Wang Lin had encountered. Whether it was Red Butterfly, Li Qianmei, or Situ Nan, none were as talented as this person. They also didn't have his determination to break through everything to find the truth. I broke through the cage and saw the world outside for the first time. It was the starry sky, and it was beautiful, beautiful. My speculation had become truth. I saw cultivators like me, but they were very weak. The weakest was only at the soul formation stage. However, even that soul formation cultivation cultivator could become heaven and come kill my people. I was angry and began a slaughter. As I slaughtered, I learned the truth from the people I killed. The bald young man laughed loudly and tears flowed from his eyes. The truth is that the place I live in is called the 7 million worlds. And this is a place created by the Scatter Thunder Clan. We are like cattle in captivity, and when we reach the soul formation stage, they arrive with divine retribution to take our spiritual thunder. I also found out that over the countless years, the legends handed down by my ancestors in the 7 million worlds were all false. They were all fake. The moment they became celestials, they were all dead. This is the celestial realm. These are the celestials. The bald youth's voice contained a hint of madness and was filled with monstrous resentment. Wang Lin silently pondered. His complicated expression became even stronger. The heavenly Tao and divine retribution, in my eyes, are merely a task to the people of the Scatter Thunder Clan. A task anyone in the clan can take. What's funny is that even then, I didn't dare to believe all of this. I didn't even dare to kill too many members of the Scatter Thunder Clan. I was scared, I was afraid. I also knew that the person that spared me had become the head elder of the Scatter Thunder Clan. I was afraid that the Scatter Thunder Clan would find out that I knew everything. I feared the celestial realm that had weighed upon me and the 7 million worlds for countless years. I didn't dare to resist. Tears continued to flow from the bald youth's eyes. That memory was the most painful part of his life. I even told myself that none of this was true, that the world I'm in is not a cage. I wanted to escape from the truth I found. So I continued to fly across space through the 7 million worlds just like now. the bald youth said bitterly as he crossed through the worlds. Until one day I arrived here. The bald young man stopped and looked at Wang Lin as he pointed ahead. In this short period of time, the bald youth had gone through the 7 million worlds. Where he was pointing was still space, but it was covered by a layer of mist and was a blur. This place was extremely quiet, without any sound. The bald youth walked forward but stopped before the mist. He placed his right hand on it and pressed down. The mist churned and a blinding light came from the space before them. At the same time, more ripples spread and a giant barrier slowly revealed itself behind the fog. This barrier was like a wall that extended endlessly and surrounded the world. Cultivators were as small as dust before it. The bald youth softly said, I escaped to here and arrived at the end of the 7 million worlds. The end of the world, here my thoughts of escape collapsed. I had to face the reality, the truth. I no longer ran. I chose to face them, chose to resist. I went back to the 7 million worlds and created the Scatter Spirit sect. Every avatar spread out their spirit, and my scattered spirits control a majority of cultivators in the 7 million worlds. I taught them the cultivation method that would allow them to reach the soul formation stage the fastest. I began cultivating like crazy, creating avatar after avatar. Tens of thousands of years later, I reached the point you Celestials call Fourth Heaven's Blight. The bald youth turned to look at Wang Lin. I'm going to kill the Celestials. I'm going to subvert the Scatter Thunder Clan and take my people out of here. However, even after tens of thousands of years, even with the power I have accumulated, I still can't beat the head elder, who is at the fifth heaven's blight. I can use everything, pull together all the cultivators I can control, and even use the life and death formation I placed tens of thousands of years ago, but I can only seriously injure him, not kill. This is not even mentioning the rest of the Scatter Thunder Clan elders. My cultivation has reached a limit. I can't reach the point where I can withstand the life and death calamity of the fifth heaven's blight. I need your help. The bald youth looked at Wang Lin with plea in his eyes. You are not the same as the Scatter Thunder Clan members. You're the first hope I've seen. With our power, you're able to help me. I can see that you also have no goodwill toward the Scatter Thunder Clan. If we cooperate, it would benefit both of us. Wang Lin silently pondered. The youth gnashed his teeth and said, I followed you the entire way and saw that you were collecting spiritual thunder. I have it. If you agree to join forces, I can give all of it to you. Wang Lin still didn't speak and looked at the barrier with confusion in his eyes. In addition, there are countless cultivators of my clan in the 7 million worlds. If this matter succeeds and my clan can get out, I will agree to any request you make in the future. Even if I'm not here, my clan will continue to follow that order for generations. I found out from the memories of the Scatter Thunder Clan that in your world, there is an inner realm and an outer realm. If you need it, my entire clan can help you battle the inner realm. After a long time, Wang Lin slowly said, How confident are you in killing the head elder? The bald youth's eyes lit up, and after pondering a bit, he said, If you help me, I'm 70% confident. 70%? Wang Lin silently pondered as he withdrew his gaze from the barrier. His eyes revealed a strange light and he slowly nodded. The bald youth was exhilarated. He looked at Wang Lin profoundly and smiled. Good. I'm going to kill all the Scatter Thunder Clan cultivators here. This will attract their attention, and the head elder will surely come here. No need to do this. If all the Scatter Thunder Clan cultivators die, then they won't only send just the head elder. If several elders come, there will be some problems. If you have a method teleporting me into this place, then I can draw the head elder in here. Once he dies, the matter will be settled. Wang Lin calmly looked at the bald youth. The bald youth silently pondered for a while and then slowly nodded. I can destroy 20% of my avatars to form a charm. This charm, along with me casting a spell inside, can open a passage that will last for only 3 breaths of time. You can't go out from this passage, but you can come in. With that, the bald youth didn't hesitate and closed his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, Tens of thousands of cultivators trembled and their bodies collapsed into flesh and blood. Soon, everything in their bodies quickly dissipated into the void. All of this happened in an instant. The bald youth's face turned slightly pale. Then his right hand formed a seal and the power from those tens of thousands of avatars gathered from the void. A moment later, a blood-colored token appeared, and he handed it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted it and carefully looked at it. He clasped his hands before turning around and disappearing with one step. "Wait for my message." Wang Lin's voice echoed and gradually dissipated. The bald youth looked at where Wang Lin went. After pondering for a long time, he murmured, "I can only trust him. Only trust him." As Wang Lin quickly moved through space, his eyes shined and he began to ponder. He didn't believe everything the bald youth had said. This was just how he was. With his cultivation level, he naturally knew how much power was required to open a massage. The bald youth being willing to sacrifice so much in an instant was a show of sincerity. Killing the head elder of the Scatter Thunder clan was only one of the reasons. The more important reason was that he wanted to help these people break free. He wanted to break something. He wanted these people to be able to leave here in order to prove something. Wang Lin moved very fast as he charged toward the square at the center. Soon, the square appeared before him. With one step, he crossed an immeasurable distance, landing on the square. He ignored the gazes of the surrounding people and his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside a towering pavilion. This was the place to leave the 7 million worlds and return to the Scatter Thunder clan. There was a huge transfer array beside the pavilion. At this moment, the transfer array was activated with a dozen or so people inside. The transfer array was about to activate, and there were several Scatter Thunder clan members outside who were in charge of the formation. Wang Lin suddenly appeared. He didn't even look around before stepping toward the transfer array. One of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivators in charge of the transfer array immediately shouted, "Stop! The formation is activated. Wait for the next group." However, before they finished shouting, Wang Lin waved his right hand, tore a gap in the transfer array, and walked inside. This scene caused the expressions of the cultivators outside to change greatly, and they were horrified. Even the dozens of people that were inside the transfer array were shocked. The formation lit up, and everyone inside, including Wang Lin, disappeared without a trace. At this moment, a shocking change occurred on one of the 16 Scatter Thunder clan planets that were surrounded by the endless thunder. Su Ligua had turned into black fog and was escaping into the distance. He was holding a gorgeous woman who had a sneer on her face. His face was filled with panic and malice as he continuously roared. The gorgeous woman's eyes were filled with mockery as she coldly said, "You can't escape. As soon as you captured me, you caused a great calamity. This is just one elder and you're already running. It won't be long before my father comes out of closed-door cultivation and refines you into a thunder soul, so you can be tormented for thousands of years to resolve the hatred in my heart." Su Ligua appeared from the fog. Then he slapped her and angrily shouted, "Shut up! What hasn't your grandpa Su seen and experienced? What does this count as?" Killing intent flashed through the gorgeous woman's eyes as she let out a cold snort and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just at this moment, the sky rumbled, and the thunder was heaven-shaking. The endless rumbles spread across the sky, causing all creatures to tremble. Even the Scatter Thunder clan members inside their caves were terrified. The entire sky was dark, but in just a moment, countless silver snakes filled the sky. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. An old man wearing green stepped through the sky. It was as if he had crossed immeasurable distances with just one step. A mere sword spirit dares to be so arrogant before this old man? You managed to escape before, but this time you will die. The old man formed a seal and pointed at the escaping Su Ligua. Thunderous rumbles echoed as all the thunder gathered, forming millions of silver snakes, and shot at Su Ligua. Su Ligua let out a scream and suddenly turned around, using the gorgeous woman as a shield. He sliced the air with his hands at the endless thunder and endless rays of sword energy came out of his body. These sword energy was heaven-shaking and gave off an cold aura. They collided with the thunder. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sky changed colors and the clouds shattered. A powerful impact scattered, causing Su Ligua to cough out soul essence and immediately weaken. However, the impact pushed him away and he quickly escaped with the gorgeous woman. "If you let me go, I can reduce your punishment, but if you—" The gorgeous woman also coughed out blood due to the impact and stared at Su Ligua. However, before she could finish speaking, Su Ligua let out a strange cry. His right hand directly reached into her shirt and he squeezed her chest hard. "Shut up, little girl. If I die, I'll kill you first." Su Ligua's squeezed caused the gorgeous woman's face to turn pale. It was clearly very painful. However, just at this moment, the old man's eyes lit up in flames and overflowed with anger. He had been hunting this sword spirit for a long time, but the sword spirit spells were all extremely clever and would often resolve the danger. The sword spirit's speed was also unimaginable. He vaguely felt like he couldn't catch up. When he saw what Su Ligua had done, he let out a roar. His right hand formed a seal and his mark flashed. Then a ball of black thunder flew out. The ball of thunder moved along with the old man's right hand. It broke through the world and charged at Su Ligua. "Damn it! This again!" Su Ligua let out a scream as he withdrew his right hand and turned into black fog. Then he scattered. The moment he scattered, the ball of black thunder arrived. A thunderous bang echoed, causing the earth to rumble and making countless spatial cracks appear. Thunder scattered in all directions and the rumbling continued. All of this happened in an instant. After Su Ligua collapsed, he turned into black fog and reappeared in the distance. Su Ligua's body reformed, but it was blurry. Even his spirit body was seriously injured. However, his hand was still clinging on to the gorgeous woman. The moment he appeared, 3 black threads came out of the ball of thunder and charged at Su Ligua. Each of those 3 threads contained the power of destroy the heavens. The moment they arrived, Su Ligua grinned as he retreated and used the gorgeous woman as a shield. The 3 black threads paused and immediately changed directions. Taking this opportunity, Su Ligua quickly retreated and roared, "Old man, what hasn't been seen by your grandpa Su? You're merely at the Nirvana cleanser stage. You're nothing. Once my master returns, he can kill you with just 1 finger." Black gas came from the face of the old man chasing Su Ligua, and his anger reached a limit. He had lived for many years, but he had never met an enemy with such a vicious mouth. As he chased, the other party had constantly cursed him, and even though his heart was normally as calm as water, he couldn't help but become angry. "When this old man catches you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Old fellow, can't you say something else? You've already said that 100 times. 100 times, 100 times. Say, old man, do you want to watch me take advantage of this little girl? Why else wouldn't you have caught up with your Nirvana cleanser cultivation? Do you want to see me do it 100 more times?" Su Ligua said viciously as he teleported away. Although he was weak and almost like an empty oil lamp, his words had become more vicious. "Good. Your grandpa Su will let you see all you want." Su Ligua's right hand reached toward the gorgeous woman and tore her clothes. A large portion of her clothes were torn off, revealing her snow-white skin. The viciousness in the woman's eyes became monstrous, and she screamed, "I'm going to kill you!" "Shut up, little woman. If you keep making your grandpa angry, I will take over your body. You know I'm a spirit. I can easily take over your body. Then I'll begin to undress." Although Su Ligua was speaking viciously, his heart was bitter. "Master, if you don't come back, your grandpa Su will be finished. You're the one who let me out, but now you're not caring about me. Master, please appear." After the woman heard Su Ligua's words, her face turned pale. She immediately shut up and no longer dared to utter a word. The old man in green who was chasing him had heard Su Ligua's words, especially those last few words. They caused anger to fill his body, so much that he almost coughed out blood. He simply decided to continue pursuing and not speak. While the old man continued to chase, Su Ligua weakened more and more, but he continued to say vicious words. The old man was fuming with anger. A gentle voice appeared in the world. What a sharp-mouthed sword spirit. I want to see if you can still say those words after I drain your spirit body and seal you inside a pig. A middle-aged man wearing blue appeared along with the voice. He appeared in an extremely bizarre way and stood right in front of Su Ligua's escape path. The gorgeous woman immediately shouted in joy, "Godfather! Peak Nirvana Shatterer!" Su Ligua's pupils shrank and his body trembled. Just as he was about to retreat, the middle-aged man raised his right hand and casually waved. Su Ligua's body rumbled and his body split into pieces, turning into black fog. The woman held by him was surrounded by a gentle force and was taken to the middle-aged man's side. At this moment, the old man closed in. The black fog quickly took form once more, but it was even weaker. It was as if the wind only needed to blow to cause him to scatter. Hee, I didn't think this little girl's godfather would be so young. Godfather, godfather. I think she should be your mistress. Just as Su Ligua spoke, the middle-aged man's expression became gloomy. He waved his right hand and wind and thunder rushed toward Su Ligua. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Su Ligua collapsed once more. Just as he recovered, he collapsed once more. This continued and he rapidly weakened. He was about to be completely destroyed. Instead of killing you at once, I'll let you continue to disintegrate and taste the fear of death again and again. The middle-aged man's voice was gentle, while the gorgeous woman beside him was filled with monstrous hatred. Master, save me. If you don't save me, I'll die. Su Ligua was filled with fear. If not for the fact that he had provoked the woman so much that it simply couldn't be turned around, he would have long surrendered. That's right, you still have a master. I want to see what gall your master has to provoke me. I'll have to be buried with you. The middle-aged man revealed a gentle smile. However, just at this moment, a cold voice slowly appeared from the world. This voice was like countless sharp blades and was filled with a powerful chill. I'm his master. The moment the voice appeared, the gentle smile on the middle-aged man immediately became stiff and shock appeared in his eyes. He had his divine sense spread out the entire time, but until the voice appeared, he hadn't noticed anything. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the entire world was replaced by thunder. It was as if someone had moved the thunder from the outside to here. Wang Lin walked out from the thunder. Master! Master! Save me! Su Ligua had never been like this. He had never seen so happy about Wang Lin showing. He was filled with grievance and flew toward Wang Lin. However, the green-clothed old man hated Su Ligua to the bones and subconsciously lifted his right hand to stop Su Ligua. However, the price of this subconscious action was death. The moment he raised his right hand, Wang Lin casually waved his sleeve and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was beside the old man, and he casually pointed to the spot between the old man's eyebrows. The old man's body trembled as panic and disbelief filled his eyes. His body collapsed, and his origin soul was destroyed with it. The pupils of the middle-aged man in blue shrank, sweat covered his forehead, and terror filled his eyes. He immediately stepped back and grabbed the woman. He was about to escape. Wang Lin didn't stop them. He watched the terrified middle-aged man taking the similarly terrified gorgeous woman, and they disappeared in an instant. Outer Realm Nirvana Shatterer cultivators have to die. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the G-Realm charged out. The red lightning immediately charged forward. The G-Realm affected the endless thunder in the sky, and the rumbling intensified, as if the sky was going to collapse. The thunder descended down onto the planet like eternal thunder, and it was as if the entire planet had turned into a thunder prison. As the middle-aged man retreated, his face was filled with monstrous fear. He used spells and a large amount of treasure to resist this red lightning that brought him an endless sense of danger like he had never felt before. However, the moment those spells and treasures touched the red lightning, they all collapsed. They weren't able to stop it for even a moment. What kind of thunder is this? The middle-aged man didn't hesitate to grab the girl that called him godfather but was, in truth, one of his dual cultivation partners. Before she could even react, he moved her to block the red lightning. The woman's eyes were filled with disbelief as her body collapsed. Borrowing this time window, the middle-aged man retreated like crazy. He tore open the void and was about to enter. When he was halfway inside, the red lightning penetrated through the void and entered his back. The middle-aged man's body trembled and his eyes became unfocused. His body exploded and his origin soul was destroyed. From when Wang Lin appeared to the end, it had only been a moment. He didn't intend to kill the woman, as someone like her couldn't do much. What happened to her was irrelevant to Wang Lin. Su Ligua witnessed all of this and witnessed Wang Lin's strength. At this moment, he was about to flatter Wang Lin when Wang Lin grabbed Su Ligua and threw him into the storage space. Then Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. Next, I'm going to battle the entire Scatter Thunder clan. Wang Lin's eyes were cold, and he moved faster and faster. In an instant, he broke through the atmosphere and arrived in space. The thunder among the stars rumbled loudly. It seemed to respond to Wang Lin's will. Wang Lin walked toward the giant continent at the center of the 16 planets. He walked into the thunder, creating a heaven-shaking rumble with the thunder surrounding him. He formed a shocking scene. It seemed as if he had summoned endless thunder here. Wang Lin wore thunder and stepped on lightning as he slowly walked toward the Scatter Thunder clan's holy ground. The eternal thunderbolt in the temple on the continent also roared, seeming to be preparing to confront Wang Lin. Wang Lin was not far from the Scatter Thunder clan's holy land. He immediately closed in, and a powerful voice suddenly came from the holy land. "This is my clan's holy land. You can't enter without a summon. Quickly, leave." Wang Lin's expression was calm, and he completely ignored this voice. He pointed with his finger and the endless thunder gathered. It was as if Wang Lin's finger had absorbed the thunder of the heavens and earth and began to bombard the Scatter Thunder clan's holy land. The thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking, and a green light flashed around the holy land. As the large amount of lightning bolts fell, they looked like rain, causing large amounts of ripples on the green light. "You dare? Anyone who trespasses on the holy land will die." With a roar, a person flew out from the holy land. This old man was at the Nirvana Shatterer stage. He stepped out from the barrier and formed a seal as he charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. In a flash, he arrived before the old man. The old man's eyes were instantly filled with terror, and before he could react, Wang Lin caught his right hand. Wang Lin moved his arm and lifted the old man. The moment Wang Lin lifted the old man, his origin energy charged into the old man's body. Popping sounds echoed, and he instantly killed the old man. Wang Lin loosened his right hand, and the old man screamed as his body crashed into the green light and exploded. The old man's death shocked the Scatter Thunder clan members inside the Holy Land. A sharp cry echoed as all of the Scatter Thunder clan members' jades trembled and gave off a glaring, red glow. The trembling and the red light shocked many Scatter Thunder clan members. However, they soon reacted, and their expressions changed greatly. This red light meant that someone had trespassed on the Holy Land. The jade on Wang Lin also gave off this red light. He took it out and crushed it. His hands formed a seal and the heavens roared as endless thunder appeared from the void. Wang Lin controlled all that thunder to bombard the barrier. The thunderous rumbles were heaven-shaking. At the same time, hundreds of cultivators flew out from the surrounding 16 planets. They all had gloomy expressions as they charged at Wang Lin. These cultivators were mostly at the illusory Yin, corporeal Yang, and Nirvana Scryer stages. Before they even got close, they shot out spells and magic treasures at Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a cold short. When the hundreds of cultivators got close, he waved his hand. He then opened his much and roared, "Thunder of the world, listen to my command." After he spoke, the expression of the hundreds of cultivators changed greatly and their bodies trembled. At this moment, the thunder inside their bodies trembled violently, as if they had met the King of Thunder. "Gather!" Wang Lin's roar was shocking. The moment his voice echoed, the hundreds of cultivators let out miserable cries. Thunder erupted from each of their bodies, forming bolts of thunder that shot toward Wang Lin. They quickly gathered around Wang Lin, forming a ball of thunder 1,000 feet wide. Wang Ling grabbed it with his right hand and then threw it at the barrier around the Holy Land. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy, and the barrier trembled violently. What an arrogant tone! The thunder of the world needs to listen to your command? When did my Scatter Thunder clan produce such a unfilial child? A gloomy voice came from the Holy Land. An old man in black walked out of the temple. He had gray hair and a gloomy expression. His cultivation spread out directly passing Nirvana Shatterer. He was a powerful cultivator at First Heaven's Blight. The moment the old man spoke, tens of thousands of cultivators flew out from the surrounding 16 planets. Let me see if you have the qualifications to be so arrogant. The old man sneered, and killing intent filled his eyes. He charged out from the Holy Land and his right hand formed a seal. Then his mark flashed and a giant thunder dragon appeared and shot toward Wang Lin. The old man was standing on top of the thunder dragon when his right hand reached out and a long sword appeared covered in thunder. Wang Lin calmly looked at this person and shook his head. You're not qualified to fight me. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his G-realm shot out at an unimaginable speed. It broke through the void and directly collided with the thunder dragon. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The thunder dragon trembled and let out a mournful cry as it collapsed. The First Heaven's Blight Elder's eyes were filled with indescribable horror. He waved his right hand and attempted to block the red lightning with the sword in his hand. Popping sounds echoed and the long sword immediately collapsed into countless fragments. The old man's face was pale and he wanted to retreat, but the red lightning was even faster. After breaking the long sword, it was going to rush into the old man's body. The old man's eyes were filled with intense terror. The feeling of death had never been so close. Just as the red lightning rushed to the spot between the old man's eyebrows, a crazed roar came from the temple on the Holy Land. Stop! As the roar echoed, a tall, middle-aged man stepped out from the temple. With just one step, he broke through the barrier and arrived next to the First Heaven's Blight cultivator. However, his speed was still too slow compared to the G-realm. The moment he came out, the G-realm had pierced through the First Heaven's Blight cultivator's head and come out the other side. This cultivator's eyes became blurry and he coughed out blood. His body collapsed, but his origin soul rushed out. He was seriously injured but not dead. Wang Lin frowned. He wasn't here with his original body, so he didn't have much G-realm. That was the reason why he couldn't completely kill a First Heaven's Blight cultivator. You dare to rebel? The tall middle-aged man grabbed his clan's origin soul and looked at Wang Lin. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The aura of a third Heaven's Blight cultivator spread out from his body. It was earth-shattering. Ripples spread across space itself. Wang Lin didn't anything as he raised his hand and hit his forehead. Thunder rumbled as Wang Lin's origin soul left Yufei's body and appeared in the world. His origin soul was filled with thunder, and there was also the spiritual thunder accompanying him. The rumbles were heaven-shaking. Thunder of the world, listen to my command. Come from the endless thunder lake and destroy for me. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out like crazy. At this moment, the thunder lake around the Scatter Thunder clan began to rage like the sea. A monstrous wave was set off, and the entire Thunderland began to rush toward this location. One could see the Thunder Lake rushing in from very far away. This extremely spectacular scene made it look like the Thunder Lake coming to destroy everything. The expressions of all the cultivators that had come here from the planets changed greatly. Even the expression of the tall middle-aged man changed greatly. The rumbles of thunder replaced everything. However, at this moment, a mighty roar came from the eternal thunderbolt inside the temple on the Holy Land. Who are you? This voice didn't come from the temple, but from inside the depths of the eternal thunderbolt. It was the head elder of the Scatter Thunder clan who had reached the fifth Heaven's Blight. A 1,000-foot face appeared within the eternal thunderbolt. This face was like the sun. It lit up the star system. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, I'm Wang Lin. Today I can to take the eternal thunderbolt and destroy your scatter thunder clan. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul left the body, and Yufei's body slowly floated away. What appeared before the scatter thunder clan was Wang Lin's origin soul filled with thunder. He was like a bolt of thunder that had descended from the heavens. His words were calm, and as he spoke, the thunder lake around the 16 scatter thunder clan planets rumbled even more intensely, as if they were responding to him. This scene caused the tall, middle-aged man's pupils to shrink. With his cultivation level, he could clearly feeling the almost suffocating thunder might from Wang Lin. So it turns out you're not a member of my scatter thunder clan? The giant face that appeared from the eternal thunderbolt inside the temple said in a low voice, You dare to run wild in my scatter thunder clan with your low cultivation level and declare you will destroy my scatter thunder clan? What arrogance! The voice was filled with mockery, and his roar was like a thunderous rumble that suppressed the sound from the thunder lake. Wang Lin's origin soul was floating in space. As the thunder light flashed, the vague image of a dragon flickered. He remained calm before the head elder's roar and wasn't affected at all. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes as he pointed at the eternal thunderbolt and coldly said, Do you dare to battle me in the thunder lake? There was no trick or scheme. Wang Lin had come today for a battle. Everything he had done before was for this battle. This was why he had given up Yufei's body and revealed his origin soul. All of this was to lure the head elder. Wang Lin believed that while the head elder normally wouldn't have noticed anything, since Wang Lin displayed had his origin soul, the head elder would be able to pick up some clues. He was using himself as bait to have a battle with the strongest person in the Scatter Thunder clan. The head elder. After he spoke, Wang Lin retreated and turned into a bolt of thunder, charging into the thunder lake. The thunder might his origin soul gave off made it so no one dared to stop him. The eyes of the tall, middle-aged man lit up and he was about to chase. But 9 auras came out from the temple and vaguely locked on to Wang Lin. These 9 auras were all heaven's blight cultivators. Battle with me. Good. A thunder-like rumble echoed. The eternal thunderbolt roared and the huge face shrank into bright bolts of thunder. Then a person walked out. This person looked about 40 years old and his eyes revealed no emotion. His lips were thin, so he was a vicious person. At this moment, he walked out of the eternal thunderbolt and left the Holy Land. Greetings, head elder. The tall, middle-aged man immediately bowed. The eyes of the Scatter Thunder clan cultivators were filled with fervor when the head elder appeared. The head elder was the leader of the Scatter Thunder clan and was the pinnacle of the Scatter Thunder clan. Everyone admired the head elder, and to them the head elder was the heavens. Even the 9 auras that had locked onto Wang Lin appeared, revealing themselves to be 9 people of varying ages. They all bowed. This child has a lot of secrets and has great use for me. Also, for this person to come here with his cultivation level, I fear he is no alone. All of you guard this place. I want to see what he is capable of. The head elder said indifferently. Then he slowly walked forward with his hands behind his back. He wasn't fast, but with just a few steps, he crossed an immeasurable distance as if the world had shrunk before him. Wang Lin rushed forward like a bolt of thunder, but after only a moment, he suddenly turned around. The head elder only took 2 steps to leave the people of the Scatter Thunder clan far behind and appear 1,000 feet behind Wang Lin. This place was already very far away from the Scatter Thunder clan's holy land, and there was only endless thunder surrounding them. They were the only 2 people here. Retribution thunder, spiritual thunder, and an eternal thunder similar to the one in my clan's holy land. Not bad. Do you have something on you that could attract this old man? Which is why you are so sure I would show up. The head elder was calm. He had lived for far too long, so he was very cunning. All of Wang Lin's intentions were clear before his eyes. You're not this old man's match, so let your helper come out. Even now, the head elder revealed no emotion, and from beginning to end he was as calm as water while emitting a terrifying aura. After he spoke, he raised his right hand and casually waved. In an instant, space trembled and a giant vortex unexpectedly appeared. A heaven-shattering roar came out from inside the vortex. Thunder dragons came out of vortex like crazy. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 999 thunder dragons appeared. When they appeared, endless thunder surrounded them, and they all let out roars as they charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's pupils shrank. This was the first time he had faced someone at the fifth heaven's blight. Although it wasn't the third step, it was the strongest under third step. The other side was able to create 999 thunder dragons with just a wave of his hand. This spell was heaven-shaking and was already beyond what could be considered a spell. Those thunder dragons didn't allow Wang Lin to think too much and charged at him. Wang Lin retreated while his hands formed a seal. Thunder flashed around his origin soul, forming a halo around him. The moment this halo appeared, Wang Lin pushed out his hand and coldly said, "Thunder of the world, listen to my command. Upend the heavens and earth. Collapse for me." He pushed his hands forward, and the halo around his origin soul immediately spread out with him as the center. When the thunder dragons encountered the halo, their bodies trembled and their eyes became filled with confusion and struggle. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed forward several times. The confusion in every thunder dragon that was pointed at by him collapsed. Then they turned around to attack the head elder. This sudden change caused chaos to occur within the head elder's spell. The head elder's eyes lit up and he sneered. "Interesting, indeed interesting." As he spoke, his right hand formed a seal and he pointed at the sky. He slowly said, "As the head elder of the Scatter Thunder clan, slave to the holy thunder, command the thunder of the world with my endless will to disintegrate the world." After he spoke, the nearly 1,000 thunder dragons around Wang Lin gave off endless thunder and roared as if they were crazy. Then they charged at Wang Lin. Even the thunder dragons controlled by Wang Lin began to struggle. It only took a moment for them to break free of Wang Lin's control and fall under the head elder's control once more. Rumble, 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 rumble. Those thunder dragons bombarded Wang Lin, causing his origin soul to almost collapse. He continued to retreat, and his origin soul was turning transparent. Every thunder dragon contained the will of the head elder. Not only did this damage his origin soul, but the will entered his origin soul as if it was trying to control him. This was the first time Wang Lin had encountered something like this, and his mind trembled. As he was being bombarded, he retreated even faster. All of this happened in a flash, fast beyond imagination. However, when Wang Lin retreated 10,000 feet, his expression changed. He didn't hesitate to cough out a mouthful of essence energy and step forward. Then his origin soul rapidly shrank. Just as he quickly changed directions, Rippled appeared where he was. An ancient hand reached out and mercilessly slammed toward him. Although Wang Lin had avoided the sudden danger, he was hit by the shockwave of the palm. His origin soul trembled violently and his face turned pale. "Not slow to dodge, but just how many times can you dodge?" The head elder walked out from the ripples. There was a hint of mockery in his calm gaze toward Wang Lin. "You said before that you were going to take my clan's eternal thunderbolt and destroy my Scatter Thunder clan. If this is all your power, you can't do it." Wang Lin didn't speak a single word as he retreated and turned from human form into an ancient thunder dragon. He charged toward the thunder lake in the distance. The head elder sneered and he waved his right hand. The remaining hundreds of thunder dragons all charged after Wang Lin. This was a scene that could shock anyone who saw it. An origin soul ancient thunder dragon in front with hundreds of thunder dragon chasing. There was also a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back slowly walking forward. "You want to escape to the endless thunder lake and use it to fight this old man, but all the thunder here contains my will. So how can you borrow any of it?" The voice of the head elder was extremely clear among the endless rumbles of thunder. Wang Lin didn't speak at all and moved like crazy, instantly closing in on the rumbling thunder lake. The endless thunder lake was monstrous. And when Wang Lin got close, the roars became even more intense. At the same time, deep within the endless thunder lake, there was a ball of thunder 10,000 feet wide. Wang Lin's original body opened his eyes and revealed a cold gaze. "Old bastard, you finally came." The moment his eyes opened, the thunder lake around the 16 scatter thunder clan planets began to boil. It was as if their king had awakened and was displaying their endless thunder. The moment Wang Lin's original body awakened, the hundreds of thunder dragons chasing his origin soul trembled violently, and some exploded. Although the remaining thunder dragons didn't collapse, the pressure coming from the thunder lake made it so they didn't dare to move forward. Even the expression of the calm head elder changed. He paused for a moment and his face revealed a rare trace of seriousness. At this moment, Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon origin soul rushed into the thunder lake. He suddenly turned around to face the head elder and quickly turned into his human form. "I, Wang Lin, have come to collect the eternal thunderbolt and destroy your scatter thunder clan." Wang Lin slowly repeated what he had said before, and his origin soul retreated into the thunder lake. The head elder's eyes lit up and he sneered as he moved into the thunder lake. The thunder lake was originally churning and rumbling, but the moment the head elder entered, it became quiet, as if an invisible force had pressed down upon it. The head elder's divine sense spread out within the thunder lake, and the thunder within his divine sense calmed down. It surrounded him as if it were following its master. "Is this your helper? This old man wants to see how this helper will help you destroy my scatter thunder clan." The head elder's mighty voice spread out in all directions. However, just as he spoke, a cold voice slowly came from the distance. "As you wish." These 3 simple words set off a monstrous rumble. This roar was 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times more intense than before, and made the entire thunder lake churn. At the same time, the thunder lake before the head elder churned, and rumbles that sounded like fists swinging rapidly charged at the head elder. The monstrous rumble carried with it a sense of madness, the momentum to tear the heavens in half, and the might to pierce through the world, setting off a storm in the thunder lake. The eyes of the head elder narrowed and looked into the distance. Before him, the thunder rumbled and danced like silver snakes, and the rumble that seemed to come from ancient times got closer and closer. At this moment, if you looked from above, you would see a heaven-shaking scene. In this scene, far away from head elder in the thunder lake, a young man with white hair was moving in a straight line toward the head elder. As he moved forward, his right hand continuously threw punches. Every punch he threw would cause the thunder in the thunder lake to gather like crazy. This thunder gradually formed an illusory fist before the young man. At first, the fist was only 100 feet wide, but as Wang Lin continued to move forward and punch, it absorbed more thunder. It grew to 1,000, 10,000, even 100,000 feet. This 100,000-foot fist was completely made of thunder. It was a shocking scene, and anyone who looked at it would be terrified. The rumble suddenly closed in and the sound spread out in all directions. Even the Scatter Thunder clan members on the 16 planets could hear the thunderous rumble that sounded like the world was collapsing. The expression of the head elder changed and became very serious. Although he knew that the other person must have been confident to lure him here, he was the strongest person under the 3rd step, and he was inside the Scatter Thunder clan, so he didn't take it seriously. At this moment, when he saw the giant fist made of thunder, his mind trembled. This isn't just the power of thunder. There is another spell within it. The thunder rumble was heaven-shaking, and Wang Lin was walking behind it. He continued to punch, and the thunder fist grew once more into 200,000 feet. As a result, it seemed to replace heaven itself as it shot toward the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder. "Old bastard! Do you dare to fight me?" Wang Lin closed in and threw his last punch. With this punch, he activated all the ancient god power in his body. The stars between his eyebrows rotated like crazy, and large amounts of ancient god power flowed out. Adding Wang Lin's cultivation and his control of thunder, he was able to form a heaven-shattering punch. The 200,000-foot thunder fist descended with a thunderous rumble. It was like a giant punch from another world, descending on the head elder with a destructive aura. The head elder retreated a few steps and waved his hand to hit his mark. The clothes on his body moved without any wind and his hair scattered. Then his eyes shined brightly and he roared, "What a powerful thunder punch! This old man will battle you." The moment his hand landed on his mark, it shined brightly, and a treasure flew out. This treasure was a green ancient mirror with a thunder mark on the back. This mark was exactly the same as the Scatter Thunder Clan's eternal thunderbolt. "Thunder Slaughter Mirror, break everything for me!" the head elder roared as he threw the mirror. A thunderous rumble came from the mirror, and it grew countless fold. In the blank of an eye it turned into a 100,000 feet mirror before the head elder. When Wang Lin's thunder fist arrived, a thunder fist of the exact same side appeared within the mirror. This Thunder Slaughter Mirror was one of the Scatter Thunder Clan's main treasures. Any spell below the third step would be immediately copied, and its power would be no weaker than the original. Could counter any spell. This treasure was already heaven-defying, and compared to esteemed Xuanbao's rank 9 Nirvana Void Treasure, this mirror was rank 2 Nirvana Void Treasure. It was far beyond a Void Treasure and was infinitely close to a Nirvana Treasure. The giant thunder fist stretched out from the Thunder Slaughter Mirror. At this moment, it was as if there was a giant hiding inside the mirror and throwing a punch from within. This fist was exactly the same as the fist Wang Lin had made. Even the size, thunder, and trajectory were exactly the same. In an instant, these two giant fists collided outside the Thunder Slaughter Mirror. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking, and powerful shockwaves spread out like crazy. However, the thunder fists didn't dissipate. They continued to fight as if two giants were fighting. The thunderous rumbles of the two punches echoed continuously. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious as he moved behind the thunder fist and continued to throw punches. The punches made the thunder fist rumble even louder, but the copy thunder fist also intensified. The sounds of fists colliding spread across the entire Scatter Thunder Clan. The sounds even echoed outside the Scatter Thunder Clan. "Break for me! Break! Break!" Wang Lin roared. He stepped forward once more and the ancient god power inside him condensed like crazy. His ancient god stars were already rotating so fast. They were impossible to see clearly as he continued to throw punches. The Thunder Slaughter Mirror could replicate all spells, but it couldn't replicate the power of the ancient gods. The ancient gods were beings from ancient times. How could a mere treasure replicate them? How dare a mere treasure replicate them? As Wang Lin moved forward, the replicated fist began to retreat. Wang Lin grinned. He was going to push this fist back into the mirror and cause it to collapse. This scene shocked the mind of the head elder. His hands formed seals and was about to use a spell when Wang Lin let out a roar. His two hands clasped together and mercilessly smashed down. A thunderous rumble echoed and the replicated fist collapsed. Wang Lin's thunder fist pushed the replicated fist back into the mirror. At this moment, Wang Lin opened his mouth and a flash of red appeared. The blood sword appeared and surrounded the world in a blood light. It immediately charged out and landed on the Thunder Slaughter Mirror. There was a crisp sound, and then a large amount of cracks appeared around the spot the blood sword had stabbed into. The head elder was filled with disbelief as the mirror shattered into pieces. The blood light flashed and returned to Wang Lin's side. Wang Lin pushed the remaining thunder fist through the broken mirror and arrived before the head elder. It suddenly descended. The Scatter Thunder Clan's head elder let out an angry roar and spat out a mouthful of energy that collided with the punch, creating another thunderous rumble. As the deafening sound echoed, Wang Lin trembled and was pushed back several steps, and the thunder fist collapsed. However, the head elder was also pushed back, and his clothes were in tatters. His eyes shined brightly and popping sounds came from his body. "You are qualified to fight this old man, but before me you will without a doubt die. It has been a long time since I have used power beyond the fourth heaven's blight. I don't need fifth heaven's blight power to kill you. Today, I'll let you personally experience the power of peak fourth heaven's blight." The head elder raised his right hand and tore at this mark. It was as if he had torn a seal off, and an incredibly powerful cultivation erupted from his body. This cultivation was very powerful and caused the surrounding space to tremble. Even the thunder didn't dare to approach him. Giant thunder stamp. After revealing the seal and displaying peak forth heaven's blight cultivation, the head elder seemed to become a different person. He gave off a powerful pressure. The surrounding space seemed unable to withstand this pressure. It began to twist, and cracks appeared. After he said, "Giant thunder stamp," the surrounding thunder rumbled. Then the thunder that was pushed back quickly gathered in the head elder's right hand. A giant ball of thunder suddenly appeared. This ball of thunder instantly became hundreds of thousands of feet large as the endless thunder gathered. The thunder inside roared and rotated rapidly. "Gather for me!" the head elder roared, and heaven-shaking rumbles came from the ball of thunder in his hand. The ball of thunder was compressing like crazy. 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, 100,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold. As the ball compressed, the thunder rumbled, and the light was blinding. The light lit up the surrounding space, and even the head elder seemed to disappear into the blinding light. It was as if all the light, thunder, and life were gathered by the ball of thunder in the head elder's hand. It was being compressed, compressed, and compressed again. This terrifying scene shocked even Wang Lin's mind, and his pupils shrank. He knew what spell the other person was using, and he had learned it himself. At this moment, his eyes lit up and he raised his right hand as if he was holding the sky. "Giant thunder stamp." Wang Lin's voice echoed, and all the thunder gathering toward the head elder trembled. A thunder mark appeared in Wang Lin's right eye, and there was an accompanying bolt of thunder rotating around it. Wang Lin's right eye shined, giving off a demonic feeling. The thunder in this world was split in half. One half charged at Wang Lin's right hand and instantly formed a giant ball of thunder. When the head elder saw Wang Lin also use the giant thunder stamp, his pupils shrank, but he didn't speak. Their gazes collided as they held the balls of thunder, and they began to compress like crazy. The ball of thunder in Wang Lin's hand instantly compressed 100,000-fold and was still going. Earth-shattering popping sounds came from the ball of thunder. 1,000,000-fold, 2,000,000-fold, up to 3,000,000-fold. The ball of thunder in Wang Lin's hand gave off a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. It was no longer a simple ball of thunder, but thunder that could extinguish the world. As thunderous rumbles echoed, the ball of thunder in the head elder's hand also compressed like crazy as it absorbed the surrounding thunder. It had already compressed 5,000,000-fold. All of this happened in an instant. As the two people compressed thunder, a huge change occurred. The world seemed to be split in half, with one half being pulled toward each of them. Two different forces of thunder suddenly erupted from the split world. What the Scatter Thunder clan held was the eternal thunderbolt, the thunder essence that had appeared from the void in ancient times. His eyes revealed a strange light and he suddenly jumped. He charged at Wang Lin with the thunder that had been compressed 5,000,000-fold. "Die for me!" Everything Wang Lin had obtained was obtained by himself step by step, from when he devoured half an ancient thunder dragon until he formed his own thunder essence. Although it couldn't compare to the eternal thunderbolt, it was on the same level of existence. The moment the head elder arrived, Wang Lin also jumped with the thunder that was compressed 3,000,000-fold. Wang Lin let out a roar as he rushed out. "In the name of my thunder essence, I command all thunder to condense once more." Thunderous rumbles came from the thunder in Wang Lin's hand. It began to compress like crazy and suddenly reached 4,000,000-fold. This level of compression was Wang Lin's limit. His eyes revealed madness as he closed in on the head elder. They began a battle of thunder among the stars. Both of them were thunder cultivators. The battle of two thunder cultivators could be explained in an extremely simple term. What they were competing with was their control over thunder. Similarly, both of them had natural resistance toward thunder, so no ordinary thunder could hurt them. However, the thunder they were using controlled their wills and therefore could cause severe damage. A thunderous rumble spread like crazy, and the surrounding space began to collapse like crazy. Spatial cracks appeared and the thunder lake trembled. The collision of the two balls of thunder formed an unimaginable shockwave. This shockwave spread out like surging waves. The impact caused thunder to surge in all directions like raging waves. It immediately affected the 16 scatter Thunder Clan cultivation planets. There were countless deaths and injuries thanks to the rumble. The shock wave of the thunder caused the Thunder Lake to churn and expand outwards. It instantly expanded by more than 100 times, and a thunderous rumble echoed across the ancient star system. A few cultivation planets not far from the Scatter Thunder Clan were affected. Thunder rained down upon them. This was like a collapse that spread like crazy within the Scatter Thunder Clan. This collapse was too powerful, and as it spread, it immediately caught the attention of many powerful cultivators in the ancient star system. Some third-step cultivators noticed the huge change in the Scatter Thunder Clan. During the collision of thunder, Wang Lin's thunder collapsed and he was thrown back. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and there were even bits of internal organs mixed in. It felt like all the bones in his body had shattered, and pain washed over him. He was thrown back like he had been hit by a powerful gale. This was merely the first shockwave. As Wang Lin was thrown back, the second shockwave arrived. The destructive aura was enough to wipe out all life. At this moment of life and death, seeing the shockwave close in, Wang Lin wasn't just thinking about himself, but also about how to attack the head elder. He believed that the other party had to be having a difficult time facing the destructive aura from the collapse as well. I'm giving it my all. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. His character had always been like this. The more dangerous it was, the more bold he became. Due to his precise calculations and amazing mental strength, he was able to again and again beat those stronger than him. As the second shockwave arrived, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and pointed forward. Rays of light suddenly appeared inside this chaos. These rays of light contained thunder, lightning, starlight, endless light from the spatial cracks, and even the light from the Scatter Thunder Clan's planets and cultivators far away. More importantly, there was light that came from the 7 million worlds charm in his storage space. These lights gathered like crazy and surrounded Wang Lin. A huge light silhouette suddenly appeared around Wang Lin. From afar, it was impossible to see Wang Lin. One could only see the giant light silhouette absorbing light. Tao Master Blue Dream's strongest defense spell, Light Shadow Shield. The moment the light silhouette appeared, the second shockwave arrived and collided with the light silhouette around Wang Lin. The light silhouette trembled violently, and the light became even brighter, lighting up the entire world. The light silhouette sounded like it couldn't hold on anymore. Wang Lin let out a roar and spat out blood at the light silhouette. The blood immediately spread across the light silhouette, helping it reflect the second, third, and fourth shockwaves. At the moment of reflection, the light silhouette collapsed. Wang Lin's face was pale, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Blood light flashed and the blood sword followed the reflected shockwaves. Die for me! The thunder mark in his right eye flashed, giving off a demonic flow, and flew out from his right eye after the blood sword. His eyes also flashed red and his G-realm shot out at the same time. All of this happened too fast. In just an instant, the reflected shockwaves shot out along with the blood sword, thunder essence, and G-realm lightning. The head elder was retreating and waved his hand, resisting the power of the shockwaves. However, at this moment, his expression changed like never before and his eyes overflowed with shock. He could have never expected Wang Lin to be so bold and do something so unbelievable in this situation. In particular, the appearance of the light silhouette was a heavy blow on his mind. This is Tao Master Blue Dream's light shadow shield. Could it be that Tao Master Blue Dream wants to kill me? The reflected shockwaves rushed at him and fused with the shockwave that was already charging at him. It was as if the head elder was now withstanding the entire force of the collapse. A life and death crisis that hadn't appeared in a very long time suddenly arose in the head elder's heart. He didn't have time to think before the shockwaves completely enveloped him. Thunderous rumble echoed across the world and didn't dissipate for a very long time. Wang Lin used the wind and rain world while retreating. However, just at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar filled with endless anger erupted. When the impact dissipated, a figure filled with endless thunder walked out. It was the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder, but even more powerful than before. His powerful aura formed a storm around him, and he was infinitely close to the third step. His clothes were in tatters, and there was a hole in his chest that was created by the blood sword. There was a crack on the mark between his eyebrows. This was caused by the G realm. His body was covered in injuries, which were caused by Wang Lin's thunder essence. This origin soul was also damaged, and this was caused by the shockwave. You're dead for sure. With my endless vitality at the fifth heaven's blight, with my status as the slave of the eternal thunderbolt, open the ancient world and summon the ancient Thunder Dragon. The Scatter Thunder clan's head elder had a vicious expression, and all the calmness and pride from before were gone. In this short period of time, Wang Lin had brought him too much shock and surprise in their vicious battle. He originally didn't think of Wang Lin as a threat. He thought he could easily kill Wang Lin with only fourth heaven's blight power. However, at that moment when he felt that life and death crisis, something he hadn't faced in tens of thousands of years, his mind cleared up. If it wasn't for the fact that he was willing to suffer injuries and rip off the last seal to display his full fifth heaven's blight cultivation, that impact just now could have seriously injured him, or even killed him. The impact of the thunder was like an angry wave that broke through all his protections. At that moment, a bolt of red lightning charged straight at him. That lightning contained a trace of divine retribution and made his clan mark tremble until a crack appeared on it. There was also that bizarre and almost invincible blood sword that had brought him a nightmare. It broke through everything and penetrated through his chest. If not for him releasing his fifth heaven's blight cultivation, just that sword would have been enough to cover him in cold sweat. In addition, the other party's thunder essence had closed in, and it contained endless will. It triggered the thunder inside him, and the attacks from both inside and outside left a large amount of wounds on his body. All of this was a lesson that he had paid for in blood. This had awakened the head elder. The young man before him was his arch-rival. That coupled with him using Dao Master Blue Dream's light shadow shield, endless speculations appeared in his mind. However, whether it was the injuries or Dao Master Blue Dream's spell, they only shocked the head elder. What made him terrified was the other party's grasp in timing and bold and decisive nature. In the extremely dangerous moment when the thunder collapsed, he actually used the light shadow shield to counterattack, catching me off guard. This sounds simple, but very few people would be able to grasp the timing and pull it off so perfectly. Even if it was me, I would hesitate. This person isn't very old, but he already has such a cunning mind. He should be very famous in the ancient star system, but I have never heard the name Wang Lin before. What exactly is he? The Scatter Thunder clan's head elder's expression was vicious as he retreated from the impact, and his killing intent toward Wang Lin grew several-fold. He let out a roar as he raised his hand and clawed at the space around him. Open the ancient thunder realm. A thunderous rumble echoed. It was heaven-shaking and even more shocking than before. It was as if the world was going to collapse, and a giant vortex appeared before the head elder. The center of the vortex was completely black, and endless thunder was moving within. As it rotated, it seemed to open up a black hole to another world. This spell was infinitely close to third-step cultivators extracting the power of Joss flames. Wang Lin was in the distance, and his face was slightly pale. Before, he was hit by the impact and suffered injuries. If he hadn't used the light shadow shield to protect himself, he would have been seriously injured. This was a vicious battle. It could be said this was the most powerful opponent Wang Lin had faced in his life. Taoist Water was a third-step cultivator and was forced to retreat before he could kill Wang Lin. However, it wasn't Wang Lin that had forced him to retreat, but the Lord of the Sealed Realm. Therefore, since he had been facing the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder himself this whole time, his blood is almost boiling. Battle intent filled his eyes. Cultivators like us never shrink from a fight, never fear a fight. If I can't overcome a fifth heaven's blight cultivator, how could I be qualified to challenge a third-step cultivator to kill Taoist water? Wang Lin laughed loudly and his hand formed a seal. Rumbling sounds echoed from his body as his ancient god stars rotated rapidly, and the star of law appeared as well. His entire cultivation surged rapidly, and the blood sword had long returned to his side, giving off endless sword energy. Wang Lin's eyes shined like torches, and he didn't give the head elder the chance to continue the spell. He raised his right hand and charged forward. The blood sword opened the path and endless thunder appeared around him. In an instant, Wang Lin became like a thunder meteor as he charged forward in this endless rumble. The firefly dares to fight the bright moon. The head elder sneered as he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood of a fifth heaven's blight cultivator. The blood was immediately absorbed by the giant vortex. Ancient thunder dragons that have been gone for countless years. Today, as a slave of the eternal thunderbolt, I awaken your dissipated souls. I use my blood as the guide so your endless thunder might can gather and descend upon this world. Display your power that can destroy the world. The moment the head elder's blood was absorbed by the vortex, muffled roars came from within it. These roars were heaven-shattering, and before they even came out of the vortex, the surrounding thunder rumbled. The moment he spoke, thunderous rumbles echoed inside the vortex, as if a powerful existence was smashing into it in an attempt to rush out. Ancient thunder dragons, descend! The head elder roared as his hand reached out once more. The giant vortex rotated like crazy and a thunderous bang came from within. A giant dragon head suddenly came out of the center of the vortex. This dragon head was green and gave off endless thunder. The moment it appeared, it gave off a roar unique to the ancient thunder dragon. Roar! Wang Lin closed in with endless thunder, but the moment he got close, all the thunder around him collapsed. Even he was affected by the roar. He trembled violently as if his body was going to explode. Then he coughed out blood and was thrown back. Disbelief filled his eyes. A complete ancient thunder dragon. Wang Lin retreated, and his expression was extremely gloomy. The giant dragon head struggled to come out of the vortex with a monstrous aura. Its body was more than 100,000 feet long, and each of its green scales contained thunder. After it charged out, it caused the space around it to collapse. It was as if it could destroy the world if its body moved. If it was just one ancient thunder dragon, Wang Lin wouldn't have been so shocked. However, after the first one, another one rushed out from the vortex. 2, 3, 4, until the 8th ancient thunder dragon appeared before Wang Lin. 8 ancient thunder dragons had appeared in this world. Every single ancient thunder dragon was powerful beyond imagination. Now that 8 had appeared, all thunder had to listen to their command. Ancient thunder dragons. Kill this person. The head elder grinned as he pointed at Wang Lin. The 8 ancient thunder dragon rushed toward Wang Lin. These 8 ancient thunder dragons instantly closed in. Thunder had no effect on them because they were ancient thunder dragons. They were the strongest messengers of heaven, who were given the right to command thunder. At this moment, they instantly closed in on Wang Lin. The thunderous rumbles continued. Wang Lin let out a roar and grabbed one of the ancient thunder dragons. His body trembled as if he was hit by a 1,000,000-pound carriage and immediately retreated as he coughed out blood. However, just after he retreated 3 steps, 2 more ancient thunder dragons rushed in. As the impact continued, Wang Lin continued to cough out blood. He couldn't stop, so he continued to be pushed back. However, just at this moment, 3 more ancient dragons came from behind him, trapping himself inside. The 8 ancient thunder dragons all rushed at him at the same time. A life and death crisis appeared in Wang Lin's mind. His face was pale, but his expression was filled with madness. His whole body was a bloody mess, and he couldn't control the thunder in his body at all. The power of the ancient thunder dragons was far beyond his imagination. They were far stronger than the one he devoured back then. This is an ancient thunder dragon. However, the ancient thunder dragons are already extinct, so these 8 aren't real, but formed from souls. Nevertheless, if these 8 dragons explode at the same time, they will kill me instantly. Even my ancient god body can't withstand it due to the limitation of my stars. However, it is because I devoured half an ancient thunder dragon soul that I gained the chance to create thunder essence. If I can devour these 8 ancient thunder dragons, then my power of thunder will increase greatly. Wang Lin's injuries were getting worse as the bombardment continued. His origin soul was on the verge of collapse and his body was at its limit. What to do? Soul. Soul. Although these ancient dragons were strong when they were alive, now they are only souls. I need a chance. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he faced the bombardment, and his eyes revealed a strange light. He no longer retreated but let out a roar at the 8 ancient thunder dragons that was no weaker than theirs. Roar! A vortex appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows, and his origin soul extended out in the form of the ancient thunder dragon. He let out a roar that matched theirs. His roar was heaven-shattering. As it spread out, the surrounding 8 ancient thunder dragons couldn't help but pause for a moment. Soul Lasher! At this moment, there was a flash of light around Wang Lin. The mysterious whip that had accompanied him for countless years suddenly appeared. After the Soul Lasher had fused with Wang Lin's Dao, it could be big or small. It wrapped around Wang Lin and whipped toward the 8 ancient thunder dragons. The moment the Soul Lasher appeared, the head elder's eyes widened as he looked at the whip. There was a flash of shock in his eyes. This is... No. The aura is different. It only looks similar. The Soul Lasher extended to 100,000 feet, and popping sounds echoed as all 8 ancient thunder dragons were hit by the whip. They let out painful roars and were about to charge once more when Wang Lin grabbed the whip and began lashing out like crazy. The Soul Lasher came from planet Suzuka and specialized in damaging the origin soul. No matter your cultivation level, as long as you were in soul form, you would have to despair before this whip. It was impossible to escape it. Even the heavenly ghost was unable to escape. It would be caught trembling. At this moment, Wang Lin held it and whipped non-stop. The 8 ancient thunder dragons roared intensely but were unexpectedly unable to get close. They were pushed back by the whip. As they retreated, the parts where the 8 ancient thunder dragons were hit by the whip seemed to burn and showed signs of melting. Wang Lin was spirited, and without thinking, he poured his cultivation into the Soul Lasher. The whip gave off a ghostly glow and golden light came from the broken part of the whip. When the head elder saw the golden light, his expression changed greatly. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. This golden light! This golden light! Could this item really be? Impossible. That whip was taken away. How could it be in his hands? It's impossible. I want to see what this imitation whip can do. Ancient Thunder Dragon, devour for me. The head elder stared at the whip, and his hands formed a seal as he spat out blood once more. The blood spread to the 8 ancient thunder dragons and they let out violent roars. They no longer retreated but charged forward. Wang Lin took a step forward and quickly moved the Soul Lasher in his hand. A thrilling battle began between him and the ancient thunder dragons. The ghostly light from the whip lessened and was gradually being replaced by the golden light coming from the broken parts. A moment later, the 8 ancient thunder dragons seemed to go crazy as they gave up on Wang Lin and charged at the whip. The head elder had a hideous expression as he stared at the Soul Lasher and yelled, "Ancient thunder dragons, explode, explode, explode!" As the head elder roared, the 8 ancient thunder dragons trembled, and one of the dragon's body began to rumble. The sound of the thunderous rumble was impossible to describe, and thunder scattered from its body, forming a thunderstorm. It wasn't just one ancient thunder dragon exploding, but in a short period of time, 8 ancient thunder dragons had exploded. The 8 thunderstorms spread out. They were powerful enough to destroy all life within a star domain. The storms charged directly at Wang Lin. At this moment of danger, the Soul Lasher in Wang Lin's hand lashed out like crazy, but the storm was too strong. For the first time, the Soul Lasher was not strong enough. Countless cracks appeared on the whip, and as popping sounds echoed, the tip collapsed. Wang Lin's body was covered in blood. At this moment, the head elder relaxed a bit, as if he had confirmed that the whip wasn't what he expected. As he relaxed, killing intent filled him once more as he rushed forward. He was going to cooperate with the thunderstorm to kill Wang Lin. Die for this old man. The head elder instantly closed in with a grin. He raised his hand and was about to slam down. However, just at this moment, a shocking change occurred. Wang Lin struggled inside the storm formed by the 8 ancient thunder dragons. His ancient god body was about to collapse and his origin soul was seriously injured. His eyes were bloodshot and he let out a sigh. At this cultivation level, he wasn't strong enough to fight a 5th Heaven's Blight cultivator. He was about to activate the charm to head to the 7 million worlds when shock filled his eyes. A glaring ray of golden light came from the collapsed soul lasher, and in an instant, even more golden light spread out. This golden light contained an indescribable aura, and even the ancient thunder dragons inside the storm seemed to pause. Even the world seemed to stop, making it seem as if someone had used the stop spell. All sounds seemed to disappear from this world, and all the rumbling from the thunder disappeared. Everything beside the golden light and the aura from the whip seemed to disappear. Inside the golden light, the 100,000-foot soul lasher shrank and continued to silently collapse. As layers fell off, the golden light coming from it became even more dense. In just a moment, the 100,000-foot soul lasher shrank until it was only 10 feet long. The last piece of leather on the whip was torn off. Then a shocking change occurred to the whip. At a glance, it didn't look like a whip, but a ray of light. A ray of golden light. It was as if someone had extracted light from the world using a powerful spell and condensed it into this 10-foot-long golden thread. An indescribable pressure came from the golden thread. Wang Lin was holding this golden line. At this moment, his mind trembled and he had an illusion that he was holding millions of souls in this hand. These souls and light were fused together with a strange spell to form the soul lasher, which was specialized in damaging souls. A sense of enlightenment vaguely appeared in Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin held the 100-foot golden line and gently waved. The golden line twisted like a snake and whipped toward the storm formed by the ancient thunder dragons. The moment the golden line whipped out, it extended indefinitely. 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 100,000 feet. This golden line extended endlessly and directly cut through the thunderstorm surrounding Wang Lin. The thunderstorm rumbled and immediately collapsed. As it collapsed, the souls of the 8 ancient thunder dragons were split in half, and they let out mournful cries. They began to dissipate and were about to return to the ancient thunder realm that had disappeared a long time ago. The head elder's eyes were filled with monstrous terror. The moment the golden line appeared, he rapidly retreated but was still hit by it. He immediately coughed out blood as he quickly retreated, and he exclaimed, This! The million worlds soul-sealing whip was taken away back then. It should never have reappeared in this world. Who the hell are you? Where did you come from? Why do you have the treasure of the leader of that group cultivators that helped the ancestor back then? The terror in the head elder's heart reached a limit. He had personally seen that whip before. Back when the ancestor was still around, he was only a soul formation cultivator. He personally saw the leader of that group of cultivators wield that whip. With one wave, the world collapsed and time seemed to reverse. A giant rift appeared in the world, and within that collapse, the 7 million worlds appeared. He also saw that cultivator wave the whip a second time, which opened the void, and from the darkness, the whip took countless creatures. These creatures were put into the 7 million worlds. They were the first residents of the 7 million worlds. He also saw that when that cultivator took out those creatures, an angry roar came from the void. Then a terrifying aura that he still remembered well came out from the void. A illusory figure rushed out with the roar. However, that figure that terrified him collapsed when the mysterious cultivator whipped a third time. They already left. They took the whip and left. Why did the treasure of their chief reappear once more? And in his hands? Unless this is the ancestor's spirit at work. sending this person here to give me the million worlds soul-sealing whip. The head elder was filled with endless greed. Wang Lin had no time to think about what the head elder was thinking. At this moment, his eyes released a strange light. His heart pounded as looked at the 8 torn-apart ancient thunder dragon souls that were being pulled back. These are ancient thunder dragons. Although they are only souls, they are still real ancient thunder dragons. Back then, I only devoured half of one. I can't give up this opportunity. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. The souls were about to dissipate, and once they disappeared, he would never have such a chance again. At this moment, he couldn't bear to think about anything else, and a vortex appeared between his eyebrows. His origin soul rushed out of it. His origin soul was an ancient thunder dragon, but at this moment, it expanded greatly like boundless fog. Wang Lin was only able to devour half of that ancient thunder dragon because back in planet Suzaku, Wang Lin had become a soul devourer. A soul devourer could devour any soul in the world. Although Wang Lin hadn't used its power in a long time, today he would use it once more. Devour, 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 devour these 8 ancient thunder dragons. Devour them and my power of thunder will increase greatly. Wang Lin's mind gave off this maddening will. His origin soul moved under his command and began devouring. The ancient thunder dragon souls that were about to dissipate trembled, and a portion of them were devoured by Wang Lin. At this instant, Wang Lin's origin soul surged like crazy and thunder rumbled. His power of thunder had never increased like it did now. This scene caused the head elder to become gobsmacked, and his eyes widened with disbelief. He could have never dreamed that Wang Lin would dare to could devour ancient thunder dragons. How can this be possible? The 8 ancient thunder dragon souls were torn into pieces and were rapidly dissipating. However, as Wang Lin inhaled, 30% of them were absorbed by him. The moment the ancient thunder dragon origin souls entered his origin soul, the thunder inside his origin soul surged. The thunder inside his body roared and turned into silver snakes 100 feet wide and 1,000 feet long. The popping sounds that they emitted sounded like whips lashing at the sky. An indescribable thunder might came from Wang Lin's origin soul. It was heaven-shattering. All lightning, all thunder, and everything related to thunder formed rapidly inside Wang Lin. He seemed to vaguely grasp something, but everything was still a bit blurry. The thunder essence hidden inside his origin soul began to expand like crazy. It was like a beating heart, and every time it beat, the thunder essence would grow, giving birth to more essence energy. What was even more shocking was Wang Lin's origin soul. When he devoured half an ancient thunder dragon in the demon spirit land, his origin soul turned into that of an ancient thunder dragon. Then, over the years, it gradually transformed and formed thunder essence. His origin soul was now almost a bolt of thunder. However, this was still almost. His origin soul hadn't really become a bolt of thunder. Right now his origin soul began to change rapidly. It was constantly evolving to become a true bolt of thunder. The ancient thunder dragons he had devoured were causing his origin soul to move toward completion. Before this, even though his origin soul was on the same level as the eternal thunderbolt in the Scatter Thunder clan, he was only on the same level. There were still differences in strength within the same level. However, all of this was rapidly changing. Wang Lin's understanding of thunder was being confirmed tens of thousands of times. His origin soul let out a roar as it turned into a soul devourer and inhaled once more. The world changed colors, space trembled, and countless spatial cracks appeared. All the remaining ancient thunder dragon souls were inhaled into Wang Lin's origin soul. At this instant, Wang Lin's origin soul moved like crazy and condensed from its fog form. A terrifying power of thunder essence came out of his origin soul. The moment this aura appeared, the thunder lake around the Scatter Thunder clan retreated and surrendered. As the aura spread, the eternal thunderbolt in the holy land of the Scatter Thunder clan let out a heaven-shattering roar for the first time since the battle began. This roar seemed to come from ancient times and seemed to carry an indescribable pressure. This roar was like a challenge issued by the Eternal Thunderbolt after it detected something that could threaten it. As Wang Lin's origin soul shrank, his thunder essence aura spread out. In an instant, blinding thunder came out of it. As his origin soul continued to shrink, the fog disappeared and a giant thunder tattoo appeared from within the fog. The moment the thunder tattoo appeared, a pressure no weaker than that of the Eternal Thunderbolt spread out. The world trembled and space itself collapsed, and the rumbling of thunder was heaven-shaking. The spiritual thunder rotated rapidly around the thunder, forming this thunder tattoo. Although this sounds slow, it all happened in almost an instant. The head elder was stunned at this sudden change. He had never heard of anyone being able to devour ancient thunder dragons. However, a powerful sense of crisis erupted in his heart. He vaguely felt like something bad was happening. The roar that came from the Eternal Thunderbolt seemed to be rushing the head elder. I can't let him continue. I must stop him, or else it will be a disaster for my Scatter Thunder clan. The head elder had a hideous expression, and he became sober. He let out a roar as he rushed toward Wang Lin. However, just as he closed in, the thunder tattoo formed by Wang Lin's origin soul retreated and landed between Wang Lin's eyebrows. His origin soul returned to his body and a rumble came from within him. Every fiber of his muscles, every inch of his bones, and even his internal organs were filled with the power of thunder. It was as if he had reincarnated into thunder. The thunder mark flashed in his right eye and the essence thunder appeared. It was 10 times stronger than before. As the head elder closed in, Wang Lin waved his right hand. Thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy from all directions. A fine net made of thunder appeared around Wang Lin. This thunder net contained Wang Lin's will and couldn't be broken unless he was facing a thunder cultivator who could compete with Wang Lin in terms of thunder essence. Otherwise, there was no chance. As he waved his hand, more and more thunder nets appeared, forming layer after layer. Soon, 10 layers, 100 layers, 1,000 layers, 10,000 layers, 70,000 layers. The head elder suddenly closed in with his hand reached forward, displaying his 5th heaven's blight cultivation. He ripped apart tens of thousands of layers of this thunder net, but they instantly recovered. Right now I need to find a safe place to go into closed door cultivation and devour this. I can't continue my battle with this person. Wang Lin quickly retreated, and the charm leading to the 7 million worlds appeared in his left hand. Seeing Wang Lin retreat, the head elder seemed to have gone crazy, and the sense of danger in his heart became stronger and stronger. I can't let him escape. The head elder coughed out blood and turned into a bolt of blood thunder. The mark between his eyebrows flashed and thunder gathered in that bolt of blood thunder. The blood thunderbolt struck down on the thunder net. Thunderous rumbles echoed across world and 60,000 of the 70,000 layers of thunder net instantly collapsed. However, just as the head elder was going to rush in, the 60,000 layers instantly recovered. The head elder's entire cultivation was thunder-based, and in this battle against Wang Lin, he held the advantage at the start. However, Wang Lin's thunder essence had increased greatly, so he could not confront Wang Lin. If it was any other 5th heaven's blight cultivator, killing Wang Lin would be much simpler. However, this wasn't the case for the head elder. He and Wang Lin were both thunder cultivators, so they were competing in their control over thunder. At this moment, Wang Lin was retreating even faster, and the charm in Wang Lin's hand made him feel ill at ease. He didn't have too much time to think, and he revealed a decisive gaze. A 5th heaven's blight cultivator was certainly not only limited to what he had shown before. A 5th heaven's blight cultivator was the strongest power under the 3rd step. After reaching this cultivation level, you were far stronger than 4th heaven's blight cultivators. However, the premise was to use the spell that was unique to 5th heaven's blight cultivators. Life spell. To sacrifice your own life and use your own vitality to use a spell that contained a hint of the 3rd step. This was the real reason 5th heaven's blight cultivators were the strongest under the 3rd step. The head elder had never had to use this before in any of his battles. He didn't have much vitality left and had to keep his cultivation sealed so that the vitality would be drained more slowly. He had to struggle to survive long enough for that chance to enter the third step. However, he couldn't think about it too deeply now. Killing intent appeared in his eyes as his right hand pointed at the sky and he shouted, "Sacrifice to the heavens! As a slave to the eternal thunderbolt that descended in my clan, I sacrifice 500 years of my life in exchange for a divine body. I request the holy thunder to descend on my body and turn into the invincible chaos thunder." The head elder's voice contained a strange tone. After he spoke, his mark released a blazing glow. A giant compass vaguely appeared in the world. This compass was boundless, and one could easily see it by looking up. Even if one was outside the Scatter Thunder clan, they would still clearly see it. This compass contained an ancient aura, and it was damaged in many places, as if it had almost collapsed in a great war. However, when it appeared, a powerful pressure descended. This pressure was very strong. The moment it appeared, it caused the 70,000 layers of thunder around Wang Lin to give off a sound that made them seem like they were at their limit. Wang Lin's expression also changed as he stared at the compass, and his expression became serious. His right hand holding the charm also slowed down. He wanted to see what this mysterious compass was and how powerful a fifth heaven's blight cultivator spell was. After the compass appeared, it silently rotated. As it rotated, time seemed to pass and the world fast-forwarded countless years. The head elder's face turned pale as if a portion of his soul was cut off. Death aura filled his face, but the death aura instantly dissipated. When that disappeared, so did the large compass. It was as if the compass had absorbed enough vitality and had disappeared. After it vanished, a bolt of thunder seemed to break off from the eternal thunderbolt at the Holy Land and shot toward the battlefield. In an instant, the portion of the eternal thunderbolt suddenly arrived. As the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder roared, the thunder descended on Wang Lin's 70,000 layers of thunder-like divine retribution. The resulting thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking, and the 70,000 layers of thunder collapsed instantly. Even though they recovered instantly, they instantly collapsed once more and a powerful thunder might descended. Wang Lin's pupils shrank, and he didn't hesitate to crush the jade as the eternal thunder closed in. A black vortex suddenly appeared behind Wang Lin. He took a step back and instantly disappeared. The eternal thunder chased into the vortex. The head elder hesitated for a bit, but seeing that the vortex was about to disappear, he didn't have too much time to think. He charged into the vortex. The moment Wang Lin entered the 7 million worlds through the charm, a net of light appeared before him. This net of light provided protection, allowing Wang Lin to retreat even faster. The eternal thunderbolt immediately slammed into the net of light and a thunderous rumble echoed through the 7 million worlds. The net of light flickered rapidly and then collapsed. The moment the net collapsed, the tens of thousands of Scatter Thunder clan members in the 7 million worlds all bled out from their orifices and died. Daoist's scattered spirit had captured every Scatter Thunder clan member here after Wang Lin left. He didn't kill them but sealed them into the net of light to act as a shield. At this moment, this net of light collapsed and all the Scatter Thunder clan members here died. The eternal thunderbolt also trembled. The protection from the net was very powerful, causing the eternal thunderbolt to lose a lot of power. It was about to continue chasing Wang Lin when an illusory figure walked out. Daoist's scattered spirit stepped out from the void with a mysterious gaze in his eyes, and his right hand grabbed the eternal thunderbolt. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Daoist's scattered spirit's clothes fluttered. Popping sounds came from his body, and he coughed out blood. However, he held onto the eternal thunderbolt. Continued to weaken but still didn't collapse. Wang Lin stopped retreating and charged out. His right hand formed a fist and he threw a punch without hesitation. Thunder came out from his right eye, forming a net of thunder. Daoist's scattered spirit let out a roar and squeezed it harder, causing the eternal thunderbolt to weaken even more. Then he let go, and at that moment, Wang Lin's punch and thunder landed on this piece of the eternal thunderbolt. A thunderous rumble echoed, and thanks to their combined attack, the eternal thunderbolt collapsed. A powerful shockwave caused Wang Lin and Daoist's scattered spirit to retreat. All of this happened in an instant. As they retreated, the head elder appeared not far away. The moment he appeared, his expression changed. 7 million worlds. He immediately saw Daoist's scattered spirit, and his pupils shrank a bit. Daoist's scattered spirit looked at the head elder and slowly said, "Scatter Thunder Clan's head elder, do you still remember me?" The head elder had an extremely serious expression, and with his intelligence, he immediately understood everything. This Wang Lin wanted to lead him here but feared his suspicion and began a battle. Then he escaped at a critical moment so that he would chase him into the 7 million worlds, wanting to finish Wang Lin off. Once he entered the 7 million worlds, he would enter the other party's trap. However, his cultivation was heaven-shaking and was only second to third-step cultivators. Although he knew that Wang Lin must have been prepared, he didn't panic. He looked at Daoist's scattered spirit and frowned slightly. "It's you, that ant from back then. If it wasn't for me letting you live, you would have died to the divine retribution." Although the head elder seemed to be unfazed, he was extremely shocked inside. He recognized this person and couldn't imagine how such a person could appear among the ants in the 7 million worlds and reach such a cultivation level. Yet no one in the Scatter Thunder clan had found out about it before. This kind of thing was beyond his imagination, and he couldn't understand how it had happened. However, now that he discovered it, he had to kill this person. Daoist's scattered spirit smiled. There was monstrous resentment in his eyes as he stared at the head elder and said, "I have lived to this day to break through this world and destroy the so-called celestial realm your Scatter Thunder clan claims to be, and kill you." The head elder sneered and waved his hand. As he did so, he moved forward and coldly said, "What nonsense! Even if the two of you join forces, you're not my match." With a wave of his hand, the world rumbled and endless thunder appeared before the head elder. It turned into countless balls of thunder that shot toward Wang Lin and Daoist's scattered spirit. Daoist's scattered spirit grinned and revealed a hint of excitement and madness. He had endured for countless years, suppressed for countless years, hidden for countless years, and today he would finally be able to let it all out. His hatred for the celestial realm and the Scatter Thunder clan made him laugh loudly. "Today, I, Scattered Spirit, will get revenge for generations of my clan that died to yours. I want to kill the celestial." He stepped forward, and his hands formed seals and swung to the side. This old man has traveled the 7 million worlds over tens of thousands of years. I have circled the end of the world and have left behind footprints over all 7 million worlds. This allowed me to gain enlightenment in a self-created spell. 7 million celestial slaughter stamp. As Daoist's scattered spirit's mournful voice rumbled, the 7 million worlds rumbled as if it was awakening. Countless illusions appeared around Daoist's scattered spirit. There were too many fragments. They were densely packed and spread as far as the eye could see. However, if you looked closely, you would find that they were exactly the same as the 7 million worlds here. This was Daoist's scattered spirit's great spell. He was extremely talented, and he had used his divine sense to imprint the 7 million worlds into his mind. Then, over the countless years, he refined this imprint so he could simulate the 7 million worlds. This was similar to when Wang Lin imprinted the sea and celestial door into his mind. However, what Daoist's scattered spirit had imprinted was the 7 million worlds he lived in. Even the edge of the world was imprinted in his mind. The moment this spell appeared, the world changed colors and the clouds scattered. The boundless fragments of the 7 million worlds formed a storm and surrounded the head elder. They immediately shrank to form a miniature 7 million worlds. "Seal!" Daoist's scattered spirit roared, and the fragments shrank, forming a giant seal. The head elder's expression changed. If it was just Daoist's scattered spirit, he wouldn't consider him a threat. But right now there was also Wang Lin, who he dread a lot. Although Wang Lin hadn't attacked, his gaze was like a blade locked onto the head elder. The head elder couldn't be distracted. His eyes were filled with decisiveness as he was about to use his fifth Heaven's Blight spell to kill both of them immediately. He felt a faint sense of crisis, making him believe that if he kept being stingy with his vitality, it would be too late. After making up his mind, his hands quickly formed a seal and his clothes bloated up. His long hair moved without any wind and an extremely powerful cultivation erupted from his body. I'll let you all see the true power of fifth heaven's blight cultivation. I sacrifice 1,000 years of my life in exchange for the heavenly thunder clouds. Thunder cloud formation. The head elder's mark shined brightly, and with a bang, the giant compass appeared once more in the 7 million worlds. The compass silently rotated. Then the head elder's face immediately turned pale and became hideous. He raised his hand and clouds began to appear from the void. It only took a moment for boundless clouds to appear. The clouds churned, and large amounts of thunder were hidden within them. The thunder moved within the clouds as they collided with each other, creating rumbles, each one louder than the last. This thunder became more and more violent until it replaced every sound in the world. The sound waves rippled out from the clouds like crazy. These ripples were formed by the head elder's thundercloud formation. They would affect the blood and mind of a person, causing their body to collapse and soul to shatter. The thunderous rumbles echoed like crazy. Wang Lin's body trembled and he coughed out blood. His hands formed a seal and the wind and rain world appeared around him to resist it. Taoist scattered spirit's face also turned pale as he waved his sleeve and coughed out blood. The blood fused with the illusion's 7 million worlds, and it began to shrink rapidly, getting ready to slaughter the head elder trapped within. The ripples from the thunder cloud formation became even more intense when they confronted the shrinking 7 million worlds, resulting in a heaven-shattering rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the 7 million worlds illusion rapidly shrank, it collapsed, but it also created a powerful shockwave. This caused the thunder cloud formation to become chaotic, and a large portion of it disintegrated. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he took a step forward. He raised his right hand and mercilessly pressed down. The moment his hand pressed down, the world in his eyes suddenly flipped. Heaven reversal stamp. Flipped the sky to become the ground. Flipped the stars to become the void. The entire world reversed and the world in Wang Lin's pupils rotated. The heavens were reversed. At this moment, the illusion of a world appeared and reversed. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the head elder's expression changed greatly. He waved his hand and thunder clouds appeared below and above him as he tried to hold on. Taoist scattered spirit's eyes lit up and he charged out at the head elder inside the reversed world. His hands formed a seal and 971 marks appeared around him as he charged forward like crazy. Wang Lin's eyes turned cold with killing intent and he raised his left hand. The war spirit print appeared in his mind and he pushed forward. A huge palm print appeared and shot at the head elder. This palm print was like the heavens itself, and it contained endless power. It caused the pupils of the head elder to violently shrink. All of this happened in an instant. Taoist scattered spirit's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he instantly closed in. The 971 marks all landed on the rumbling thunderclouds around the head elder. The clouds rumbled and immediately began to collapse. When they collapsed, there was nothing stopping the heaven reversal stamp from rotating the world, and it came crashing down. The head elder rapidly retreated but was still hit by the force, and his face immediately turned pale. Just as he treated, Wang Lin's war spirit print arrived with its unimaginable speed. It immediately collided with the head elder. A thunderous rumble echoed, and Taoist scattered spirit seemed to go crazy. He closed in with the 971 marks and shot out with the war spirit print, releasing a heaven-shattering force. The head elder was thrown back by this thunderous rumble and coughed out blood. He was injured once more. His expression was hideous as he let out a roar and stopped his body. There was madness in his eyes as he hit his clan mark between his eyebrows. Thunder is split into 6 types: heavenly thunder, earth thunder, origin thunder, magnetic thunder, Tao thunder, and spiritual thunder. All types, appear for me, he roared. Then 6 bolts of thunder flew out from his clan mark, Heaven was the star and the heavenly thunder was a cultivation planet. It was formed with a secret scatter thunder clan spell. Earth thunder was the innumerable dust and fragments of planets. It was refined and turned into thunder. Origin thunder was the most simple. A cultivator needed to gather origin energy like crazy until it shattered their origin soul. At that moment, a black hole that could absorb infinite origin energy would appear. This was the cost to create origin thunder. As for magnetic thunder, there were special areas in space that contained powerful magnetic force that made all treasures and spells useless. The Scatter Thunder clan used a unique method to give birth to a bolt of thunder every 3,000 years. This was magnetic thunder. Dao thunder was rare in the outer realm. The Scatter Thunder clan's ancestor had slaughtered into the inner realm and gathered the Dao intent of the inner realm cultivators. Then he refined it into Dao thunder. These 6 different types of thunder surrounded him and formed a giant vortex before him. He pushed this vortex and charged forward. When the war spirit print collided with the vortex, crackling sounds echoed. Large amounts of cracks appeared on the palm and then it collapsed. Taoist scattered spirits marks were also no match and were being pushed back. I want to see how you two will resist the 6 divine thunders my Scatter Thunder clan has collected. Die for me. After I kill the 2 of you, I'll kill the 100 million lives here to appease my anger. I'll wipe out most cultivators here to ensure my Scatter Thunder clan's safety. The head elder roared like crazy and pushed the 6 divine thunders forward. Wang Lin and Taoist scattered spirit constantly retreated. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he retreated, and he ordered, "This is your 70% confidence?" Taoist scattered spirit's expression was gloomy and he didn't speak. However, he stopped retreating and his hand formed a seal. Then his eyes lit up and he roared, "Avatar destruction spell. 971 avatars. Collapse for me." After he spoke, the 971 marks gave off a shocking light and a destructive aura spread out. They all began to explode. Almost 1,000 marks exploded at once, forming an indescribable destructive force, and it confronted the vortex formed by the 6 divine thunders. The resulting thunderous rumble ripped open the void and spread out in all directions. When the 2 collided, the 6 divine thunder vortex suddenly paused. This shockwave was too powerful, and it was no weaker than Taoist scattered spirit's self-destruction. The head elder coughed out blood and the madness in his eyes became even stronger. Taking this moment of pause, Wang Lin no longer held back. Today's battle would end in either the death of the head elder or the death of Wang Lin. His right hand quickly pointed forward and the illusions of 2 deer appeared. Then 10 million sword shadows rushed out and fell down like rain. At this instant, Wang Lin's left hand formed a seal and then he waved it. Endless light appeared around him and quickly gathered around his body, forming a giant light silhouette. As Wang Lin used the light shadow shield, everything inside the 7 million worlds gave off light that broke through the void to gather on Wang Lin's body. This caused the light silhouette to grow and reach an unprecedented level. Just after he finished all of this, the 10 million sword shadows landed on the vortex and all collapsed. The vortex closed in and landed on the light silhouette around Wang Lin. Wang Lin coughed out blood and the light silhouette trembled violently, almost collapsing. However, a large part of the 6 divine thunders' power was reflected at the head elder. The head elder cloud coughed out blood once more and his face turned extremely pale. Just at this moment, Taoist scattered spirit suddenly walked out. His hands formed a seal and his body began to emit a monstrous flame as if his was burning. He chose to burn the origin energy in his body and charge at the head elder like a meteor. But the head elder was too strong. He turned around and controlled the 6 divine thunder vortex to attack Wang Lin, and his other hand turned into a thunder arm to confront Taoist scattered spirit. However, both Wang Lin and Taoist scattered spirit were extremely powerful. With them working together, and the head elder being injured, it was difficult for a winner to be decided quickly. He isn't injured enough. If we can injure him once more, I can kill him, Taoist scattered spirit roared. This was already the critical moment, and he no longer cared if the head elder heard him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. The light silhouette around him was about to collapse, and once it broke, he would have no protection. This would mean his defeat in this battle. It was too late to think now. Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze, and with a thought, the wind and rain world activated. I'll trust you once more. Wang Lin revealed a decisive gaze. It was not easy to injure the head elder, as the head elder spells were too strong. He could hold off both of them and not be at a disadvantage. Then there was also the spells he could use by sacrificing his life, which was filled with endless possibilities. If it was outside the 7 million worlds and the head elder was willing to sacrifice 1,000 years of life, Wang Lin would certainly not be his match. In order to injure him now, I must use Joss Flames. Joss Flames are poisonous and are useless to me, but they can be used to kill. Wang Lin quickly thought of his and activated the wind and rain world. His divine sense spread out and a mighty voice echoed within the wind and rain world. All those killed by me, worship me and become my disciples. At the expense of your souls, dedicate yourselves to Joss Flames. Gather it for me. As Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, large amounts of Joss Flames appeared from the heads of the countless souls inside the rain and wind world. A lot of souls collapsed. They sacrificed themselves to send out Joss Flames. Those with high cultivation levels gave off a large amount of Joss Flames, but none of them could compare to the ancient celestial concubine. The Joss Flames she gave off was, of the total Joss Flames. These Joss Flames were gathered from the wind and rain world by Wang Lin, and he condensed them into a ball. The Joss Flames inside rotated like crazy, and an endless pressure spread out. As the pressure spread out, the head elder's pupils shrank and became filled with disbelief. During this battle, Wang Lin had surprised him many times, but the moment he saw this small ball, he was shaken. Joss Flames. You actually have Joss Flames. Wang Lin knew time was of the essence. As the Joss Flames gathered, killing intent appeared in his eyes and he threw it forward. The ball of Joss Flames charged forward, and when it touched the vortex of 6 divine thunders, it suddenly collapsed. The power of Joss Flames was the power that third-step cultivators controlled. The moment it collapsed, the world trembled, layers of space disintegrated, and the 6 divine thunders shook violently. A large majority of the Joss Flames ball dissipated. But just as it dissipated, Wang Lin sent out a crazed will inside the wind and rain world. Destroy the souls, offer Joss Flames. As his voice echoed, large amounts of souls in the wind and rain world exploded and died. They turned into large amounts of Joss Flames and bombarded the head elder. The vortex formed by the 6 divine thunders collapsed and the remaining Joss Flames charged at the head elder. At the same time, Taoist scattered spirits' attack became even more intense. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world as the head elder coughed out blood multiple times. A thunder armor had unknowingly appeared around him. His body was pushed back and his eyes became unfocused and bloodshot. There was madness in his eyes. I sacrifice my vitality to summon the eternal thunderbolt of my clan to descend on the 7 million world and punish all living beings. As he roared, outside the 7 million worlds, the eternal thunderbolt in the Holy Land suddenly moved. The entire thunderbolt seemed to awaken and then left the Holy Land. It broke through the void and charged for the 7 million world. What comes next is what I said I was 70% confident about. Taoist scattered spirit took a deep breath and sat down. There were sorrow in his eyes but also determination. 7 million worlds, 100 million life formation. Activate. Taoist scattered spirit's eyes were filled with sorrow as if he didn't want to activate this formation. But he had to. He had never forced anyone. His Tao teachings had spread over the countless years to cultivators and morals. The world we are in is false. The celestial realm that we have been told of is false. We need to break open the world together to see the truth, to walk out of this world and become real people. This is my Tao. The 7 million worlds 100 million life formation used the lives of the 100 million people in the 7 million worlds as the root. As Master Scatter Thunder's words echoed, people left their houses across the mortal cities of the 7 million worlds. There were young and old, male and female, they all walked out and sat down. They couldn't use spells, but a powerful will filled their minds. The wood to break through the world. We are not ants, we are not livestock. We don't want to be captives, we want to break the heavens, break out of this world, and break the celestial realm. I'm willing to give my life, so that the future generations can have a bright future. The cultivators of the 7 million worlds all walked out from the respective sections. They looked at the sky with determination before sitting down and releasing even more powerful will. We are not dumb cultivators. We are not cultivators that would allow others to destroy us with divine retribution. We have flesh and blood. We have joy and sorrow. Cultivating to be a celestial is the grand Tao, and we want to rise to the celestial realm. However, this celestial realm is fake. So we'll destroy the celestial realm and become celestials ourselves. Countless peak soul formation cultivators who had their cultivation sealed by Taoist scattered spirit, so they wouldn't attract divine retribution, walked out from their hiding places. They looked at the sky with a vicious gazes, and their will power erupted. We are humans, not random livestock to be slaughtered. We are cultivators, not things to be used by the celestial realm to collect spiritual thunder. The celestial realm will collapse and the world will shatter. We want to walk out of the cage. The thoughts of every living being surged in their minds and gathered to form an indescribable storm. This storm was the resistance of the 7 million worlds after being suppressed for countless years. It was the unwillingness of the 7 million worlds being amplified countless fold. This power was invincible. Even the heavenly Tao would be shaking before this power. This was the rebellion of ants. This was a heaven-defying will that shocked even Wang Lin. This was not the heaven-defying will of one person, but the defying wills of countless living beings in the 7 million worlds. I use the flesh and blood of my 7 million worlds to open this seal that prevents any external forces from entering. Taoist scattered spirit's mighty voice spread to every corner of the 7 million worlds. As his voice echoed, his power suddenly increased and became stronger and stronger, forming a powerful storm. This storm was extremely powerful, and it was something Wang Lin had never seen before in his life. It was impossible to see it with one's eyes, but if one checked with their divine sense, the storm was like a sun giving off a heaven-shattering power. This storm was formed by the will and life of every person in the 7 million worlds, and it was everywhere. This storm formed a giant wall that prevented any external force from entering. All of this sounds slow, but it happened in an instant. The moment the storm of will and life formed, the eternal thunderbolt from the Scatter Thunder clan broke through the void and arrived. Crashed into the storm in an attempt to break in. A thunderous rumble echoed, shocking the entire world. The storm began to tremble and roars filled with reluctance echoed inside it. These were the roars of the countless cultivators and millions of mortals. The roars fused together into a sound that could confront heaven itself. Wang Lin was stunned while looking at everything before him, and his mind trembled from the roar. His soul seemed to resonate with the roar, and he felt as if he was being baptized. The confirmation of his Tao became more clear. The eternal thunderbolt didn't break the storm the first time, and the storm became even stronger. The roar of millions of people erupted at the same time. Under the pressure of this force, the eternal thunderbolt was forced back several thousand feet. Thunderous rumbles echoed. The eternal thunderbolt flashed and seemed to connect with heaven itself. It immediately descended once more. This shocking scene caused the head elder's eyes to be filled with fear. For the first time, he was scared. It never occurred to him that such a shocking thing could happen in the 7 million worlds. Not only him, not even the Scatter Thunder clan's first ancestor could have imagined something like this would happen. Mad? You've all gone mad. All the cultivators in the 7 million worlds have gone mad. Even all the mortals have also all gone mad. The eternal thunderbolt arrived outside the storm surrounding the 7 million worlds. It descended on the storm a second time. The storm rumbled and countless mortals in the 7 million worlds coughed out blood and fell. But even more people walked out to replace the fallen. Some mortals struggled to get up. Even if blood was gushing out from their mouths, they were still going to give all their strength. The cultivators also coughed out blood. But they were releasing even more will than the mortals, so they suffered even more injuries. Some cultivators' bodies exploded, but the rest didn't give up. Even if they died, they were still willing to continue. They had no path of retreat. Master Scatter Spirit's eyes were filled with endless sorrow as he sat down and closed his eyes. As he closed his eyes, he seemed to dissipate from the world and then became part of the 7 million worlds. At this instant, a large amount of light came from Taoist Scattered Spirit. He became the center of the 7 million world storm and became even more powerful. It was as if the formation had gained a formation spirit. The storm roared. No matter how much the eternal thunderbolt bombarded it, the storm didn't move. A crystal sword began to condense inside this storm. The moment it appeared, the world trembled and it floated above Taoist Scattered Spirit. This sword was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide. It was bright and gave off a dazzling glow. Fellow cultivator, this old man has used the lives of the 7 million worlds and the world itself to create this formation. It will seal this world and at the same time condense this heaven-chopping sword. Take this sword and chop down 7 strikes to kill the head elder. This is where my 70% confidence comes from. The 7-foot sword flashed and flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin raised his hand and the sword flew into his grasp. Holding the sword, Wang Lin could clearly feel the unimaginable madness inside it. This aura was filled with unwillingness and the intent to break through the world. What was this sword? This was clearly the hope of all life in the 7 million worlds. All of this happened in a short period of time. The expression of the head elder changed greatly. He looked at the 7-foot sword, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Arrogant! You're nothing more than the 7 million worlds. He grinned as he stepped forward toward Wang Lin with this right hand raised, and a thunderous rumble echoed. Wang Lin silently pondered as if he didn't see the head elder closing in. The endless thunder instantly closed in, forming countless balls of thunder. They were about to crash into Wang Lin, and even the head elder was less than 100 feet away. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head as he gripped the 7-foot sword and chopped down. The world trembled and a blinding light appeared. This light covered the world and seemed to absorb all other light. It was like the first ray of sword light that appeared at the beginning of time. One sword chopped to shake the heavens. There was no sword energy, but countless roars that could shatter bones echoed. The moment the sword fell, countless people died in the 7 million worlds. However, all of their deaths were willing, and they turned into an indescribable force that rushed out from the sword. The countless roars were inside the sword light, charging at the head elder. The thunder he had created collapsed in an instant without any chance to resist. The head elder's mind trembled violently and he quickly retreated. The thunder armor around him expanded to block before him. The first sword strike collided with the thunder armor. A heaven-shaking rumble echoed and a mournful cry came from inside the light. The head elder's eyes were filled with disbelief, and a strong sense of fear appeared in his eyes. This thunder armor was refined by the third-step ancestor of the Scatter Thunder clan and was able to resist Wang Lin's Joss flames. However, when the sword strike landed, he coughed out blood and he was thrown back 10,000 feet. The sword light disappeared and the first strike was over. The head elder's eyes were filled with monstrous fear. His body trembled and crackling sounds came from the thunder armor. Then a large amount of cracks appeared on it. Then, with a bang, the treasure that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years shattered into countless fragments. A deep wound appeared on the head elder's chest. It was a bloody wound, and his face was extremely pale. He coughed out another mouthful of blood and didn't hesitate to retreat. Staggering as he did so, the head elder was completely shaken by the power of that sword. He was extremely frightened. That sword strike would have been enough to destroy him completely if not for the thunder armor. Not even his origin soul would have a chance to escape before it could be destroyed by that strike. What kind of sword is this? Not even the eternal thunder armor can resist it. And I was seriously injured. The head elder's face was pale and filled with horror. The eternal thunder armor was one of the 3 major treasures of the Scatter Thunder clan. and it was far stronger than the Thunder Slaughter Mirror. It was refined by the Scatter Thunder clan's third-step ancestor, and was passed down for generations, protecting the Scatter Thunder clan. Only people at the Fifth Heaven's Blight could use this armor. Even when facing third-step cultivators, this armor would allow them to survive for a bit. However, the armor was destroyed in one hit, which made the head elder's scalp go numb. He was about to retreat when a flash of cold light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He slowly raised the 7-foot sword. Although this strike was extremely powerful, Wang Lin clearly felt countless people in the 7 million worlds die. This strike came at the cost of countless people willingly giving up their lives. This sword was heavy, very heavy. Seeing Wang Lin raise his arm, the head elder's pupils shrank like crazy. His hand formed a seal and pointed to the sky as he roared like crazy. Eternal Thunderbolt. Break this storm and descend. As he roared, he hit his clan mark and released all the power in his clan mark to summon the Eternal Thunderbolt in here. He had a feeling that he would only have a chance to survive if the Eternal Thunderbolt could get inside. Otherwise, he would without a doubt die today. He had never before felt such a powerful sense of a life and death crisis. He let out an almost crazy roar as the thunder outside the storm raged several times stronger and began bombarding the storm. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world. Every time the thunder bombardment landed, the storm would tremble and countless would die. Wang Lin ignored what was happening outside as he raised the sword in his hand while staring at the head elder. The second sword strike chopped down. The ray of sword energy shot out, containing the souls of countless lives, and it was filled with a monstrous killing intent. The indescribable sword energy rushed toward the head elder. The head elder roared, "Eternal Thunderbolt descend! Descend! Descend!" The clan mark between his eyebrows split in half and a shocking force surrounded him. At the same time, his roar seemed to be heard by the Eternal Thunderbolt outside the storm. The Eternal Thunderbolt seemed to use some unknown method to instantly expand several-fold into a bolt of thunder 10,000 feet thick and descended on the storm. This storm shook violently and people continued to die inside the 7 million worlds. Even the second strike Wang Lin was preparing was affected as large amounts of the power had dissipated before reaching the head elder. Taoist scattered spirit formed a seal and pointed at his chest. He coughed out blood and seemed to weaken, but a powerful force came from the 7 million worlds. This power came from the mountains, rivers, the earth, the grass, and all beasts. The power infused into the storm to prevent the Eternal Thunderbolt from breaking through. The head elder retreated with a miserable scream and coughed out 6 mouthfuls of blood. The protection he had formed with his clan mark collapsed and a wound appeared on his chest once more. The wound was deep enough for his bones to be visible. If that was all, it wouldn't show the might of this sword energy. The 2 wounds from the first 2 strikes were filled with countless souls of the 7 million worlds. They turned into mournful souls that began devouring at the wounds, causing black gas to come out of them. If it wasn't for the Eternal Thunderbolt using its might to disrupt the storm to dissipate 70% of the force, there would have been no way for the head elder to escape. However, in spite of this, the head elder was still seriously injured. Intense pain could make one mad, and despair could make one crazy. At this moment, this was what the head elder was experiencing. The pain from the countless souls devouring him filled his body, and despair filled his mind when he found that not even the Eternal Thunderbolt could break it. How could he escape? When the madness filled him, he stopped running. His hands formed a seal and he waved his hand as he roared, "No one can kill this old man. I sacrifice 3,000 years of my life to awaken my thunder mark and use my third step ancestor's spell. Yin and Yang Eternal Thunder, appear for me!" After the head elder roared, his face turned even more pale and 3,000 years of lifespan dissipated. An extremely powerful force gathered before him. This force suddenly rotated him before him and then formed a yin and yang symbol. The yin and yang symbol rotated until it turned into a vortex, and thunderous rumbles came from within the vortex. A pressure beyond second-step cultivators suddenly appeared from within the yin and yang symbol. Yin and yang Eternal Thunder, kill this person! the head elder roared, and the yin and yang symbols suddenly split in half. The yin thunder that destroyed the soul and the yang thunder that destroyed the body fused together to form the yin and yang eternal thunderbolt. As the thunder rushed toward Wang Lin raised his right hand and mercilessly chopped down a third time. The sword energy was dazzling and contained countless souls of the 7 million worlds. The mournful cries of countless souls echoed as the sword energy collided with the yin and yang eternal thunderbolt. Thunderous rumbles echoed and Wang Lin coughed out blood before retreating a few steps. He revealed a fierce expression as he charged forward and chopped down the fourth time. Although the yin and yang eternal thunderbolt was strong, it was no match for the souls of the 7 million worlds. The yin and yang eternal thunderbolt collapsed, and the shockwave landed on the head elder's body. He coughed out blood and his face became extremely pale. A third wound appeared on his chest and his internal organs began to collapse. Countless souls rushed into his body and began to devour him. The intense pain caused the head elder to almost go crazy. He ignored his serious injuries and charged toward Wang Lin. Even if I die, this old man will drag you into the reincarnation cycle with me. However, just as he rushed forward, Wang Lin's fourth chop descended. It was filled with the hatred of the people of the 7 million worlds toward the Scatter Thunder clan. At this instant, Wang Lin's right hand moved, and he didn't hesitate to chop a fifth time. The two rays of sword energy flew one after another, almost forming a wave. Inside them were the mournful screams of countless souls. The head elder was already crazy from the pain. He no longer cared about his lifespan and waved his hand. I sacrificed 10,000 years of my life and collapsed my third step Thunder Essence inheritance to use my countless Scatter clan members as Joss flames to activate my Scatter Thunder clan's Big Dipper spell. The head elder's roar was heaven-shaking, and he immediately sacrificed 10,000 years of his lifespan. The Big Dipper spell was the Scatter Thunder clan's most powerful spell. The Big Dipper spell borrowed the power of the stars and turned into 9 killing stars. The space before the head elder distorted and shined brightly as 9 stars appeared in a formation. One look would make you feel as if your mind was being sucked in. The 9 stars gave off a demonic light and quickly flew out to resist Wang Lin's fourth and fifth rays of sword energy. A thunderous rumble quickly spread out when the rays of sword energy collided with the 9 killing stars of the Scatter Thunder clan's number 1 spell, Big Dipper. The intense rumble echoed as if space itself was collapsing. This tearing force spread out across the 7 million worlds. The square the Scatter Thunder clan controlled at the center rumbled and was torn into countless fragments. As the rumble echoed, the Big Dipper map trembled and was torn into pieces. The 9 killing stars all shattered and dissipated. The head elder's body was a bloody mess and his legs exploded, leaving only his upper body. An indescribable fear washed over him and awakened him from his madness. He anxiously retreated, his hands forming seals as he did so. The flesh on his lower body moved and he rapidly recovered. This person has the million world soul sealing whip, so I can't escape with my origin soul. Wang Lin's body trembled when the fourth and fifth rays of sword energy dissipated. Countless lives were lost in the 7 million worlds, and he coughed out blood. His flesh and body collided non-stop. He suddenly looked up and stared at the head elder. Killing intent filled his eyes and he roared, "If you don't die today, then I, Wang Lin, will not stop." As he roared, his eyes were bloodshot and he rushed out once more. He raised the 7-foot sword and chopped down for the 6th time. The 6th ray of sword energy caused the world to tremble, and the edge of the 7 million worlds began to collapse as if it couldn't handle it anymore. Countless spatial cracks appeared, and even the 7 million worlds began to fragment. It was as if the 7 million worlds was about to collapse completely. When the head elder saw this, he lost his wits. He retreated even faster, and the fear and terror in his eyes were things that had never appeared before in his life. If people of the ancient star system saw the Scatter Thunder clan's head elder, someone who wouldn't easily bow his head to third-step cultivators, acting like this, they would be filled with disbelief. As Wang Lin held the 7-foot sword, he could clearly feel that the 6th strike was far stronger than the 5th strike. There was also sign of a monstrous resentment inside it. This resentment was extremely strong, so strong that even Wang Lin was shocked by it. He had gathered resentment before, but it was insignificant compared to this. The moment the sixth strike appeared, the world trembled and Wang Lin's pupils shrank. He clearly saw souls appear like threads out of the void. These souls were different from the ones before. They were filled with monstrous resentment. In an instant, endless amounts of resentful souls seemed to be summoned, and they appeared in the world. Those souls immediately revealed their figures. There were men and women, and they all revealed vicious gazes. They surrounded the sixth ray of sword energy and formed the heaven-shaking, ghostly sixth strike. This was a strike of resentment. It was formed by the resentful souls of all the cultivators that died to divine retribution in the 7 million worlds. Although they had died, their resentment still lingered. At the moment of their deaths, they realized everything. They resented the celestials, they resented the celestial realm. At this moment, the sixth strike awakened all those resentful souls that had gathered for countless years. They were going to devour the celestial and vent their resentment. When Wang Lin chopped down the sixth strike, the ray of sword energy charged at the head elder as if they had found an outlet for their grievance. The sword energy ray suddenly descended. The head elder didn't retreat much and didn't have time to use a spell. He was seriously injured and didn't have much vitality left. In a flash, he was surrounded by the resentful souls. The head elder roared miserably as the resentful souls surrounded him and devoured him like crazy. In a flash, his lower body that had just recovered was devoured completely. Even the broken bones were devoured. His upper body was surrounded by the endless resentful souls. His body was a bloody mess and pain washed over him. His screams were extremely miserable as the resentful souls bit off his flesh. In an instant, the head elder's flesh and bones were devoured, leaving only his origin soul filled with thunder. However, even his origin soul was being devoured. Under this intense pain, the head elder had lost his mind. His painful roars echoed and thunder erupted from his body. He destroyed one resentful soul, but more would take its place. It was as if they would not give up until they devoured him. Die, 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 die for this old man. The head elder roared as the clan mark between his eyebrows shattered. This time it shattered completely, and a monstrous force spread out from his body and immediately destroyed all the resentful souls. The collapse of the clan mark was equivalent to the self-destruction of an inner realm cultivator. However, due to the unique nature of outer realm cultivators, after they shattered their clan mark, they wouldn't immediately die. Instead, they would gain great power and would live for a period of time. At this moment, the head elder's clan mark erupted and his power increased greatly. He formed a new body made of thunder and destroyed all the resentful souls. However, his eyes were delirious and red from madness as he charged at Wang Lin. Die, die, die. All of you are going to die. I sacrifice all my life, all my cultivation. This old man will use the 3-breath spell. All of you will die. The 3-breath spell wasn't the Scatter Thunder Clan spell. It was left by those mysterious cultivators before they left. Could be considered a Dao spell. It could cause the enemy to lose all vitality in 3 breaths, but the cost was his life. No one who used this spell would survive, as it was a spell that used a life to exchange for a life. Even third-step cultivators would have a headache facing this Dao spell. This was the real reason why the Scatter Thunder Clan could still be considered a great clan without a third-step cultivator. The head elder went crazy as he pointed at Wang Lin and let out a ferocious roar. 3-breath spell. Die for me! In an instant, an unimaginable aura appeared in the 7 million world and gathered toward Wang Lin. This was the power of a Dao spell. Wang Lin's expression changed greatly. It was impossible to resist or break this power, and it instantly arrived. Wang Lin felt his vitality loosen, as if it was going to be extracted from his body. 1 breath passed by quickly. The gate from the Wind Celestial Realm appeared in Wang Lin's mind, and the Flowing Time spell activated. Flowing Time. Reverse 1,000 years. As Flowing Time worked rapidly, Wang Lin waved the sword one last time. The seventh strike. The seventh strike was heaven-shaking. The long sword flew out of Wang Lin's hand and charged into void. The seventh strike was so strong that it caused space to collapse and the continents to shatter. A heaven-shaking roar spread across the entire 7 million worlds. The collapse of the 7 million worlds spread endlessly, and countless fragments collapsed. There were countless mortals and cultivators on those fragments, and they all willingly gave their everything. A sword strike that was infinitely close and even beyond a third-step cultivator suddenly appeared. If Taoist water were to face this strike, he would have to run. If it touched him, he would without a doubt die. No matter how much the head elder ran, he couldn't avoid it. The head elder coughed out a mouthful of essence origin energy, and the body he had just reformed with thunder exploded. His origin soul wasn't able to escape before the ray of sword energy pierced his origin soul. He let out a miserable cry and his origin soul rapidly started dissipating. He quickly retreated. Seeing that he was about to die completely, his eyes widened and he let out the last roar before his death. Eternal holy thunder! Save me! Save me! As his voice echoed, the eternal thunderbolt that was bombarding the storm suddenly stopped as if it had sensed that its slave was about to die. The thunder rumbled violently and swelled into a bolt of divine thunder more than 100,000 feet long. It charged directly at the storm. The power of the eternal thunderbolt increased greatly and smashed down on the storm. The storm that had lasted until now suddenly collapsed. Cracks covered the storm. More and more cracks appeared until the storm collapsed and scattered in all directions. Taoist's scattered spirit coughed out blood and was forced out from being merged with the 7 million worlds. The eternal thunderbolt instantly charged into the 7 million worlds and arrived before the dying head elder. Collided with the unimaginable seventh strike. The ray of sword energy trembled and showed signs of collapse. However, the sword's original body was inside, and it charged out at the eternal thunderbolt. At this instant, Taoist's scattered spirit formed a seal and roared, "The 7 million worlds has been broken up and my clan is free. All my people, all creatures, we will break the celestial realm together." The collapsing 7 million worlds turned into countless fragments. All the surviving beings willingly gave their lives to the sword and began their final battle with the eternal thunderbolt. The 7-foot sword contained all the power of the 7 million worlds. The eternal thunderbolt was the holy object of the Scatter Thunder clan. The confrontation of the two forces was the determination of the people of the 7 million worlds to break free. A thunderous roar echoed across the entire world. This roar was extremely powerful, causing cracks to appear on the barrier at the end of the world, and then the barrier suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the barrier caused chaos to enter, and the 7 million worlds began to collapse. At the same time, the 7-foot sword collapsed and dissipated into countless fragments. The eternal thunderbolt also seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. It no longer cared about the head elder and quickly broke the void to retreat back to the Holy Land. When it got back inside the temple, a formation activated, preventing anyone from entering the Scatter Thunder clan. It was activated outside of the Scatter Thunder clan's control. Remaining clan members, the celestial realm has been opened. The world has been destroyed, so we are heading out. Taoist's scattered spirit was filled with monstrous excitement. He waved his sleeve and took all the remaining lives in the 7 million worlds through the gap that was left opened when the eternal thunderbolt left. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the soul lasher suddenly appeared. It shot straight for the origin soul of the head elder, who was near death, preventing him from resisting. The head elder's origin soul was dying. His origin soul was injured by the 6th strike and was hit by the shockwave created by the eternal thunderbolt and the 7-foot sword. The impact caused large portion of his origin soul to collapse, and now he no longer had any chance of survival. What was left was only a broken origin soul, and most of his memories were lost. While he was in a daze, Wang Lin's soul lasher wrapped around him and pulled him over. After the soul lasher turned into a golden light, it could become as long or as short as Wang Lin wanted. The previously almighty head elder's origin soul was caught by Wang Lin. How could Wang Lin let the origin soul of a fifth heaven's blight cultivator that was one step away from the third step go? Just killing him to make him part of magic arsenal was already extremely powerful, not to mention the comprehension of thunder within the head elder's origin soul. To outsiders, the Scatter Thunder Clan's head elder's origin soul was considered a heavenly treasure. However, to Wang Lin it was even more important than a heavenly treasure. It was a chance for a great fortune. I have great use for his origin soul. Wang Lin moved and charged at the gap in the world along with Daoist scattered spirit and the millions of people from the 7 million worlds. After the great battle, the 7 million worlds was in ruins. Spatial cracks filled the 7 million worlds, and the barrier along the edge had collapsed. Storms swept through and devoured everything. These 7 million worlds were already created by someone else. Dust turns to dust and earth returns to earth. Everything returned to what they were. The sounds of the collapse were like death bells for the 7 million worlds as it dissipated. When Wang Lin left, his heart was clear. Although he had only been in the ancient star system for a short period of time, he had devoured a large amount of cultivators and had gained their memories. Wang Lin knew that the head elder was like the king of the Scatter Thunder Clan and had absolute authority. Even throughout the ancient star system, the head elder was extremely famous. Aside from the few third-step cultivators, almost no one would dare to provoke him. The Scatter Thunder Clan had even sent a treasure into the Sealed Realm formation, so the head elder was very important in the ancient star system. His death would set off a calamity. It has to be said that even though Tuosen had killed countless people in the ancient star system, he hadn't encountered anyone with status like the Scatter Thunder Clan's head elder. When a clan was in danger, the people higher up would send in their clan members to take the brunt of the damage. Then the higher-ups would escape with their lives. As a result, the death of the Scatter Thunder Clan's head elder would be enough to shock the entire ancient star system. Wang Lin didn't know if the third-step cultivators had spells to learn of this, but what awaited him was great danger. The people of the 7 million worlds had come out, and the Scatter Thunder Clan would certainly be destroyed. This was a shocking change. The collapse of a large clan would attract a lot of attention. As Wang Lin moved forward, his eyes lit up. Although the danger was monstrous, he wouldn't retreat. The rumbling of the 7 million worlds collapsing gradually faded. This battle was more intense than his battle against Daoist water. Against Daoist water, Wang Lin had no chance, but he did against the head elder, which only made it even more difficult. If not for joining forces with Daoist scattered spirit, it would have been impossible to kill a fifth heaven's blight cultivator. Following the gap, a bright light appeared before him. Daoist scattered spirit excitedly brought his entire clan out and appeared in the Scatter Thunder Clan's star domain. The moment he appeared, 2 streams of tear flowed from his eyes and he let out laugh filled with endless exhilaration. Not only him but the people under his protection were the same. Thanks to his protection, even mortals wouldn't die in space like they normally would. They had personally witnessed themselves breaking out from the 7 million worlds and entering the celestial realm that shrouded over them. The excitement they felt was indescribable. This is the celestial realm. This is the celestial realm that has always decided whether we live or die. From now on, my clan will be the Celestial Clan. Since this place has the Scatter Thunder Clan, then there should be our Celestial Clan. Daoist scattered spirit laughed louder and louder until he began to cry. Not only him, but everyone from the 7 million worlds began to cry. The hardships they had faced couldn't be understood, especially the price of breaking out, which was 90% their lives. This sadness drilled into their hearts. From now on, we are free. Wang Lin silently looked at Daoist scattered spirit and company. He listened to their words, watched their smile and tears, and couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. He quietly looked up and wished he had the gaze to pierce through the void and see what was really above the heavens. After a long time, Wang Lin lowered his head and muttered, "Did we really break out?" He couldn't help but think back to the Cloud Sea, when he, Li Qianmei, and Lu Yunsong talked about Tao all night. The heavens was the circle. Even if you walked out, there were still countless invisible circles around you. How do you get out? Daoist scattered spirit gradually calmed down the excitement in his heart. He then turned toward Wang Lin and clasped his hands. He was extremely sincere. I will never forget fellow cultivators' help. My entire celestial clan will never forget for generations. As long as fellow cultivator has any sort of request, there is nothing my celestial clan wouldn't dare to do. After Taoist's scattered spirit spoke, the few million people he managed to save all looked at Wang Lin excitedly. There was gratitude in their eyes and they all clasped their hands. My celestial clan is not afraid of any request. Taoist's scattered spirit waved his hand and thunder appeared in his palm. Tens of thousands of bolts of spiritual thunder flew toward Wang Lin. This is what I promised, fellow cultivator. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he waved his hand and collected them all. This was what he had earned, even though each of them meant the life of a cultivator going through divine retribution. The Scatter Thunder Clan's Eternal Thunderbolt was injured just now. I'm going to attack the Scatter Thunder Clan and devour that Eternal Thunderbolt. What will you do now? Wang Lin's gaze fell on Master Scattered Thunder. Killing intent appeared in Master Scattered Thunder's eyes, and he said, That's good. I can't let the Scatter Thunder Clan go. If I don't take advantage of this and destroy the Scatter Thunder Clan, I won't be able to absolve the hatred of losing 90% of my clan in order to escape the 7 million worlds. Wang Lin no longer wasted time and charged forward. Thunder flashed in his right hand and he turned into thunder. He was going with his original body, so he was much stronger than when he was possessing someone. Wang Lin only dreaded the fifth heaven's blight head elder. The rest were not an issue. If they weren't all thunder cultivators, then Wang Lin could some trouble. After all, there were still 2 fourth heaven's blight cultivators in the Scatter Thunder Clan. However, since they cultivated thunder, even though they were at 4th heaven's blight, Wang Lin wasn't afraid of them. A battle between thunder cultivators was competing for their control of thunder. Wang Lin had devoured 8 ancient thunder dragons and had tens of thousands of spiritual thunder bolts. Although he hadn't had time to refine them completely, the power of his thunder essence was heaven-shaking. So who could compete with him? Even though they were thunder cultivators at the 4th heaven's blight, they were not a match. With the head elder dead, the Scatter Thunder Clan is no longer a threat. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes as he moved faster and faster. Thunderous rumbles echoed as he charged toward the protective formation formed by the Scatter Thunder Clan's 16 planets. This battle must be fast. I must slaughter my way inside to devour that eternal thunderbolt and then leave. As Wang Lin rushed forward, endless thunder gathered around him. It was as if the emperor was traveling with thousands of his guards. This was because Wang Lin's thunder essence was so strong that it automatically attracted the surrounding thunder to gather. More and more thunder began to gather. A moment later, the thunder around Wang Lin was like a thunder lake, giving off endless thunder might. Even divine retribution was only as powerful as this. At this moment, Wang Lin was controlling heaven-shaking thunder. If others saw this, they would be shocked. Even third-step cultivators would narrow their eyes. There was an ancient legend that had been buried by time, and this rumor contained the biggest secret to becoming a third-step cultivator. Rumors stated that one had to rely on Joss flames to nourish their essence and allow it to grow for a chance to open the gate to heaven. This would allow one's essence to become complete and allow their body to completely change. From that moment on, one would no longer be just an ordinary cultivator. However, there was an even rarer rumor that was older than Joss flames. In this legend, one doesn't rely on Joss flames, but on one's own comprehension. They would use an unknown method to complete their essence, break through the gate to heaven, and become a heaven-shaking third-step cultivator. To enter the third step in such a way would make anyone a legend. Wang Lin's cultivation level was getting closer and closer to this legend. The thunder was earth-shattering. It was as if the thunder lake was moving, with Wang Lin as its center. As he moved, more and more thunder gathered around him. It was an extremely shocking scene. When Taoist's scattered spirit saw Wang Lin, he was startled. During the battle against the head elder, he realized how strong Wang Lin was. Those spells were like miracles of creation itself. Now that they had left the 7 million worlds, Wang Lin was able to summon all this thunder. The thunderous rumbles of dancing thunder shocked him once more. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent as he got closer and closer to the defensive formation around the Scatter Thunder Clan's 16 planets. As he charged forward, the mighty thunder lake around Wang Lin roared and the thunder inside flashed violently. The Scatter Thunder Clan's defensive formation suddenly appeared before Wang Lin. The formation formed by the 16 planets gave off a green light and formed a circle around the planets. When Wang Lin got close, he could hear crackling sounds from the green light, and the green light went from illusory to almost solid. The green light turned solid like an eggshell around the Scatter Thunder Clan. After breaking this eggshell-like barrier, the Scatter Thunder Clan would be revealed before Wang Lin. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes and his body stopped 10,000 feet before the formation. His right hand reached at the void as if he was pulling the endless thunder around him, and then he lifted it up. The world rumbled and the thunder rumbled violently and began to tilt. Looking from above, the thunder around Wang Lin was like a mirror, an ocean. At this moment, due to Wang Lin's shocking force, this mirror-like ocean began to tilt. Wang Lin's ancient god stars rotated between his eyebrows and his arms swelled. As he roared, the thunder around him rumbled even more intensely as it went from being tilted to standing upright. It was a mirror that was lifted upright and displayed to the world. Daoist's scattered spirit's pupils shrank and he subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Wang Lin in horror. Not only him, but the Scatter Thunder Clan had long known that a powerful enemy was arriving. All the Heaven's Blight cultivators had come out of the Holy Land and were staring at Wang Lin. When they saw Wang Lin, their minds trembled and their expressions changed greatly. Earlier, although Wang Lin had taken over Yufei's body, his origin soul had flown out and his appearance was revealed to everyone. The head elder hadn't returned after chasing this person, but Wang Lin had come back. This shocked the Scatter Thunder Clan greatly, and countless speculations flew through their minds. Every single one of them made them panic. Head Elder's cultivation is heaven-shaking, so he shouldn't have had any problems. I think it is more likely that he has used some unknown method or has a helper to trap the Head Elder so he could come to break the formation. We don't need to panic. We just need to hold the formation, and Head Elder will soon be back. That's right, with Head Elder's cultivation level, aside from third-step cultivators, no one is a match. Head Elder also has many spells and treasures, so he won't encounter any problems. But the Eternal Thunderbolt suddenly left, and when it returned, it was a lot weaker. The defensive formation also activated at the same time outside our control. The Scatter Thunder Clan members were all gloomy as they looked at Wang Lin outside the formation. However, they still believed that the Head Elder was fine and would soon arrive. Wang Lin raised his arms as if he was holding the giant Thunder Lake. A mysterious light shined in his eyes and he slowly said, 8 ancient thunder dragons that entered my origin soul. In my name, I order you to fuse into one. Then, along with my ancient thunder dragon origin soul, all 9 dragons fuse into one and destroy that formation. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the world. Thunder erupted from his body and rushed into the Thunder Lake. The mirror-like Thunder Lake rumbled and a heaven-shaking roar came from it. A giant dragon head came out of the Thunder Lake and let out a ferocious roar. This dragon's head was exceedingly large and was covered in green scales. It was extremely ferocious and gave off a fierce aura. It was like the demonic dragon that could destroy the world, and it rushed out with a thunderous bang. Just its head was no less than 100,000 feet large. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the dragon head charged out, and a moment later, the rest of the dragon charged out from the Thunder Lake. The Thunder Lake became smaller and smaller. When the tail of the dragon appeared, the lake dissipated completely. A heaven-shaking thunder dragon almost 1 million feet long appeared in this world. This dragon was formed by Wang Lin after he devoured 8 ancient thunder dragons and integrated them into his origin soul. Although it was only an illusion, it contained unimaginable thunder force. If one looked at it with their divine sense, they would see 9 souls fighting each other. However, one was obviously stronger than the remaining 8 and suppressed them. The 1,000,000-foot thunder dragon roared and thunder gathered at the top of its head. Wang Lin's figure appeared there. He stepped out from the head with an indifferent expression and pointed forward. With this, the giant thunder dragon roared and charged forward. It charged to the Scatter Thunder Clan's defensive formation with the force of a 10,000-man army. The 10,000 feet distance only took the dragon an instant to cross. Its large body immediately slammed into the formation. A thunderous rumble instantly spread out in all directions like crazy. Popping sounds echoed across the formation and cracks appeared on it. The eggshell-like formation was unable to bear this impact and almost collapsed. An uproar came from inside the formation. The Scatter Thunder Clan members were gobsmacked. Their eyes were filled with fear and panic, but, most of all, disbelief. Your Scatter Thunder Clan's head elder's body has collapsed and his origin souls has been captured by me. Even your clan's eternal thunderbolt has fled back here, and you think a mere defensive formation can stop me? Wang Lin's cold voice was like thunder as it passed through the formation and entered the ears of the Scatter Thunder Clan members. When they heard this, their bodies trembled and their eyes flooded with disbelief. Impossible! This person wants to mess with our minds. With Head Elder's heaven-piercing cultivation, how could he lose to this person? What absurdity! Your words are too arrogant. There is no credibility at all. Unless you can request a third-step cultivator to act, then no one can win against him. Even if he were to go up against third-step cultivators, Head Elder has many spells and treasures. There is no danger to his life. Arrogant! Your words are beyond ridiculous. If Head Elder is really dead, then I'll destroy myself without you doing anything. Laughable! Laughable! Wang Lin's expression was calm and the dragon under him raised its head. It let out a roar and mercilessly slammed down. Even more cracks appeared on the eggshell formation, and it was about to collapse. The thunderous rumble was heaven-shaking, and the dragon seemed to go crazy. As its head slammed into the formation, even its tail whipped the formation. The formation could no longer bear the heaven-shaking collisions. With one final smash from the dragon's head, the formation collapsed with a thunderous rumble. Countless fragments scattered everywhere and a giant gap opened up. The thunder dragon roared and didn't stop after breaking the formation. Its head was so big that when it entered the formation, it caused a large portion of the Scatter Thunder Clan's cultivators to subconsciously retreat. Daoist's scattered spirit followed the thunder dragon into the formation. He had an extremely complicated expression filled with hatred as he rushed forward. This person is only at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, but for some unknown reason, he can display the power of a Heaven's Blight cultivator. Everyone, attack at once and kill him quickly. That bald fourth Heaven's Blight cultivator is the real enemy. Stop him from advancing. The Scatter Thunder Clan had 11 people at the Heaven's Blight stage. At this moment, 7 of them charged at Daoist's scattered thunder, and the one leading was one of 2 the 4th Heaven's Blight cultivators. The other 4th Heaven's Blight cultivator charged at Wang Lin. Without the Head Elder, no one in the Scatter Thunder Clan can stop me. Wang Lin shook his head. He didn't want to get entangled with these cultivators. He needed to head inside to devour the Eternal Thunderbolt as soon as possible. The Thunder Dragon below him charged into the Scatter Thunder Clan. Thunderous rumbles echoed and the expressions of the Scatter Thunder Clan cultivators that wanted to stop Wang Lin all changed. Then they retreated. Head Elder will soon return. We have to do our best to stall them. Once Head Elder returns, they will without a doubt die. The Scatter Thunder Clan cultivators' eyes were all bloodshot as they rushed forward. They didn't care for their lives and even exploded their clan marks to stop Wang Lin. All of this was because they refused to believe that the Head Elder would lose. They were confident that once the Head Elder returned, there would be no danger to the Scatter Thunder Clan. The Head Elder was the spiritual pillar of the entire Scatter Thunder Clan. Wang Lin sneered. As the Thunder Dragon moved forward, he waved his right hand and the Soul Lasher appeared. The golden whip unrolled, revealing a broken origin soul. It was the Scatter Thunder Clan's Head Elder.